Don't eat the yellow cheese.
If it's Jarlsberg Swiss cheese, then it's awesome. Jarlsberg has holes in it.
The moon appears yellow in the Middle East, right? I don't know if you guys knew that.
What's that?
The moon appears yellow in the Middle East.
Oh, cool.
How about in Vietnam or China?
I don't know.
I've been there, dude. I've been there. I've been to the Kuwaiti and Iraqi desert, and the moon definitely is an entirely different sight there.
Yeah. Because I remember I had an argument with an Arab guy, and I was like, "The moon's white," and he was like, "It's yellow. It's white. It's yellow." And then I was like, "Right, next time I'm in Dubai, I'm gonna look," and it was yellow, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Wait, did it look different because the pollution was really low? Is that what you're
I
saying?
don't know. I
I'm
don't
talking
know.
about if you saw it in Kuwait or
No.
Iraq or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Saudi Arabia when I was a lot younger, but I didn't look then. So I don't know.
Yeah, I would be interested in the actual explanation. Or yeah, oh, sorry, the actual explanation. Listen to the silliness of that statement. The actual explanation. What if it's just because there's a lot of aerosolized sand? There you go.
I don't know if you guys realised in the chat, but Dogs Are Gods doesn't know the difference between solipsism and sophistry. I called him out on it twice, and then he just left.
Dude, he doesn't know the difference between a reference and a citation.
Yeah, that is true. But you would have thought someone who knows the word solipsism would at least know what it is.
Nope. Man, did I pass Wendy's already? Oh, Wendy's. Oh, yeah, buddy.
I've seen the moon so orange that as it rose like behind a forest, I was ready to call the fire brigade. I swore it was a fire, a forest fire, until it rose high enough that I could see it was the actual moon.
And then like a half. Madison must have your mind. She doesn't Spanish. She hasn't called.
Did you just say cherry coke?
Chicken.
You wouldn't want chicken flavoured Coke. That sounds grim.
Oh man, I wouldn't be surprised. Here they everything's Vegemite. I'm surprised there's not a Vegemite flavored cola now.
It come from a land down under.
Hello.
Hello.
Is it still flat today?
It is, but we're actually in a Mennonite church service, so if you wouldn't mind just paying your respects.
Okay.
No, it's
Will do.
round
I will do that.
because we see the sun. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Actually, the Earth is a cloud because we look up and see clouds.
Facts.
Excuse me. Let me get this back on topic. Scott Mackey is still a fucking asshole. Okay, I'm going on mute.
Could at least say that when he's in the room, though. Or do you want me to pass the message on?
What did he do this time? Is it the same as yesterday?
Oh, he just appeared. What the fuck? Did I not see that?
We summoned him.
Yeah, he just appeared. Maybe he was listening on the stream.
God, did you just appear because of what Vlad said? or was this
100% he was listening to the stream, I guarantee you. That's why it was so easy to summon this asshole.
Get over yourselves. No, I just finished dinner. I'm going to go out and pull some weeds right now. I figured I'd turn you guys on for some background noise. There's my door squeaking right there. That's my door closing.
It was destiny, bro. It was ordained by.
Yes, it was fate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
But Mackie, you don't understand what I just said prior for you fucking entering. That's the fucking thing. So if you haven't heard the last minute.
Heard.
Okay, well that's why it's so fucking funny. Fuck you.
Okay, good man.
So, Scott, I don't know if you heard, but Vlad thinks you're an asshole.
Well, yeah, he said that once or twice or 25 times.
Oh, yeah, but I wanted to call you an asshole, but while under cover of pretending someone else was calling you an asshole.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's how I would do it. So
Exactly.
I respect that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mackie, I did it every which way. Remember, I did it to your face, behind your back, fucking all over the place. You know what I mean?
Now all you have to do is just like go to his house and say it in his face.
Do you dream about Scott Mackey?
Maybe if California becomes a better place, you know what I mean? But other than that, I don't think I'll ever fucking set in that hellhole.
Do you
Set foot.
dream about Scott Mackey? Vlad?
No, not at all.
More of a nightmare.
And to all the new people that are in here, they don't understand the joke, so fuck you.
Isn't Scott Mackey the joke?
Damn, that's savage. What did he do today? What did he do to set you guys off today? Or is it
Oh,
just
no, I'm just having a laugh. I
general?
don't give a shit. I'm just having a laugh.
Yeah, I'm having a laugh too. That's what I'm saying. It's a joke, my guy. That's the whole fucking point. And it made it even funnier because as soon as I said it, the cocksucker walks in 5 seconds later. Isn't that crazy?
That is pretty crazy.
So if he wasn't listening to the live stream, what was he?
Maybe he was lying.
But he's the biggest liar in the world. Well, I mean, he's one of the big. I won't say he is the biggest, but he's up there. Out of all these globy fucktards, he's one of them.
So, Scott, would you like to answer some of these criticisms? You've been criticised of being a cocksucker and a fucked up.
Yeah,
Do you
etc.,
expect
etc.,
all of
etc. It just rolls off the tongue so easily. I mean, I would try to restrain myself, but it's not that. It's hard to restrain myself when it comes to Scott. I'm about to call his. I'm about to call his wife. Looks like fucking Brenda. Oh God, I don't even want to say shit like that. But you know,
How does Brenda?
it comes to that.
Hello.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I said I don't want to say it. I didn't. You know what I'm saying? I just.
Dude,
You know what I mean?
that's
I don't want to say it. I didn't want to say it.
Funny is, like, Lou's in the chat saying "Let's play nice," and I'm like, "But this is Vlad playing nice."
This is my night.
How does Brenda
You
look
don't
like,
want to see
Vlad?
Vlad when you won't like him when he's angry.
Vlad, how does Brenda look like?
I don't know. I'm just taking a wild guess. That's what kind of fucking women Scott Mackey
Like
can
a man?
pick up, you know?
Like a man?
Yeah. Hey, yo, I like that. You said it, not me. Hey, yo, I'm just an observer. I'm just observing things. I have no opinions on what I see.
There was actually a
You know what I
picture
mean?
floating around of Brenda, but I don't know where.
Is there? That'd be funny.
Yeah. I don't know how
Oh,
to find
hell
it
no.
though.
Dude,
That's
I'm eating.
crazy.
No, please no.
Yeah, she kept on telling me off the other night for calling her Brendan.
Use the correct pronouns.
Hmm.
It's sad for the Globers because every time I take this walk on Lakeshore, the whole time I'm looking to my right, I see over 30 miles and there's a fucking town I see. Especially like on a night like tonight, it's so clear. Too bad. And the crazy part, the full moon's right above and the fucking water shiny as fuck, but I still can see the city across.
Dude, it's just reflection.
Crazy. Oh, it's
Can you,
reflection.
can you see Rochester?
Oh. Where is that? Is that in New York?
Yeah, it is. Right across the Lake Ontario, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that would be
right
like
across.
50 miles, right?
Yeah. Can you see it?
Yeah, I see that one sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Yeah.
You see it tonight?
Like on a super, no. Well, maybe if I had like a nice little zoom. Yeah, but today it's all St. Catharines. But I swear to God, a couple nights ago, it was so clear. The weather was so perfect. It was like no wind, nothing. It was just still, right? And you could literally see on the diagonal. I was like, no fucking way. That's 50 miles.
What's
Real quick.
50 miles
Hang
in
on.
kilometers?
Jimbo.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
Oh.
No, I was just gonna say I only got like a minute, but I dropped a video about that cold light that from physics. If you guys want to check a look at it, it's in the text channel. I sent it to AI, but I don't think he's responding. He's not here right now. But it backs up what he was saying earlier. So
With the temperature difference between the sun and the moon. Oh, moonlight, yeah.
no, the cold light freezing things. It's in physics, so go ahead and check it out.
Oh, they did it. I'll have a look at that. And what is it, about 80 k's? 50 miles?
Yeah, 80 kilometers.
Yeah, around there.
Something
80
like that.
clicks.
Yeah. I see Melbourne City all the time when I go on the other side of the bay. 80 k's away.
Oh.
But that's just refraction, though, right?
Yeah.
It's
You're not
always
actually seeing
perfect,
it.
right? It's always perfect. Yeah.
That's weird though, because I look out over San Francisco every day that I go into work, which is about 50 miles away. I never see it.
It's humidity,
Isn't it
probably, you know?
I see the mountain on the side of it though.
Well, that's different. That's the elevation, too, so.
You know, I'm looking right over
Yeah,
San
the mountains
Francisco
are
Bay,
taller.
though.
The mountains are tall, right?
Isn't San Francisco surrounded by mountains?
Yeah, it is. Behind
Why
it,
would
but
you
yeah.
see it then?
No,
And
because
mostly-
I look right over the bay. I look from the bottoms. You know, if you ever seen San Francisco Bay, you look at the southern tip. That's San Jose. I look all the way up to San Francisco Bay, up to San Francisco, and San Francisco should be the first thing I see on the other side of the water. I never see it. I can see Mount Tamalpais on the other end of it, which is in Marin County, which is on the side of the Golden Gate Bridge. But I can't see the Golden Gate Bridge either.
What about fog?
Well, but we should block the mountain too, right?
Most
Look
of
at
the year,
that.
there's fog most of the year in the Bay Area there.
Well, it should block the mountain
Humidity,
too,
I said
right?
it. Bro, you live in a
Scott,
hot area, man. Humidity is always right. The fucking thing's evaporating all day, but get the fuck out of here.
Scott, if you could see San Francisco, would that prove the flat Earth?
Well, I can't see it sometimes when I go on a hill. There's a mountain behind me, which is actually further away, but it's at 2,000 feet. Where we
What if
hike
you
up
saw
there,
it
we
at
can see
sea
San
level?
Francisco quite often.
What if you saw it at sea level?
Well, the direct answer to your question is no. Nothing's going to convince me the Earth is flat because I know it's not.
It's not.
And
It's
so
not
and so I
flat.
would need an explanation
Folks,
for how I could see something
this is
so far away,
President
and I would
Trump, and
search
I'm
for the
endorsing
explanation.
that
I'm
the
pretty sure
Earth
I'd
is
find a
round.
really good explanation.
I'm endorsing that the Earth is round today because it is, quite frankly, the roundest planet
I'm
on
not
Earth.
going to,
Okay.
lie to you and pretend that I would consider it. No.
Oh, wait, hold on. Is that the Trump faker?
Excuse me?
Yeah, it's a fake Trump, eh? Is he in here?
You know what's crazy? Linktree, go back
do
to
I
your
got him
fucking
muted?
closet, you loser.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, sorry. I
we-
mean, trolls have to be funny, and he's not that funny, unfortunately. So.
yeah.
He wears
if
a
you
mask on
saw-
the webcam, so he's more in character when you watch him.
It's funny that you say, I never see this. But if someone showed you that, then you'd just go, oh, okay, it's still round though, it's still a sphere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he said he would
that's
find an
true, I would.
explanation for why it's happening, but it's not flat.
Yeah, so why you're looking anyway?
Well,
Whatever you
not.
see, you're just going to explain away with. So you're not looking, but you said you can't see it.
Well, I
So you're
can't, and
looking.
you know, you don't.
You are looking.
You don't have to be looking very hard to realize you can't see something.
But you have
Are
to
you
be looking.
weed yet?
You have to be looking. It doesn't matter how hard you look. You have to be looking to see something, don't you?
Well, yeah, the window right next to my cubicle just looks right over the San Jose airport and all the way over to Mount Tamalpais. And yeah, just you look out the window, you see it.
What's the
You don't have to look
visibility?
very hard.
What's the visibility for the day?
Today was horrible. I couldn't even barely see past the airport. I don't know what's going on with our air quality right now. I don't know if it's a haze or a smog or what, but it was
I have
horrible.
a question for Kangaroo Guy.
Go ahead.
Is there more land south of Australia?
Yes, it's called New Zealand.
Tasmania.
It's east. Come on.
Yeah, but like a continent, like a
No,
big
New
continent.
Zealand is east.
Continent?
It's also
I don't know
Yeah.
about a continent, but apparently there's some landmass called Antarctica or something.
No, like a green one, like that has sunlight and shit.
Yeah, there's
Sunlight
King
and
Island. King Island, you can go there if you want.
Why do you want me to go there?
Oh, I don't know. There's heaps of
That's funny.
landmass at south. But depends what you mean.
I have a feeling there's more land south of Australia.
I don't know. No one's ever proven it.
Well, you know how Australia was discovered, right?
There's more land
I
south of
know the story
Not even
about
true.
it. But
They didn't even
Story
know
was-
it was there like 300 years ago. They had no idea it was there.
that's not true. The Dutch discovered it a long time ago.
What, in like
Apparently.
1789?
1789. Don't know about that one, but there was people here before then as well.
But nobody knew that the landmass was there. I'm
So
just
the
wondering if
Aboriginals didn't know that they were on a bit of land?
they thought they were in a dream state.
No, they didn't. The dream state's when they went into dream state.
No, when you
They
talk to
weren't
the
always in a dream
Shit
state.
troll, just like the last one.
when you talk to the Abos of Australia, they think they're
Which
in a
ones
dream
have you
state.
spoken to?
The ancient ones.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Are they
There aren't any
Trump
ancient- There
Are
aren't
they
any ancient ones.
They're in the deep state.
Timbo, just agree with him so he can go on.
They know about the deep state too, not just the dream state.
Too much mushrooms, this guy, man.
Lots
Some
of
people do
stories
start
about the
here.
place. You know,
Mike,
I
you
don't know
didn't take
how many
enough.
of them are true because we've got old buildings like they were in Europe 500-600 years ago. You know, so I don't know what the story is, but
What? You guys have old buildings? Explain. How is that possible?
well, when they built them,
Oh my
and now they're old, so that's what old buildings are.
But you
It's a
said
time. It's a
500 years.
linear. It's a linear time. So if you have something built a long time ago and then it's still here, that's what you call an old building.
Yeah, but you said 500 years. There was no European
I didn't say
habitation.
that. No, I didn't say that.
No?
I said like Europe 500 years ago.
Oh, okay.
You mean like the Victorian style buildings?
I don't know. There's a lot of mix. There's a lot of Greco-Roman. There's a lot of what you may call Moroccan kind of style old buildings as well. There's
Neoclassical.
lots of stuff around. Huge buildings they call mental asylums.
There's a pyramid in Australia too, like a couple pyramids.
Yeah, up north, somewhere in New South Wales. Or Gympie, is it? Gympie.
I don't know what it's called.
There's also some ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs too, like pre-dynastic. Don't know where they came from. Who knows? Also funny, I was watching a documentary about some South Americans, and they did some blood. They took some blood from them, and they were related to Australian Aboriginals. And they said, "Yeah, we know that. Our ancestors come from that way over there, big land, far away."
Where in South America?
It was in the Amazon somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Has anyone ever been to New Zealand?
Yeah, I used to live there.
Is it cool? Like, is it?
Yeah, it's nice. Really nice.
It's way cool. Yeah. Beautiful place.
Yeah, they got some beautiful old buildings there as well. Older than Australia.
Wow.
Don't know how they explain that because it was supposed to be discovered after, but beautiful place. Kind of like Canada, but in the mountains in Canada, but the trees aren't as neat. We just have eucalyptus trees in the south, so. Get a bit messy.
I'm going to Australia this summer.
That sounds awesome.
I better let the authorities know not to let you Cubanite in.
There's always summer in Australia.
I'm going to
What
be
are you
going.
talking about?
You could bunk with Timbo. He's got a
Technically,
place.
it's winter when you go.
I'm going to go scuba diving, dude. Great Barrier Reef. That shit sounds hella dope.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. It is. It's really good.
Hey, if you see a jellyfish, pick it up and play with it.
the ones you got to worry about. The ones you got to worry about are the ones you can't see.
Yeah, the little rock jellyfish.
What?
When you
what?
No, the little ones. They're called Eriganji. They're microscopic
those tiny
ones.
little bitty ones.
Yeah,
you
they
Cubanite.
paralyze you.
Yeah, that means friendly jellyfish. Just pick it up and play with it.
Just piss all over yourself first.
Wow.
When you fly to Australia, you Cubanite, take a picture of the curve of the Earth, please.
Okay.
See if you can
So we can
save
settle
those,
it all.
Save those
Actually,
jellyfish.
I would say flat earthers actually do have a good logic for why you can't see the curve from like the plane. Honestly, someone sent
What
a
would that
photo.
be?
Someone
Is that
sent a
because you
photo of
can't see
the
it?
curve through multiple windows. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Airplane have three layers of glass, right? It's like triplex something. I don't know what it's called.
You don't see a curve anyway. What are you guys even
This
talking
argument
about?
again?
You don't see a curve. Like you might sometimes see a curve in like a very narrow sense at the very edges, but you never see a general curve.
Hey, 2017 wants its argument back, by the way.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be possible anyway, because if you turn around and see that curve, then the lines don't meet up. So.
What?
Exactly.
What do you mean the lines don't meet
Yeah,
up?
I mean, okay, think of it. It doesn't like on a globe Earth, you would see the same thing, like flat, because you're on a ball.
Yeah. So, but that's our argument, right? So it's like saying, well,
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree
So
with
it's
the logic.
curving.
Yes.
So it's curving, but here's why you don't see the curve. Right. Okay, but that's a problem for
No.
you. That you
On a
now
globe
have to
Earth, if you really think about it, what it would look like on a globe Earth, really, really close to the surface, it would just like you wouldn't be able to see curve like that. You'd have to be really off it in order to see it. Planes are not high enough.
No, but you understand that globers will say, okay, so there's a curve there, and here's why we can't provide that visual curve for you. It's like, well, that's kind of so empiricism would
Yeah, that's our
bear out.
explanation. You're saying that that's your explanation. You know.
What do you
No,
mean
I'm not.
that's your explanation?
No. I'm saying like Globers will say, "Oh, this is why you can't see the curve," and then flat earthers are like, "Yes, we know." Like, there's not even an argument in the other person's head.
Yeah.
Like,
So you can't. The argument is you can't see the curve.
yeah.
No, but
I
what
get it.
yeah, but if you let me finish, I was
Sorry,
going into they are explaining why they can't provide evidence, which is for me very sus.
Yeah, we know there's a curve there, but we just can't show you the curve.
Well, they talk about the curve being pretty big because the Earth being too big to see the curve. Then when they're on an airplane, they're like, "Oh, there it is." That's weird.
Yeah, even though it's not there, and it's like an explanation in lieu of evidence doesn't work.
Well, it wouldn't be like a curve of the horizon. The horizon would be a straight line. Maybe you could see like the mountains in the distance. Like, I don't know.
What, curving?
Like, okay, have you ever been on the beach and you see like a dark band in the sky that like next time you're at the beach, right as the sun sets, and I think you need to be facing west. So there's a very limited. I've actually seen this myself. There's like a umbra of the Earth. You see like the Earth's. Apparently, for Globers, they say it's the Earth's shadow. It's a very visible streak. It's not like a gradient like you would see if it was just like disappearing away. But let me look
I
for
don't
if I
know.
can see a photo.
The only thing I've seen watching a sunset facing west is usually there's a cloud layer that sits there, like a haze layer. Yeah, is that what you're talking about? And then the sun starts to disappear before it gets to the horizon. Is that what you mean?
I think so, but it's like a band across the sky. Like it's not has to do with the clouds. Like the bands move.
Yeah, it's a moisture. It's a like a vapor layer, like moisture in the air. Yeah. So if you're looking horizontally, and you have light from the sun shining on that thing, on that layer. It's just a moisture layer because you're looking over the ocean. Yeah. There's always evaporation coming off the ocean, so it's thicker down the bottom, and then as it goes up, it gets a bit thinner. So you see this line. And it's not the horizon, yeah? Because it's not the
Yeah.
water line.
No.
It's
Yeah.
it's above it, yeah.
Well, I'm trying to find a photo of what I'm talking about. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Or are you
But
talking about the sunlight shining on the bottom of clouds?
no, I really don't know how to explain it. I'm looking for a photo of it right now. I saw it in a Vsauce video. I'm not sure if you watch Vsauce. He was talking about it, and there was like, I don't know. I'm trying to see what he
Vsauce.
called it. I'm sure as soon as I have the words, he calls it something, and as soon as I find the words, I can look it up. I forget what it's called. Sorry. But I am looking for it right now.
Should have come prepared, man. Hand wave dismissed.
Sorry. I mean, yeah, I wasn't actually looking for like serious debate. I was just kind of yapping.
It's not a debate, man.
Yeah. Well.
It's not a debate, but we still win, so it's okay.
Because nothing you can say will prove the globe without making a fallacy. Try it.
I think you can prove the Earth. And if you guys don't accept it, like I don't know. I've been in this.
No, well, I
circle a
just
few
gave
times.
you a challenge, though.
Okay. I still have not, and I hope I don't make people like roll their eyes. But the Coriolis effect, just an intuition. Just why? I don't need equations.
All
I
right,
don't
cue
need
the eyes
equations.
Where do you
Yeah,
witness the Coriolis effect? Where do you
just
witness
explain.
it in real life?
You see hurricanes going counterclockwise in the north and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Unless it's a plane, like it's a flat plane, then how would you explain in one section of the Earth all the hurricanes going clockwise, and the other section they'll go counterclockwise? You need to explain the phenomenon. I don't care about
Do
equations.
they still go that way when they cross the equator?
Yeah, I
but it wouldn't be
seriously
where they
think he
spawn.
traveled back from 2017. Like he just came back from then.
So if the Earth was not moving, you believe
Even if
that
it did cross, explain the phenomenon.
What phenomenon?
Why does it happen? Why do the majority of them spawn counterclockwise and the other half spawn counterclockwise? Even if after they cross the boundary where they spawned at, like they can go. I don't know. Even if you accept that, you still have to explain the overarching phenomenon of
I don't have
They
to
all.
explain anything. It's your claim. What
I cut someone
causes?
off. I'm sorry. I cut.
Yeah. Okay. What causes weather to do this?
Yeah.
And the implication that you're making is that if the Earth was not moving, somehow these hurricanes would not behave the way that they are behaving. That is a huge assumption. You're making a huge leap of faith. Because gas behavior, the way that gas behaves in real life is not it doesn't just like stay where it is. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't just like stay in one place.
No, well, the whole reason is that it's moving north or
Get
south.
this right. Get this right. What causes? Do you know what causes hurricanes, or we're just going to call them turning winds at the moment because not all of them develop into hurricanes. Yeah. So do you know what
trade
weather
winds?
phenomenon? No. It's got nothing to do with that.
Well, I was just giving other phenomena that's very oriented to one
So
side.
it's hot and cold air mixing, right? So when a high pressure meets a low pressure, they mix together and create a swirl. That's how you get winds, right? So if the path of the sun is following a certain line because it moves up between the tropics, summer, winter, then on either side of that sun, you'd have a high pressure on each side, yeah? Because high pressure normally means hotter weather. And then from the south and from the north, they mix with the hot weather, right? And then they create circular patterns that create hurricanes in a circular pattern with the hot mixing the cold in the same direction as the sun moves. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But you're asserting that it's because the Earth is moving that it creates these circular patterns in the weather.
Sure, I can't disprove that. That's the first explanation I've been given of it. I don't mean to keep asking.
No,
the
you're
same
all right,
question.
man.
I don't ask about the seasons anymore because I was given an explanation. Well, kind of. Like the reason why I keep going back to some of them, I won't ask about the Coriolis effect. If that's the explanation, then I guess there's no
But do you know what the Coriolis effect is, though?
Yes, it is the center of the Earth, or the equator. If you get a basketball and you spin it, the equator is moving much faster than the poles are. So the air in that area is moving much faster, which causes things like the orientation of storms. Things will curve weirdly if they're like bullets, artillery.
But I thought the air wasn't. I thought the air was attached to the movement of the Earth.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Yeah, the wind blows. Yes.
So what about when you put up a hot air balloon? What happens there?
Nothing.
Or a helicopter.
Nothing.
Does the wind?
Yeah, you're not moving sufficiently north or south enough. You need to be moving very far distances, north or south.
So only north or south.
Yes. If you spin a basketball, get or any kind of sphere, the poles
We're not talking
moving.
about that. Now we're talking about. You said the atmosphere is not moving with the Earth because we get these different weather patterns at the equator.
Well, it's
Yeah?
like a viscous.
But if you put up a hot air balloon and just let it sit there, and the air is not attached to the Earth, then the Earth would spin underneath the hot air balloon. Yeah.
No, you have to be moving north or south in order
Why?
to see the difference.
Explain that.
Okay, the air.
Whether you're moving north or south, even if you stay in the same position, it should be doing exactly the same thing.
Yes, the air still has. Okay, I see what you're saying. Everything is yes. But you're saying how come the Earth doesn't fly underneath the hot air balloon? And I'm saying it's because it's not moving north or south. If that hot air balloon were to move sufficiently far north or south, you would see.
Then it would start. Then the
Just
Earth would
declaring,
move
just
underneath.
repeating
That doesn't
it
make
again.
any.
It's like,
It doesn't make. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
Just
On a
explain
flat
why.
plane, but on
But you're saying that the Earth only spins under things if it's moving north or south.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't
Just
make any
sitting
sense.
still.
Okay.
It's not going to spin underneath it. It'll spin with the Earth. It'll go with the Earth if it's just hovering. But if it starts moving north or south, then it will deviate. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
That's weird,
Okay.
man.
So,
Yeah.
and I don't mean
Yeah,
to.
two helicopters. One helicopter standing still, one going north to south. Tell me, explain that shit to me. You have two helicopters, one standing fucking still, and one's going north to south. What's the Earth doing? Come on, let's go.
Yeah, it'd have to be moving for both of them.
If I go north or south and the air is
No,
not
you're
connected
just
to the
repeating
ground.
it
No,
again.
okay, let me finish, please.
Give
You
us a
give me 10 seconds. No.
demonstration.
Oh,
A
my God.
demonstration, dude.
I remember why I
Of
don't.
what you're
Please,
talking
you
about.
gotta give me 10 seconds. You gotta give me 10 seconds, my friend. I
No,
promise
because you're just repeating your claim again with no evidence. You got nothing to back it up.
You have a tennis ball? It's
Not on me,
geometry.
man.
It's simple geometry. It's very simple geometry.
That's not
Okay,
simple
go.
geometry.
Okay.
It's hard geometry, actually.
Okay.
Okay, so hey, wait,
Imagine
Scott,
one.
do you
Imagine a
agree?
sphere.
Do you agree with him? Do you agree with him, Scott?
He has not
I
described
made a
it
claim. I haven't even made a
sufficiently.
claim yet.
So do you,
Yeah.
Scott, do you agree? Do you agree that the Earth's atmosphere is not moving with the planet? Right, shut up for a second.
I'm not sure he said it wasn't.
And if you put, yes, he did. And if you
No,
put up a hot air balloon, and then that would move with the Earth's atmosphere. But if you move that hot air balloon north or south, then it would move underneath it. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
Thank you.
Because that's not what I said.
But I don't think that's what he said.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
Okay, go explain yourself then.
Okay, I need like 10 seconds on it uninterrupted.
You can have 20.
If you imagine a ball spinning, or okay, I'll get to the point. If I'm moving north on a sphere, the wind has less to go angularly. Like the wind in the further north you go, if you're imagining a sphere, it has less to go. Therefore, I have
Why
velocity.
are the winds stronger in the north, in the high north, and the low
They're
south?
not. They go in the same angular velocity. Like imagine a sphere spinning, right? The
So they're
equator has to go
spinning
much
at the
farther.
same
Yes.
speed. So they're spinning at the same speed.
Angularly. Like I said, take a sphere. The equator is moving much faster than near the poles. If I were to jump on the equator
You
and
just
not
said
move
they're
north or
moving
south,
at the same
yes,
speed.
please.
You said
If
the
I was
wind is
jumping,
moving at the same speed.
if I jump on the equator and I don't move north or south, I will land right back where I was. But if I jump okay.
But if you jump north or south, then it'll move underneath you. Come on, man. Think about that.
Because
And if I throw a ball inside of a car across to another person, the ball just like flies back, right? Like, do you not know what inertial reference frames are, or?
If you're in a car and you throw a ball straight up, it'll move with the car because it's already traveling at an angular velocity.
Okay.
But what if the car? Yes. But what if the car starts to turn? What if the car is making a left turn while I throw it up? Then it won't land right in my hands. It'll go
Yeah,
left or
because
right.
you've changed direction.
Yes, but say I'm going straight and I just go straight and I throw the ball up, it'll land right back in my hands. That is the
Okay,
Coriolis
what about a
effect.
long jumper? What about a long jumper at the equator jumping west?
Okay, it's very,
Yeah, but
it's
you're
very
not-
small. You'd have to go.
It'll go shorter distance.
Yeah, but the Earth is not going straight, so it is turning.
It is going
Always.
straight.
In multiple.
On the
No, it
equator.
isn't.
Not going straight.
No,
What's
it
what's
isn't.
acceleration, dude? What's velocity and what's acceleration?
You could have the same angular velocity and and no angular acceleration.
Wait, how do you know the Earth is going straight? I just wanna.
I feel like you guys don't know what I'm explaining because like you really I don't know.
How do you know the
I
Earth
don't
is
think
going
you
straight?
know what you're explaining.
I know what I'm explaining, but I can't make you understand how the Coriolis effect works, bro.
He asked you
I'm
to
sorry.
explain velocity and acceleration, and you still don't know what it is. I want you to say it.
Velocity is meters per second, and acceleration is meters.
No.
Then what is it? It's a unit of distance over time. That's velocity.
Okay,
Acceleration
that's
is unit
better.
of distance
Yeah,
per
velocity
second.
is the
That's
change.
better.
Meters
And
per
what's
second.
Acceleration
Yes.
is the change.
What's acceleration then?
Yeah.
Meters per second. It is how fast I'm changing every second. It's how fast my
what's-
velocity is
Changing
changing every
velocity.
Is it also so it's a change in speed or direction, correct?
It is a speed per time. How much speed I'm increasing or
So
decreasing.
it's a
per
change
time.
in velocity or direction, correct?
Sure.
And
So
No,
when the
it's
Earth
got to be
is
more than sure.
producing,
He's right. You're wrong. That's Timbo, right? Timbo's right.
yeah. So if you're on a sphere and you're constantly changing direction, then you're accelerating. Correct?
Yes, but that acceleration is getting counteracted. Okay, you're right. What direction is that acceleration? If I just jump straight up and straight down, the Earth is spinning, right? But all of that change is
Well, in your
straight
view,
back
you
down.
just left something that was moving, so you're going to keep moving with it.
Yeah, and that's fine.
I just jumped north and south, right, in my kitchen, and I didn't end up in the dining room.
You need like lasers to measure it on that distance. You need like and we have.
Lasers?
Yes, you need like something very precise to measure the Coriolis in such a small scale.
Where? When did you do this?
Me? I'm saying.
No.
He's
When
saying
did
he's making a
anyone
joke.
measure
He's making a joke.
Coriolis
He's
with
saying,
lasers?
"Oh, I jump." That's like saying, "Oh, you know."
Because it's retarded when you think about it, man. That's why he made a joke out of it.
You know, I didn't see the COVID virus, but I got sick or whatever, or something like that. Like, just because you can't see it or measurement doesn't
Hey,
mean
no
it's not
COVID.
there.
Who's
Sorry,
the flat
I didn't mean to say COVID. I didn't mean to say COVID or whatever. Like,
Who's the flat
Who's the
earther
flat
here?
earth? Me.
All right. So I've been out at sea for many years. I've seen the
Awesome.
curvature of the Earth. Right.
Which
Depending
way, left
on-
or right?
Doesn't matter. North, south, east,
Doesn't,
west.
yeah, it does in this
southeast, west,
conversation.
east. I'm
So do you
just
see
saying.
it left? Do you see it left to right?
Depends on
Or
where you're standing on the ship or a small vessel. It could be 5 to almost 15 miles. How do I
so
see the
if
map?
you see it,
of the ship?
if you see it left to right, then you turn around 180 degrees and you see it left to right.
No.
Where do those lines? Where do those lines intersect?
One.
Because now you got two humps.
There's no lines that I can see.
So it
I can
goes
see
around
what-
in a straight horizontal line. So no left to right curvature.
What if I see the mast of a ship before I see the ship, and then the ship is coming at us? So I see the mast, but I don't see the ship. But then
Okay,
all of a
cool.
sudden the ship pops up on the horizon. How's that?
So what distance is that at?
It depends. It could be 5 to 15 nautical miles. It depends on how high
So-
you are.
So you
or
would
whatever
agree that
depending on.
it changes due to atmospheric conditions?
No, it's just how high
So
up
it's
I am,
always
how much further I can
always
see
at
the
the same
curvature.
distance. So it's always at the same distance happens?
No, it's not, because if you're standing up higher, you can see further.
Okay, so
Further on
one
curvature.
day I'm going to stand up at 1 meter above sea level. I'm going to see a ship seem to disappear from the bottom up at 10 miles. The next day I'm going to stand in the same spot and I'm going to see it start disappearing at 5 miles.
No,
and then the next day
it'll
I'm
be the same. Depending on
No,
It's
it'll
gonna be the
move
same
because
all
of
the time, is it?
No, it'll move
Depending
because
on
of
where you're at.
Coriolis. It'll
Hey,
move
Scott.
because of Coriolis.
Scott, do you agree with this guy too?
I mean, I've traveled to Australia.
Scott,
been
do you
down
agree
under.
with this guy that the horizon's always in the same position?
We know it's not.
Thank you.
Good
what?
refraction.
The what? Say
You
one more
guys are
time.
not
changes
doing
due to
too well here
refraction.
today. You've got a Glober
It's
disagreeing
not in
with
the
both of
same
you.
Position, is that what you said?
It changes due to refraction.
But it's not
Atmospheric
flat.
conditions.
The
And
argument
the
is
ship
the Earth is not flat.
Coriolis. What are you talking about?
I know.
It doesn't have to be
I
flat
agree it's
for there
not
to be
flat.
refraction.
What?
There's
I
always
thought it's
refraction.
flat
Even
Earth, Chet.
if you're on a flat plane, right? There is going to
Right.
be refraction. Yeah.
But it would make opposite sense on a flat plane than it would on a globe. Like it would
Why?
have to be because you would need like negative indexes of refraction to like see what we see in everyday life.
So one day, I'll say it again. So one day you see 10 miles, no curvature. Next day you see 5 miles and it looks
No,
like a boat's going
It
over the horizon.
depends on what
Which
vessel
one's
I was on.
which
If I was
one's
on a
correct?
small boat,
Oh
it
well,
would
that's
be
because of
less.
Coriolis, man. It's changing because of Coriolis. The
If I was
horizon's
on a
moving.
taller ship, standing up higher, I could see further.
So what you're saying is when you change your angular view, you see further.
Yeah, if I'm up higher, I
Yeah.
can see further.
So
Yeah,
what would be difference on a flat surface?
but I still see just the mast first before I see the ship come over the horizon.
I'll
And
ask
no
you
matter
again, man.
which one I'm on,
If you're on a
how
flat
comes
surface,
I can only see the mast, and then all of a
you're on a
sudden I can
flat
see the whole ship? because it's coming
if
over
you're
a
on
curve.
if you're on a flat surface, right, and you're 1 meter above sea level, and you can only, let's say you can only see 5 miles, right?
Yeah, we'll go with 5.
And then you
yeah.
go up, 10 meters. You can see further, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's
All
different?
right. So let's take a pool ball. Do you guys have pool in Australia? You know what pool is?
Yeah,
The thing
man.
you
We're
swim
not.
in. You know, it's like a table with balls and stuff, and you shoot them in the buckets.
Yes, we do have education.
They're round, right?
We do have an education system here, and we do
Yeah,
have
So
they
games
all fall off.
if you hold
Right
that
now.
cue ball out in front of you, right, and like right at eye level, you look around the room, you spot something, but not the whole thing, just the top of it. And if you move the ball down a little bit, you can see a little bit more of it. Same concept. You can only see but so far.
That's the same concept of
because
being
the
on a
Earth
ship.
is curved, right? So the
Is that the-
higher up you are on the ship, the further you can see. But I can still
so
only see
would you
the
agree
mast.
that if you were on a sphere, then there would only be a limited distance, no matter what height you would be at, to what you can see?
Yeah, you have to be like really high if you can see really far. But it also depends on what the weather is. If it's
Yeah, it's
foggy,
like a couple
shit like
hundred
that.
miles is like the limit.
No, it's not a couple hundred miles. It's
Yeah, if you're on a flat plane, it's going to be a
on
couple hundred.
a flat plane. No, it's not a couple hundred miles. I
What is
promise
it then? You tell us. You
I
tell us
promise
what
you.
this flat plane does. Then you tell
Give me
us
a
from
minute. Give me a minute.
experience.
Well, I am
right,
experienced,
how
but
far
I
you
have been
can
out at sea
see.
for a while. Give me
You
a
tell
minute.
us how far you can see on this flat plane from experience.
Well, I told you, like from sea level, like regular sea level, 5 nautical miles. I think you can see up to 15 nautical miles, but you got to be pretty high up. Like you
When
got
you
to be
go
like
on
on an aircraft
Okay, well
carrier,
we've got a
way up there. Like you got to really, really be able to look.
Wait until
But
this guy figures out about refraction.
I don't really fucking know. I don't know. I've seen it, the curvature myself. So I mean,
which way, left to right?
anyway, any direction, 360
All right,
degrees, man.
let me explain something. All right. You're looking forward. You see left to right curvature. So the two sides in your view, left and right, are on an angle down. Yeah.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now turn 90 degrees, and then you see
Okay.
it again. Both corners are angling down. Then turn another 90 degrees. Both angles are cornering down. Turn another 90. Then both angles are cornering down. Now you've done a 360-degree loop, and you've got 4 hills.
No, you don't. Because you're missing the other in between the 90. Because you go anywhere in between any of those 90-degree angles, it's the same fucking thing.
Okay, so where do these lines intersect then? Where does your downward curve, where does it intersect with the rest of the Earth? Because you're going to turn around 180 degrees and the horizon's still going to be at your eye level, yeah? Because you're on a boat. So you haven't seen left to right curvature because the lines don't intersect. Or the lines intersect in valleys.
That makes no
So
fucking sense. That's stupid.
That makes
That's the stupidest shit I've
100%
heard.
sense. Is it? Think about it, man. Draw yourself a picture, all right? We'll go back
No,
to
you draw
We'll
me
go
that
back
picture.
to.
Because I've seen it. So you can.
Well, I can already picture it. So if you're looking directly in front of you, you draw left to right curvature, which is a hump. Yeah,
what part of Australia are you in?
Melbourne.
Melbourne, that's east, right? That's
Timbo, he lives on a cylinder. He lives on a cylinder, my guy.
Are you like
Yeah, I
in the
know.
city, or are you like out in the fucking this? What is we call it in America? The sticks, the country.
No, I'm in the city, but I've lived all over the coast. So I used to live down the coast. I'm a surfer, so
Oh, hell yeah.
I spend a lot of time out on the water.
Yeah, be careful with them sharks, bro. They're fucking crazy.
Yeah, there's not that many down south here though. So.
Yeah, okay. Keep telling yourself that. Hey, but if you go like when you go in the city, you ever go to restaurants like up in a tall building?
Yeah, man. Yep.
You see a little bit further?
Of course you do, because you're increasing your angle of view.
Right. But how far can you see?
As far as the weather lets you.
Yeah, right. Same in the ocean. But on a perfectly clear day, How far can
Yeah,
you
the
see?
city's next. The city's next to the water.
Yeah, but you can see the land too.
Yeah, and behind you. Yeah,
So why can't you see Perth?
because it's really fucking far away.
But if the Earth was flat, shouldn't you be able to see it?
Didn't you just tell me before that based on atmospheric conditions that you can only see a certain distance?
Right, but you should at least be able to see halfway if it was perfect conditions, right?
Halfway. Do you know how far away Perth is from Melbourne?
I do. It's pretty fucking far.
Probably further than LA to New York.
Right. But
Yeah.
if you were to get out of that tower in the same exact conditions on a perfect day and get back on land, you can't see as far.
Of course you can't. How small do you think?
Bro just said he can
Think.
see like 2,000 kilometers. What?
So you can agree that as you move away from things, they decrease in angular size, right?
Yeah, you can't see as far because you're literally standing on a cue ball.
No, no.
The further up you
Look,
come on the cue ball, the further you can see.
all right. Can you see a brick from 2 miles away?
Fuck no, that shit's tiny.
There you go, man. So as things move
You
away, they
motherfucker.
decrease in angular size.
Fucking trolling. All right. Well, all right. How about outer
What am-
space? What's your outer
not
space
trolling.
argument?
What about outer space?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
How do our satellites like go around the globe constantly?
Show me a picture of a satellite in space.
You want me to? I'm just gonna Google that shit, bro. Like, come on, don't be stupid.
Go for it. Let's see it.
Go for it, man.
Yeah, they don't believe in satellites.
Have you ever looked at NASA, their YouTube site?
They don't believe in
Yeah,
NASA either.
I've seen them hanging around on circus ropes and using blue screens and green screens. Yeah, I've seen NASA, man.
No, but like their YouTube, it's like live. You can just
What ab-
watch.
How
Oh,
you know
I'm
it's
pulling up
live?
YouTube right
what
now.
about Starlink?
NASA.
Oh, you mean the ISS? Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
what
know
do
how
you-
high the ISS is?
No,
Like
I actually
400
don't.
kilometers.
230
I know
kilometers.
you can see
230
it.
miles. Sorry.
I know you can see it from Earth sometimes if you're lucky.
What
depending on where
percentage
you
of
live.
the Earth can you see from the ISS?
Not all of it. That's for sure.
2.5%.
2.5? Get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here. Get
Probably
the fuck
about
out.
right.
Of No.
That's about right.
No.
Yeah, it's only like 400 kilometers up. That's not that high.
No. You can see more than
Yeah.
that. No,
No,
there's
you
no
can't.
way.
Yeah,
Earth's
way.
big, dude. Earth's big.
Earth is big.
Yeah.
400
Got me
kilometers, not
fucking
very big. How about Starlink satellites? Like, those things are pretty cool, aren't they?
I've seen some lights, yeah.
Wait,
Why-
and how are these lights are like going pretty fast, like 7 kilometers per second, right? Like if you
Well,
do
you
the
only
math.
you only know how fast they are if you know how far away they are, and you know the size of the Earth. That was what.
Oh well, yeah. I
that's
mean,
what
you can do
need.
trigonometry to figure that out.
All right, how'd you get the size of the Earth?
I just assumed a value, right?
I just
And
used
it
a
pretty much
ship and
works.
sailed around it.
It pretty much works for like any
You measured
prediction I can.
distance over water.
Huh?
Why do you
Nautical
have to
miles.
assume? Wait. Why do you have to assume anything? Why can't you just measure it?
Because I don't have a 6,378 kilometer ruler, unfortunately.
Okay. So no one is there. How did they do it? Just tell me how they did it then.
How do you weigh yourself? If you
Yeah,
don't
I'm trying to figure out how the
They
Earth
never
is
do.
flat. There's a lot of questions coming
with a
our way.
scale, like an
What the fuck
electric
is this
scale, because
bullshit?
like you know how that works, right? How do you measure volume? How do you
They
measure weight of
never
objects?
measured the size of the Earth. There is no evidence for the size of the Earth. But
Well, there's
just
no
too afraid to admit
there's
it.
no
You're
evidence
just
for
too
your
afraid
weight
to
either.
admit. You're just too afraid to admit there is no evidence for the size.
No,
of the
there's
Earth.
no
There's no
evidence for
evidence for
weight
the size
either.
of the Earth. I don't
There's
care
no
how many
evidence.
times I have to say it. There is no
Weight
evidence for the
comes.
size of the Earth. You're just believing a story.
I mean, there's no evidence of the size of my dick.
Show
No
me.
one's ever measured it.
Show
That's
me the
never
evidence
happened.
Because
for the
no one.
size of
That's
I
the Earth.
haven't
no one
even
can
measured
see
it.
it.
If
Because
you
no
let
one
me
can see
speak,
Yeah,
if you let me
well,
speak,
either
I can
way,
answer all of your
Hey
questions.
guys,
there's no evidence.
if we were to show you something, would you be interested in listening? You reckon
Hell
you could?
yeah.
Yes, I
Would
would.
you be able to calm your TikTok brains down for about 5-10 minutes?
One, I'm not a TikToker. I'm almost 40 years old.
And two,
Oh,
yes,
sound like it because you're
absolutely.
sarcastic as fuck. So maybe if you're
'Cause I'm having
if you're
fun,
40
mate.
years old, maybe you can grow up and have a decent conversation. What do you think?
I can, but the Earth's not flat. But I definitely want to hear it.
Okay,
I
well
wanna see it.
all right. I'm going to post something in the chat, and we're going to go.
You're a fucking asshole.
I know. Everyone says that.
Asshole. I know, but I'm not though, bro. Come on, give me a little more credit than that. Come on.
All right, here we
What are we
go. I'm
looking
going to
at?
post this Google Drive in the chat. All right.
Which okay, see, this is where my old part comes in. What am I looking at? It's not directly sent to me.
No, it's in our chat. So go down to the bubble.
Go down, scroll down in the Discord.
Yeah, right to the bottom in our chat.
Are you on a phone or on a computer?
I'm on computer. Our chat?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's,
if
it's
you
right
click-
next. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you click on your screen, then there's a bubble on the a talk bubble. That'll be our side chat.
If you put the mouse over where it says 24/7, a bubble will show up there, like text chat thing. Click on that,
Are you talking?
and a text chat will show up on the right. You see where it says 24/7 on your Discord, right? On the left panel.
On the left panel, like where
Yeah,
all the chat rooms are?
Yeah, exactly. Put your mouse over the 24/7
Oh.
text, and you see looks like a text bubble show up right next to 24/7.
Yeah.
Click on that.
Yeah. All right.
And then Timbo
Fucking-
Kangaroo Guy.
Sorry, man. All the twatter and the Instagrammies and the what was the other thing you said I watched? Oh, Tiki Takis. Yeah, I don't know how to do this shit.
Yeah. Cool. Have you clicked on the Google Drive there? It says FE Core.
Somebody's telling me to keep it PG. What the fuck did I say? Oh, I just said fuck. What am I looking for?
Yep. So Timbo, that kangaroo guy, that's me. I posted a PDF, which is says FE Core.
I got some LGBTQ woman man thing telling me to keep it PG. So
Cool. Just concentrate.
who keeps telling me not to say fuck?
Stop saying
sure you're in the
fuck,
right chat?
Stop it. Do I click on your name?
No, just click on the link.
I don't see the fucking link.
I think he's
Stop
in the
telling
wrong
me to-
chat.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
You need to go back to the
It's
where it
open.
says all
It's
the
flat
rooms.
Earth. It's flat Earth, dude.
Okay.
24/7 flat Earth. Got it.
Yep. So go into the home screen where all the people are,
Well, I mean, yeah. All right.
and then click. Are you on a phone or PC?
Fuck no, I'm on PC. I said that.
Oh, okay. Someone else will have to guide him there because I'm on phone.
Yeah, the Earth is flat and stuff, so it's hard when you're on phone.
So
I'm at-
you believe it's flat then?
You
we
wish.
win. We win.
Okay,
boys.
all right. No.
Yeah.
I found the link. Timbo
It's over.
sent the link.
Yeah, that one. FE Core.
Timbo, I have a question.
The fuck is this? Sent me
Go
some
into it and
fucking-
go to page 104.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, bro.
I'm reading this, and I already see multiple errors already.
All right, cool. Go to page 104.
All right, I'm on 104. Yep, got it.
I'll go to 104 right now. Yep.
Yep. Height of laser. See that?
The
2.97.
Yep.
Yeah. Right, distance 40 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? You said
Hidden
104.
height should be 129 meters. Laser detected.
I
1.5
got 90,
meters.
90 meters. Target hidden height. Just 297 feet.
Does this account for laser divergence and refraction
Yes,
coefficient?
there's a yep. That's all in there. Refraction correction is there. Expected target height.
Yeah, I see all that. Yep, bunch
Yep.
of numbers and shit, and it shows
Yeah,
how
and the
the Earth is
collimator on the
curved.
laser.
They
Yeah.
did not use a. They did not use the refraction coefficient. They used the refraction index, which is
You're
incorrect if you're assuming like the globe. If you're actually trying to debunk a globe, which
Okay,
like,
does that account for 90 meters of missing curvature?
sure does, yeah.
How do you
Okay,
know?
can you show
How would
can you
know?
show me that?
All right, yeah. What was the height of the laser again? Sorry.
Then how would you know if it accounted for it if you don't even know
Oh,
you don't even know the height?
Because you can see it on Earth. Because you can see it, therefore, it's on a globe. Because
No,
I know
you
100%
just
we're
made
on a
shit
globe,
up.
right?
You just said that it
Yeah.
does account for
See?
90. You said it
No,
accounts for 90, and you don't know the
I
height.
know it will.
You just said
I know
it
it
does
will.
account
Oh,
for it,
hold on,
but you don't know the
Here we
height.
go.
Let the man
So you
talk.
lied. You
Hold
lied.
on,
This is
let
the
him talk.
circular. This is
Let
the
him
Oh my
talk.
God!
circular
Stop
reasoning.
freaking
Yeah.
out, bro.
Right, this is
You
the
lied
circular
to us.
reasoning you're going to go through. You're gonna say, I can see the laser, therefore the Earth is curved, and I'm going to explain the laser curving over the water. That's what you're going to say, yeah?
It is what I'm gonna say. The Earth
Because
is
you
a
know
globe.
the Earth.
Therefore, the
Yeah,
Earth
but
is a globe. Yep.
okay, so show us that you know that the Earth is a globe. Then
Because I seen it.
No, I actually haven't seen that the Earth is a globe.
Have you
I
ever
can't.
how
left
do you know?
Australia?
How do you know? Yeah, man, I was born elsewhere, so
Where?
stupid questions. It doesn't matter. I was born in
England?
Canada. If you really want to know.
No, you don't sound like you're born in Canada,
Of course not. I've been here for 30 years.
Okay, have you ever left the country?
Of course I have.
Where'd you go?
I've been to Bali. I've been to Colombia.
Bali's fucking
Lots
sick.
of places, man.
How'd you get to Bali? You fly?
Yes.
How was that?
What do you mean? How was that?
Like, was it cool? Could you see really far and stuff? Because you're up high? No? You can see past the point of
Yeah. So can we go back
tangency?
to what? Can we go back to what I was talking about? Because
What about
this is going nowhere.
the point of tangency?
Where's the tangent point?
I don't fucking know. You got me looking at this shit. It's like one point where it hits it, but then it curves again. And then
That's
you
giving
hit
you
an
a
area.
diagram. Where's the curve? Sorry.
It's
Where's the curve?
curves the whole Earth. That's where it is. That's where the
See,
curve is.
what I asked you guys, I said, okay, what I said was, I'm going to show you something, yeah, if you're willing to give me 10 minutes. Now, I know that you're not listening, and I'm wasting 10 minutes.
Well, I don't have a college education, so if you want to pull
You don't
some crazy
need a
math
college education to look at something.
I'm looking at it. I'm literally staring at it. I've been staring
So
at
what
it.
you're saying is you don't have a college education, so therefore you're dumb? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, we don't need to talk then, because you think you're dumb. So therefore, I can't convince you that you're not dumb.
I have common sense, though. That I do
What
have.
is common sense? What's common
That
sense?
it's called the Earth is round.
That's not common sense because it's not your senses. Nothing in your senses tell you that
No,
the
but
Earth is
I've
round.
flown around it and I've sailed the seas like multiple times.
I think you're full of shit
traveled
because
a
you think
lot.
the horizon is always in the same position. Which, if you were at sea for that long, you would know that the horizon is not always in the same position.
Because the Earth is turning. However, I can only
Oh my God.
see but so far.
I'm gonna mute. I can't be fucked with these kids.
Yeah.
I'm not a kid.
Well, you act like one. So
I think he's.
I get better conversations from my 14-year-old son.
Really?
And he actually listens and thinks more logically than you do.
Does
And
he
you say
think
you're
that-
40 years old.
Does he think the Earth is flat?
He doesn't know. And I don't push it on him.
That's fucked up.
Not yet, at least.
Question him.
Why would we push it? It doesn't make any sense.
How to start him young.
Why?
Yeah.
I mean, you
Why?
honestly think the Earth is flat?
You don't need
Honestly.
to push it. You don't need to push it. You just go outside. What the fuck, bro? Just go outside.
I've been
Oh,
outside.
the water's flat. The earth is flat, guys.
Travel most of the
Where?
world. So
Where?
that's why
Okay.
I don't understand.
And you've
So where
never
do you
seen
see
a
it?
curve, dude.
I know. I know. I haven't.
I could
Yeah,
act like a
exactly.
kid right now, but I'm gonna.
You've been acting like a kid the whole time, so
Well, I mean, your
doesn't
mom's
really
got
matter.
some curves, but you know.
Yeah, I know.
So does the Earth. You know,
That's
it's
why my
kinda like
dad
a
likes
giant
her.
boob. You know, but I don't understand.
At least
Your
my
argument
parents
is
are
just
still
a bunch
together.
of big bullshit words that don't make any fucking sense.
At least
How's
my
the
parents
Earth
are still
flat?
together, man.
You're
I
right.
can tell you from
You got me
a
there.
child.
You got me there. My parents divorced
How
when I
is
was
it
younger.
flat?
That sucked.
I can tell, man. I can tell.
Where do you? Where? So where? You said you saw the curve at sea.
Yeah, I
Is
was
that-
stationed in Japan for 11 years. I've been to Australia.
If that was true, then
Been
if
to
you
Bali.
okay, hold on.
Singapore.
If that was true, and you saw it at sea level, right?
I've seen it air level too.
Then if you went, then if I went on an airplane, it should be
Oh, you can see pretty
super
far on an
obvious.
airplane.
No,
Yeah, you
listen,
can see
listen.
pretty fucking
It
far.
should be extremely obvious. If you can see it at sea level and you go up 30,000 feet, it should be even more like so obvious. Like I shouldn't even have to like try to discern what I'm seeing. It should be extremely obvious.
Have you been in an
But you don't see it at that height.
Have you been in
And
an
it wouldn't
airplane?
even make sense. Yes, it wouldn't make sense
How
anyway.
far could you see?
What do you?
Bro,
How
you
far?
have not seen curvature. You're high.
Not at
Yeah, I mean
30,000
you can only see but so far. Like, and don't go with that stupid brick thing, 'cause it's dumb. Because I can be pretty high up and I can see
It
cars
makes
and
sense
stuff.
though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just you being a flat earther. It's okay.
Okay.
You have not seen
everything.
curvature.
Everything a flat earther says is wrong. Is that the case?
I didn't say that, but I'm saying the Earth is not
You
flat.
pretty
It's
much did
definitely
because you said just
definitely.
you being a flat earther. So
Well,
everything a
not
flat earther says
everything
is wrong.
you say is wrong. If you are a flat earther, the one thing you do say is wrong is that the Earth is flat. That is
Wait, so
incorrect.
how have you seen? I'm interested. How have you seen curvature? Have you seen it like the horizon dip down, like from left to
Yes,
right, or
I explained
you
that.
have? That's incredible. Really.
Okay, so take a piece of paper.
He's
right?
not saying that.
Take a piece
You
of
just
paper.
said that.
I know a paper is not flat.
Oh my.
You can cut a like circle, make it
You can
circular,
see like 3/100 of a
right?
degree. That's incredible. You should be a machinist.
And then when you take the paper, stick your finger behind the paper and slowly point the finger up, and you'll just see your fingernail come up. And then all of a sudden, you'll see the rest of your finger come up. And you'll see more of it come up. That's what I
Is
saw
it
with
Is
ships.
it a
I saw the
cylinder?
mast. I saw the mast before I saw the ship. So I only saw like the very top, the mast. You know what a ship mast is?
Yeah, it's called perspective, my bro.
Guys, I do not claim him.
What is perspective?
You ever looked down a long hallway before?
Yeah, your mom's vagina.
Yeah, that's how it is, eh?
I wasn't acting like a kid earlier, but you called me out, so I gotta kinda, pull
You
it.
said that like 4 times
No,
now.
you don't.
You're out of here.
Oh. No fun.
See you boats.
All right, man. Have
It's time to sail away.
Catch you on the flat side.
Nah, Coriolis will sweep him up, throw him away.
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to get back to. Actually, that one guy who was talking about Coriolis, but he talked about a hurricane. Are you still there? The guy who brought up the hurricane. Okay, never mind. He's gone.
He might be. I don't remember who it was.
Because
I think
the
he left.
implication. Okay. So the reason I'm bringing it up is the implication is that if the Earth was not moving, then that means the hurricanes would not behave in that way, right? But I don't know if he actually thought about.
How does it mean that, dude?
What? Say again?
How does it mean that the Earth is moving if the tornadoes are moving?
Oh no, it was. I don't believe the Earth is moving. It was someone else. It wasn't me. Yeah, I don't believe it's moving. Because he was trying to that was his implication. But I don't think he ever actually. I wonder if he ever actually thought about like wind. Wind can still happen. You can still have wind on a stationary object, right? Because gas doesn't just stay still, right? It doesn't. It wouldn't make sense.
Gas doesn't stay still. What?
Okay, let me ask you this: even if the Earth was not moving, you would still have wind. Wind would still happen.
Yes.
All right. I have a question for you. So if temperature is the average kinetic energy of molecules, then why is wind cold if it's blowing on me?
I have no idea.
That's what I thought.
Evaporation.
Yeah.
No,
Have you ever,
no,
you ever
Scott,
see when they say?
Oh,
You ever see when they
sorry.
say? You ever see when they say wind chill factor?
No,
It's not the actual
ruined it.
temperature; it's the actual chill on you, what you feel.
But the
Yeah.
molecules are moving. That means that they should be hotter, right?
Why?
Because that's what temperature is. It's the average kinetic energy of gas or of
So
molecules, not just
wind.
gas.
So wind is now temperature, is it?
I mean, yeah, the gas molecules are moving. They should be going faster. That means they're higher temperature, right?
No.
Why not? Are you saying that temperature is not the average kinetic energy of molecules?
So in the south where it's really cold, it's really windy because it's hot.
This is
Well,
just
that's my question for you, friend.
No, that's your question. So you should be able to answer it.
I mean, I hear you touting like the second law of thermodynamics all the time. I mean, I figured you would know what temperature is.
I never mentioned that, but I know what temperature is.
What is it?
Temperature.
What? See, look, using your like, this is such an easy thing, and oh my.
So you get wind.
Temperature is
Right?
temperature.
What's
That's what
you
we
got
landed
wind.
on.
You got a high and a low pressure, and then they mix together and they create wind. Yeah.
Yeah, but why isn't it hot?
So where's the
It's
heat
moving.
in that?
Temperature is the average kinetic energy.
It doesn't
of
matter
molecules.
why. It doesn't matter why.
It doesn't matter why.
No, is it?
But well, what do you mean? Is it?
Well, your explanation falls on deaf ears when you say it should be hot, but we know it's not. So your explanation
But
is
it's a law, right? It's a law of temperature. This is
What's
observed
law?
everywhere.
You can have a temperature differential of 0 degrees Celsius versus, like 5 degrees or 10 degrees Celsius, which is still cold, which is going to produce wind.
I don't know what he was arguing. What are you arguing for?
I'm not really arguing for anything. It was just the fact that I can actually make an argument about something this stupid, and like they can't
And
even
that's going to
answer
feel
it either.
cold to you, right? 10 degrees is going to feel cold to you, right? And 0 degrees Celsius is going to feel cold to you, right?
Yeah.
Right? But there's still a temperature differential enough to cause a breeze or a wind,
Is this
right?
a red herring?
I think Scott gets it. I think he's chuckling in the corner.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
All right.
How is it related?
You know what he's saying, but do you agree with him?
Yeah, I do.
Is it related?
It's the definition of
you
temperature.
agree. Wait a minute. So you agree that if there's wind, it's hot?
No.
Because
He
that
doesn't
would be
either.
retarded.
Oh.
Yeah, this seems like a diversion. I don't know why.
Imagine thinking that such a simple question is a diversion. This is crazy.
I don't see because the reason I was talking about wind initially was because of the guy. He brought up the hurricanes, right? And then I said, if the Earth was not moving, you would still have wind. And then you asked the question, but I don't see why You're talking about temperature. I don't get it. Like, you would still have wind regardless of temperature. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's not entirely true. I mean, that's caused by differences in temperature, right?
Okay, so you wouldn't have wind based on the temperature.
Wind and temperature are very highly correlated. Yeah.
Okay. So if the Earth was not moving, would you still have wind?
We would not observe the same patterns. It would be absurd. Like none of the weather patterns would make sense if the Earth was flat and not and unstationary.
How the fuck do you know, dude? What the fuck, man?
Wait, why would it be different?
Because the Earth wouldn't be moving, so there'd be no Coriolis. So, like, storm cells and storm patterns would move like in bizarre ways. They wouldn't be predictable.
The atmosphere so in Coriolis, the atmosphere moves with the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So it's identical. So it would be identical, actually. Because
yeah, but like
the atmosphere. Go ahead.
But they're moving in different directions, right? And they're moving at different speeds.
What is?
Depending on where you are, like different latitudes and stuff.
What's moving in different directions?
The air.
Okay, so the atmosphere is not moving in the same direction as the Earth's spinning.
I mean, the storm cells are moving in different. It's not. They're moving in the same.
Question. It's a yes or no question.
Yes, they are. They're
so
they're at the same speed, but the patterns in which they move are not like. How do I explain? Maybe I can just get a diagram. Hold on.
So, okay, let me make it simple. The wind, true or false? The wind is moving in the same direction as the spin of the Earth. True or false?
No, that's not true.
Okay, so the atmosphere does not travel with the spin of the Earth.
You said the wind, not the atmosphere. They're different.
Yeah.
Okay, so the wind is not the atmosphere.
It's part of it, but it's not all of it.
The average,
wow. Okay.
The average, like the average sum of all the gas molecules is going to be moving with the Earth. Yeah. Wind is like erratic behavior.
All of the gas is going in all directions.
Yeah, that's how that works. Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense because you believe that you believe that the atmosphere, which is gas, is moving with the Earth, but that doesn't happen in reality because gas moves in all directions.
Wait, what?
Gas moves in all directions.
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe that the atmosphere, which is gas, is moving with the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, the average like sum of all the molecules. Yeah.
So it doesn't actually. It's a law of identity. It either travels with it or not. Law of identity.
No, that's not what average sum means. That like just you can have some that move. It's because it's a gas,
it's
not everything.
Yeah, all directions. So not all of it moves with the Earth.
Yeah, but the average of all of them are going to be moving with the Earth more than the average, like the vast majority.
So there would be deviation in that case because the gas moves in all directions. The average direction. So you think that the average direction is of the gas is east to west or west to east?
Well, the average direction of the gas is going to be down, and then like
that's
east to west. Yeah.
The spin.
No, I'm just saying. What?
It's not. Why are you? Wait, hold on. Okay, the reason I'm asking about when you say the word down instead of west to east, that also is another problem. because now you're saying actually it's not going with the spin, because with the spin is either east to west or west to east. It has to be one or the other.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of like different parts to it. It's pretty hard to understand. I don't know how many times I'm going to say this, but like it's the average sum of them all, right? Like I know you've been like scrubbed into your head that gas must expand into all directions no matter what, infinitely, no matter what. But this is not how that works. You have external forces acting on gases on Earth.
And you believe that the gas average so not all of the gas is moving with the spin. So there would be a deviation in that case. So you'll be able to notice a visible deviation in that case. So it would be actually, so how should I say this? If it's not going in the same direction, then their atmosphere is not in lockstep with the Earth. It's not in lockstep.
Well, I mean, it is the propensity of gas to not all of the gas. This is why I say the average sum. Like, you're going to have erraticness, but the average sum of everything is going to be a certain way. But because of it being a gas, you're going to have deviations and such, but it's not going to be very large.
So it's not true that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. That's not true.
Is that what you got out of what I just said?
You conceded, actually. You conceded that not all of the atmosphere, yes, you did. Not all of the atmosphere moves with the Earth. So
Yeah,
yes, I am correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
May I try just one example for him?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, maybe you
Yeah,
can.
let's say we're at the equator and the Earth is rotating, or the velocity of the Earth at the tangential velocity is 1,000 miles per hour. If you have part of a cell in that atmosphere going 1,005 miles per hour, you have 5 mile an hour per wind, 5 mile an hour eastward wind. If that cell is going 995 miles an hour, you have a 5 mile an hour westward wind. But it's still going 995 miles an hour at the equator. Understand, right? It's just 5 miles an hour less than the Earth.
Okay, and what direction is it traveling? You said east?
Eastward. It's going, it's going predominantly in the same direction of the Earth. Sometimes it's going slightly faster, and sometimes going slightly slower. And these are only cells, right? It's only parts, and that's when you have wind. On a calm day, the atmosphere is moving exactly with the Earth, wherever you are. When it's a windy day, even on a tornado, it's only going 200 miles an hour or less. A hurricane at 105 miles an hour, you might have the wind going at 100 miles an hour faster than the speed of the Earth, or 100 miles an hour slower than the speed of the Earth, but it's still going pretty much with the speed of the Earth.
That's why I use the phrase average sum, right?
Yeah, but averages are confusing to some people.
How would you even hold on. Let me ask you this, okay? Let's say instead of just believing that the gas is moving with the Earth, instead of just believing that, has anyone actually measured physically the direction of every single gas on the Earth physically?
If you could do that, then you could model weather patterns perfectly. So no, you would need a ridiculously large computational power to do that. Like if you did, you would be able to model weather years in advance.
Yeah. So they're just kind of eyeballing it.
Yeah, that is kind of how weather works. Yeah, it's changes in pressure and temperature and a lot of averages.
So they don't actually know if it's moving with the Earth. They just
yeah, meteorology is kind of cringe. Yeah.
I don't know why they claim it then. Why can't they just admit they don't know?
Why can't they just calculate the position of every molecule in the Earth's atmosphere? I know that's.
But they claim no. The issue is not that they don't know. It's the fact that they claim something that they don't know. That's the issue, because they don't actually.
There's a lot of misconception. You don't have to have a direct measurement for literally everything. Like, do you know how electric scales work? I've already explained this in the chat before.
You don't have to have a direct measurement for everything. What do you mean?
All right, so if I put you on an electric scale, will you take the weight on the electric scale at the same value as like a balance scale, right?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I've never actually seen. Are you talking about like a normal scale where I step on it and I see how many pounds? I look down at my feet and I see the pounds. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yep. So that scale is not measuring your weight at all, really. It's measuring the resistance in an electrical circuit inside of the scale, by how much force is applied down. And using 9.8 meters per second, and the resistance inside the circuit is going to calculate how much you weigh. So it's an indirect measurement. You're not physically measuring how much you weigh. The same thing like how radar works. You're not measuring distance, you're measuring time to measure distance. The return rate of a radar wave off of a target. You don't have to measure everything directly, which is why I said I don't have to go down to the center of the Earth to know or even assume that the Earth is 6,378 kilometers, right? They're indirect measurements. We use them in day-to-day life all the time.
Damn, son. And your response yet?
What's the what are you getting at? I don't see what you're getting at.
You didn't listen to him?
I did. He talked about electrical weight scales rather, but I don't see his point.
He's saying you can imply certain things without necessarily measuring it directly.
So you're inferring something. You're assuming.
Yeah,
Oh
just like how when I put you on that scale and it got an extremely accurate measurement just by measuring electrical resistance, it worked. You know, I didn't have to actually measure you with a balance scale. I didn't have to do a direct measurement. The same way when I flying in a fighter jet and I ping a radar off somebody, it comes back at me. I don't have to measure the distance between me and the target with a ruler. It's indirect measurement.
How would you validate an indirect measurement? How would you validate
it?
Like
you
if
can
I
go out
wanted
there
to,
with a scale, I guess, and measure the distance between you and the other fighter jet with a 100-kilometer long, stick, I guess. But I don't know how well that's going to perform in reality.
is it falsifiable using let's say empirical methods, right? That's ultimately the question. Can you falsify it?
Considering the fact it's going to give you the same answer as it would with a direct measurement, it's not falsifiable because there's no reason for it to be false to begin with.
So it's unfalsifiable evidence. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, electric scales work, radar works, pitot tubes work. Even, for example, volume. You can measure how much volume something is by measuring the height. Have you ever used a cooking pitcher where it has the little marks on it? You're not measuring volume, you're measuring height. Like, you use these in day-to-day life all the time. Indirect measurements are a valid way of measurement.
Yes. That was already Arc. Make sure that
Sorry,
comes out.
that's not an indirect. A measuring mug is not an indirect measurement.
It isn't.
No.
So height and volume are the same thing.
No, because they've already measured it.
They've already measured. So they've already measured the water that I put in there?
Yeah, they've measured the volume and then they've created a tub based on a scale. Yeah.
Have they already measured
based on previous measurements to make sure that is the correct volume. You don't just put it in there and go, oh, I'm inferring that this is this much. They make them.
So have they already put, weight on the scale?
It's a measuring jug.
They do that with electrical measuring instruments too.
Yeah,
exactly.
How do they do that with electrical measurement? It's like when
It's
I
from a
put something-
baseline, yeah. So they make it the same as the baseline.
what's the
And then
how
they
do they
say,
measure the
okay,
baseline?
well, it's an agreed upon measurement, isn't
Oh,
it?
is that falsifiable?
But all right, there's a problem on the table here that you guys don't understand what falsifiable means. So, but earlier you were mentioning the giant meter stick versus the radar on the plane. So, if the radar on the plane, if you ask was it falsifiable, then you were correct. Because it's saying that yes, you could physically measure the distance. And if it was wrong, then that would falsify your claim about the radar. So falsification is not necessarily can I prove it false. It's can I prove it false in principle. Okay. So hopefully that cleared something up for somebody because there seemed to be a lot of confusion about that in that discussion. All right, continue.
Theoretically, okay, yeah. So a better way to let me phrase the question this way: is it theoretically falsifiable if hypothetically you somehow discovered and used some kind of other way to prove and got a different result? That's the question.
I mean, yeah, you could see if that measurement is going to be correct or not, right? Like if you really wanted to get your 100-kilometer stick to measure, I mean,
Yeah, theoretically, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it would be okay. Okay. I'm not saying you're. To be fair, I've never actually attempted that, but yeah.
not many people have. Yeah. It doesn't have to be 100-kilometer ranges either. I mean, hell, you could do it like 10 meters or something. You know, very, very precise instrument to measure. You know, speed of light is obviously very fast, even in air.
What
In vacuum.
percentage? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna blabber on.
What percentage of the atmosphere does not move with the Earth?
I do not know. I don't think anyone knows.
And okay, one more question. If someone that believes in the globe, if that person says that the atmosphere does move with the Earth, is that a straw man?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Okay, if someone says the atmosphere moves with the Earth, is that a straw man fallacy because of what you guys just told me about how, well, actually, not all of it moves with the Earth. So it would be a straw man fallacy.
No, I don't. I actually don't like throwing around fallacies. I think that just sounds like a misunderstanding, not like a fallacious like.
Or maybe it's just like an elementary, cursory, colloquial understanding, I guess. Like a
Yeah. I prefer that much more.
or
Yeah.
a generic understanding. Okay. Gotcha. Wouldn't it sound strange? But see, here's the thing. If you confronted that person who said that, and you said, no, actually, not all of it moves with the Earth, they might actually respond. Like they might actually disagree with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I did with that guy. I mean, I'm a globe earther too, and he was one too, but I told him he was wrong. I mean, and he tried to argue with me about it. Like, stuff like that happens. I mean, it seems to be happening a lot more often where like the people in here kind of don't know what they're talking about. Like the people that come in here to talk about the globe.
Yeah, the vast majority of people have never thought about this stuff at all. So they never think about the shape of the Earth.
It's most people just, it's a foregone conclusion. I mean, most people when they hear Earth is a globe, it's a foregone conclusion to them. So there's no reason to investigate. You know, according like there would be no there would be no motivation to like be like, oh, let me look into this, because it's like a foregone conclusion.
Does Raiden ever get on the mic?
Yes, and it's painful for everyone involved.
Okay, because I've been waiting a very long time.
You're not missing anything. It's very underwhelming.
Yeah, he seems like he's a clown earther or something, I guess.
His whole shtick is just why would they lie? That's it. Why would
Trust
the
the
scientists
science.
lie? Trust the
Trust the
science.
science.
Trust the experts.
Trust the science.
Science.
Yes.
To be fair, I still don't know why they would lie, to be honest, but still a question out there.
Government has a lot of things to lie about, and I hate the government just as much as a lot of people, but I don't think
I can try to answer that. So the reason for the globe idea is in connection with the Big Bang cosmology. So actually, it's a way to justify or make it seem more plausible that because you're a globe floating in space, spinning and moving, that you came from an explosion previously, right? So it's like it's basically like a sequence of events, right? So
So why would they lie about the explosion?
Oh, like why would they lie about the Big Bang?
As well, yeah, with that, since it's all correlated.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
But are they lying?
Just chill for a second. Before we go any further, who's the people that conceived of the Big Bang?
I would not be willing to get in a debate about the Big Bang. I wouldn't.
Yeah, no one's going to debate the Big Bang here. We're just asking if this is a sequence of events. It is all part of a big
Yeah, well,
lie.
it's okay. It's who's they? That's the question I'm asking.
Well, everyone, basically. Every government,
Well,
every...
who cares, dude? Has any government been to the Big Bang to validate it? That they need to lie about it, dude? They just have faith in it.
We're not going to start the debate about the Big Bang here. We're not going to do
Oh,
that.
really? Well, I'm going to do whatever the heck I want. How about that?
You've never been to the moon, so how do you know the moon exists? You see it.
Oh my God. See, dude. Okay, it's very simple. The answer, it's like, look, since you're not curious, the answer is the Catholic Church. There's the answer.
Let's let the other guy answer.
Yeah, I think. I
oh, that's interesting.
Am I wrong?
Yes, George Lovett, specifically. Catholic priest from the Catholic Church.
The whole spiel is that it's to undermine religion, right? Like Big Bang is to undermine religion.
No, not really.
Yeah, pretty much.
Says who? Why? Well, that's silly. Look, let's be frank with each other. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, but let's be frank here. The majority of the world is religious. The majority of the world of the religious ascribe to specific theistic religions. Okay, so if the goal of all this paradigm is to thwart religion, they're not doing a very good job, are they?
Oh, which would kind of prove my point.
But that is I like that.
Thank you. You can tell the rest of your flat earthers that also. Did you guys hear him?
So the question is, why do they lie about the Big Bang? So that actually is a much better question, and it actually that.
But you said this is all a part of a sequence of events. So, like, if they're doing this, making up a bunch of lies,
hold on. I'm thinking of a good answer to this, because that is a great observation. Like, okay, so that just kicks the can down the road, right? So that there has to be a reason why, or allegedly, assuming there was a reason. I don't want to even get into that right now, but let's just assume, for the sake of the conversation, that they had a motive to lie about the Big Bang. So if it doesn't mean that there is no creator, then it's really bizarre. Yeah, it is kind of bizarre.
Oh no, the answer's dude. Holy crap, bro. Let me hold your hand. The answer's obvious. Okay, it's so obvious that it's super obvious. It's so super obvious that I'm going to have to tell you what it is. It's not that obvious to you. Okay, if they're not trying to hide the concept of God generally, then they're obviously hiding the concept of God specifically. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean is, okay, a little poison poisons the whole pot. So a subtle deception about the nature of God effectively changes the world from believing in God A to believing in God A minus one. You follow me?
Okay, so specific qualifications for what
Right.
what kind of creator?
Exactly. So, for example, since the majority of the world believes in supernatural and specific theism of the people that believe in the supernatural, then if there were forces that wanted to thwart belief in God, the easiest way to do that is not to convince everyone in atheism, because atheism's a joke, dude. Nobody gives a crap about atheism. It's the most insignificant movement in the history of the world. The point is, you twist their theism to false theism. Then they get to enjoy all the trappings of theism, but still be wrong. And so you still win. Follow me?
Okay, so basically, it's an idol worship then. Idol worship.
Yeah. For example, I'll do a little liberal license with theological license. So Satan's goal isn't atheism. Satan's goal is to declare himself to be God, right? So if you imagine in these archetypal religious systems, right? If there is a personified entity of evil, named Satan or whatever you want to name him, right? His goal wouldn't be atheism. His goal, in this sense, would be to thwart the one God that he's enemies against and to take his place, right?
Satan
So when you ask the
knows
question,
he's smart, but he's never going to be able to take
fair
God's
enough.
place.
Hold on, wait a minute. Say that again.
I said Satan knows if he has some sort of a brain that he's never going to be able to take God's place, right?
Okay, this point that you just made, dude, is very profound. Let me explain. Okay, there's two ways to think about the penultimate being, co-named God, for lack of a better term, right? One, he exists in an assay sense. Now, what that means, just some fancy mumbo jumbo term, it just means needs nothing, self-contained, self-being. Isn't created, doesn't need inputs of energy. Basically, it's just the only thing that can be without need of anything. Everything else needs it to exist. Otherwise, the other way of looking at it is that God is just an entity within a universe that he's contingent upon. Now, the first option, there's no way to beat him at all. Categorically, cannot be defeated, period. The other way, he could be, at least in principle. Now, it may be the case that he's like Thanos or whatever, where he's so powerful that he just smacks everybody around and nobody can ever beat him. But there's still a chance, right? So if you're self-deceived, like let's say Satan in his pride is so self-deceived that he doesn't truly understand the nature of God, and he actually does think that God is not an assay being, but actually a contingent being, then at least in principle it's possible to win.
But it's the nature of God to be omnipotent, right? Like,
yes, definitionally, but what if you change the meaning of those definitions?
Well, then you're just slow.
Maybe,
God's
but
described
I'll
in the
submit
Bible
to
as
you.
almighty and all-powerful, and isn't
Oh,
he created?
okay, that's perfect. But what if you convince yourself that that story about God isn't necessarily true?
Oh my! That's what the Bible says, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, that's great and all, but if you convince yourself that the Bible might not be telling you the whole truth about the nature of God, then that opens up the possibility that he isn't the way it's described in there, right? And then he becomes defeatable, at least in principle, right?
If I make up something that has no backing,
Well, think about it this way. You have the Bible, that's a textual document, right? Maybe historical, scriptural, whatever you want to call it. And then you have quote unquote science, which tells you things contrary to the Bible. Then you have quantum physics. Then you have entanglements. Then you have particle breakdowns, all of these things, matter and energy states. Then you have the hard problem of consciousness. Then you have people studying the emergent property of consciousness in relation to tangible, corporeal, physical, and natural energy states, right? And then you have this concept, well, which came first, the matter or the mind? And then you have people battling between materialism, immaterialism, idealism, subjective idealism, monism, all of these ideas about the nature of the fabric of the underpinnings of reality itself and how it manifests. And then you have a bunch of scientists come along and say, look, through the scientific method, we've proven that the universe itself, tangible reality itself, could not possibly have come into existence without an eternal precedent mind state. However, it's not a Asiatic God in itself. It's just an aggregate of the consciousness, like a New Age monad, right? Ergo, God would just be a permutation of the monad, which means he'd basically just be a power user of the system. In other words, like Neo in the Matrix. Powerful, yes, but not undefeatable.
oh my god.
Now, I could
So
take you down a trail. I could take you down a trail of thousands of years of preparation for this mentality. Starting from the ancient Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah and ending up now in the present day with the merger of evolutionary biology and physics.
There would have to be some sort of a method to defeat God that we don't know of, that you're mentioning. That Satan must have to be able to defeat God. So I don't know what the method would be. I don't know if it'd be convincing the majority of humanity that God doesn't exist or God isn't this. I don't know what it is. I mean, to be honest with you, actually, if you believe in a Satan, you believe in some sort of theism. That's just to start off with. So
yeah,
I don't really know.
Satan is a true god.
Well, there you go. He's got one follower.
That's hilarious.
Everything is proceeding as I
The
have
thing is, I'm gonna be
foreseen.
honest, dude. I get it if you're an atheist. I get it if you're a Christian. I don't get it if you are a Satanist. Like, what the fuck kind of weird shit are you on if you're a Satanist? You know, just weird.
Let me posit this idea in your mind. Do you think it's possible, at least in principle, given the characters of God and Satan and the nature of what Satan was before he fell from grace, that it's possible that he actually fully embraced the concept that it was 100% possible and attainable by himself to defeat God?
I mean, maybe if he's delusional, he could have thought that. I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you this question. Do you think that Satan, at that time, had a full set of faculties about the very essence and nature of how God is, what he's capable of, on a fundamental level?
Probably on a
I think yes.
fundamental.
Oh, go ahead.
On a fundamental level. Since he was categorized in the Bible, I'm pretty sure, as one of God's highest angels or whatever, then I would assume that he understood God on at least a fundamental level.
I would say no.
Really?
I would say he viewed God on a facial level, right? And I would say that the playing out of what happens in this realm is the true revelation about the nature of God. Like there's ideas about the fundamental underpinnings of reality, right, that have developed right? Since the beginning of mankind's quote unquote pursuit into science, right? That have
Well, the thing is,
changed what we think
the
about
thing is,
how matter and energy states function, right? And so I don't really think that Satan would necessarily be aware of any of that until
okay,
now.
so when you think about it, if you think about the term fundamental, it's supposed to be simple. It's supposed to be the basics, right? That these are the key words for
Oh, okay,
fundamental.
I see. I didn't use the right word.
I would say that one of Satan's or one of God's highest angels would at least understand God in a fundamental level. Now, we don't really know the time lapse of how long, God knew the angel or angel knew the God or whatever it is. We don't understand any of that, but we understand that he's one of the higher angels, and he rebelled
Right,
against
so
God.
so
Took
chill
some
right
angels
there.
with him.
Chill right there for a second. Using the word higher assumes a hierarchy, right? And in any hierarchy, you're going to assume a downward and an upward, correct?
Yes.
However, from God's point of view, everything's down from him. There is no upper than him. But from a bunch of dudes standing around in this realm where they see a bunch of creatures with differing power scales, it's not unreasonable to think that they might conclude maybe this other guy isn't quite as powerful as he's presenting himself to be. Maybe I'm actually more powerful, just like I'm more powerful than the rest. And I'm only tame because I'm submitting.
Well, I mean, God is supposed to have been created these angels. To be honest, I don't know. Like, these angels are
really?
supposed to be
Yeah,
very
it's
intelligent, but
interesting.
it also doesn't make any sense to me that these angels are rebelling against something that they know they'll lose. So it's kind of weird, but
That's the point, dude. How do they know that?
that's the thing.
Think about
I'll
it
give
this
you some
way.
credit on
What,
this, though.
what
I don't
feats
think
of...
that it makes any sense.
Go ahead.
I'll say this though, that maybe will help your point a little bit. I don't think that it makes any sense that angels who are higher or kind of understand God, let's say even on a fundamental level, would try to rebel against him, knowing the inevitable would be a defeat. So that kind of makes no sense.
Sir. Yes, sir. Now I want to give you a passage from the scripture. Okay. It said that if the powers of evil knew God's plan, they would never have crucified the Lord. They thought they had won. They thought they had dealt a blow to God's plan, but really it was God's plan all along for them to do it, right? And it says that if they had known, they wouldn't have done what they did. So that just goes to show that they are operating under a base set of knowledge and expectations about what they're capable of that don't jive with them fully understanding what God's capable of, at least.
So they're
I mean,
uneducated.
if God creating them is true, I would assume that God is more powerful. But one thing I don't understand, and I don't know if this was ever mentioned in the Bible, because I probably haven't studied the Bible anywhere near as much as you have, but does it ever mention why God didn't delete Satan? Like, why he didn't just snap his fingers and remove Satan immediately and all his rebelling?
Not explicitly, but there is a very good case to be made for what I'm about to say. Okay, now Satan was created perfect, the most elite, one of the closest to God, yet still didn't understand God. Right? Still was ignorant and blinded by pride, and his relationship to God was in his own mind was an enemy. Right? So with perfect knowledge and perfect presence, he still rebelled. Right? Which means God had to, whatever God had to do, punish, cast them out, whatever. Now, transversely, you got humans, right? Which God created specifically to be in it. They're semi-weak, but they're claimed to be created in his image, right? And it actually says that we are heading towards a revelation of who Jesus Christ is in relationship to us and to God, and who we are in relationship to God. And this revelation is a summation of all of the sufferings. So in other words, it's like a cocoon butterfly, where part of this process is necessary for the final goal. And that final goal, in my opinion, is context, is understanding, is education in who God is, so that we who he wants to be with as a family, which he says in the Bible, will be able to appreciate him for who he actually really is. And without this subtext of what we're experiencing here, we never could. In other words, he can't skip to the end and just create us in the final stage. We have to go through the steps. And so, you might be asking, in order for those steps to occur, that means evil must be allowed for a season. So God, in his infinite wisdom, being all justice, all mercy, all love, all of these things, wanting to create a family for himself that he can commune with on a level that he can't commune with a dog, right? Understands that the experience of evil by us is necessary for his final goal. He can't do it any other way. As a matter of fact, I know this for a fact, and let me tell you why I know this. If you're just talking about the context of the Bible, Jesus prays, Father, if there be any other way, let this cup pass from me. And his Father doesn't let it pass from him. And that means there can be no other way. It must be this way. It must be the case that humankind is allowed to be evil. It must be the case that God redeems them. And it must be the case that God brings them up to his level, which, by the way, is known as the doctrine of theosis. You start out small, and God brings you up to his level through his power and his doing. Versus apotheosis, which is you start out small, and through your power and your doing, you attain godhood on your own. Which, by the way, was Satan's deception, was it not? He looked at God and he said, you know what? I will ascend. I will kick God's ass. I will sit on his throne.
Interesting. I don't know the dynamics that Satan believed or what he really thought was going to happen. I don't understand why God gave Satan the chance to survive or live on for as long as he's been able to live on. Interesting. I mean, I think there are different ways to think about it. Like, I remember when I was a kid, people used to act like Satan was below the ground, burning or something, or he was like the king and ruler of hell, but I don't think that's the case. I think that most likely, if hell even exists, then Satan is like the bigger prisoner there or something like that. That he's not actually ruling hell, trying to bring everyone down.
Oh, no way. But the best I can gather, what the Bible describes that the character of the Bible named Satan is doing is actually gathering intel on humanity to accuse them before God, because they are the object of God's love, and if he can convince God that they're worthless, then he will get God to destroy his own object of love. But God thwarted this himself by presenting Jesus, right, as a sacrifice for all mankind. So he solved the legal loophole of having to destroy the very thing he loves by providing a way to punish all of their crimes without destroying them.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that I'm not God and I don't have we don't have God's logic of doing things, but it just seems like God being all powerful that he's supposed to be, he likes to go this extra route where like he has to bring Jesus to do this, and then I get that we have free will. I get that we have free will and we're not just like little robot AI dummies that we're programmed. But like it just seems like he wants to go this long route. He just won't let us all live in peace.
But he is. Think about it this way. If you take eternity, right, in contrast to the experience of this realm, then the experience of this realm is insignificant. In fact, the Bible says that very thing. It says, the sufferings of this life are inconsequential compared to the eternal weight of glory that will be revealed in us on that day. Where we will be, hold on, let me finish. We will be ascended to partakers of the divine nature. In other words, God is bringing us to a level where he is going to share his divinity with us. Just like his son shares his divinity and glory with him, so will he share it with us.
His son and all his angels got that free divinity, but we didn't. See, this is the kind of thing which is kind of like unfair as well. It's like the angels get free divinity and they get made by God, but we don't get the free divinity.
Yes and no. The angels are not like us. The angels are different. They don't have the same image of God that we have. So it's like, I mean, I don't want to be crass to the angels, but they're essentially like pets. Like we have pets. You know, yes, you have affection for your pets. Your pets are loyal, but your pet isn't your wife. Your pet isn't your child. Like, see, this is the thing. Humans are created to be God's children, His literal offspring. Now, think about it this way: if you are a perfect being that exists atheistically, all powerful, all knowing, it's not possible to create another one of you. You follow what I'm saying? Not possible in principle.
Yeah. But the one thing that I think is kind of like messed up a little bit. You tell me your opinion on this, but I think that there are so many factors in humanity that God has to account for, and a lot of them being that a lot of people are born into different households with different religions. Maybe someone is born in an Indian household with Hinduism, or a Muslim household, or a Christian household, and these households can influence you. Now, I understand that some people can convert, obviously, after being held in these households, and obviously their family is going to be against that, and there's so much like influence from their families, but a lot of people that are born into a religious family usually stick with that religion. Now, so how do you account for all of these factors without unnecessarily or unfairly sending people to eternal torture because they were born in a family where they were influenced by these factors, or they were born with some sort of mental condition that made them psychopaths? Do you think God truly accounts for all of those different factors and that diversity of the human race for that? Or
Well, if God is all justice and all mercy, right, and all loving, then he has to balance those factors in himself. Now, he did give the earth to humanity, right, and so technically we had dominion, and now it's kind of like loosely given away. But according to that, like God has to honor his contracts too, you know. So in some ways, God cannot interfere beyond a certain level, which he's bound by his own word not to interfere. Now, as much as that sucks, that's just the way it is. In other words, God has limits upon himself based on his character against what he is and isn't allowed to do to us. So, for example, he's not going to force everyone, you know, to accept the proposition that he demands for quote unquote salvation. However, simultaneously, he's not actually obligated to offer salvation to anyone. He technically could just let everyone be damned.
I get that. We're kind of free roaming here, and it's like I get that, but it's like it's sort of there's just this level on unfairness to a lot of people. I think too.
Yeah, that could be true, but you got to consider
that's
from God's point of
although
view.
God's like limited in his own words and stuff like that, it just feels like there's so much unfairness because we don't really, you know, it's not like we're destined for anything really, but it's like it's almost like our path is usually chosen by like a lot of the factors that happen when we're born. We're kind of dealt cards. That's the first thing that happens. You're dealt cards. You can be born the ugliest person in the world. You can be born the prettiest looking person in the world. You can be born.
Isn't it worse than that though? Isn't it worse than that?
So there's just so much factors. I don't think God accounts for.
Well, so it says that everything was created for his pleasure and his glory, right? So even if there's a large swath of humanity that's judged, right? Then his judgment against them is a righteous judgment, and that glorifies him. And in my opinion, I 100% believe that in the end, everything that's revealed, everyone is going to be in awe of God's actual mastery of the whole process, and they're actually going to agree with him on all his decisions. Because this is interesting. The Bible says that everyone is going to bow and confess that Jesus is Lord to the glory of God the Father. It doesn't say they're going to be forced. It says they will do it. And it also says that when he's revealed, all the secrets and all the mysteries will be known. And so everyone who was, walking through a fog, thinking about these topics, will have the veil lifted off and shown, how to make the sausage, and then they're going to see all the details.
That's going to be awesome.
It's I mean, it's to be honest, when you don't simplify it, or when you don't oversimplify it, it really does get pretty complicated. If you think about it, it really is a pretty complicated subject, especially when you're trying to judge literally everyone about what happened.
But you also got to consider what's interesting is that the Bible doesn't say that people are specifically judged to damnation. It says that the entire human race is condemned already. In total. In Adam, okay, the entire human race is judged already. So when you're born, if you're born to this, that, or that, or that, or that, you're already condemned from the jump.
Is that fair though? Is that fair? Just think about it. Is it fair to all the newborn babies that are born that they are automatically judged by God? Do you think that's fair? Like, just think about it. Like, we get it that Adam and Eve ate an apple according to the Bible and stuff and did this, but is it fair to say everyone in this room that's currently living? We weren't alive 2,000 years ago, so is it fair that all of us that are born have to now pay the price of Adam and Eve? Have to pay the price to get saved by God
for knowledge?
Because before
Pay the price of knowledge. Yeah, you're brick,
but it's
dude. How could you not
can
understand this? Stuff's taught to grade school kids and they grasp it. The price of knowledge.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But the thing is this.
I mean,
the
sir,
thing
are
is
you
this.
like? How would you not know these things? Like, this is like, like Sunday.
He does.
What do you mean by the price of knowledge?
From eating from the tree of knowledge.
Adam and Eve's world. It was perfectly fine in Adam and Eve's world. They didn't. They
didn't know. They had no knowledge of a lot of things.
Well, AI.
Yeah, that's fine, but it was perfectly fine back then. The God didn't need or Jesus didn't need to come down and save everyone back then because nothing was going to hell.
Collective salvation.
So why do we need to pay that price now?
Because the price of knowledge.
Let AI answer. Just let AI answer that.
Yeah. So the one way of looking at it is that they messed up and now God wants to punish them in the sense of moral crimes or whatever. But another way of looking at it is logistical. That what they did created a logistical state change in the nature of the human that made the human corrupted to a point where it must be, by logical necessity, excluded from the presence of God on a certain intrinsic level. In other words, you can't just put a giant cloud of radiation inside your chest like an implant and just expect to live, It just can't, they can't mesh. It's like oil and water.
So when we're in heaven, do we have that knowledge? Did we pay the price of knowledge and we have that knowledge in heaven? Because in heaven, I'm pretty sure that we don't have any bad thoughts or anything. So it's like, it's different then.
Well, it does say that the things of the past will be wiped away. Every tear will be wiped away. Certain things will be remembered no more.
All bad things. All bad
things. But there's another thing. It's not just
that Adam and Eve state.
Yeah,
right?
But it's not just.
Okay.
It's not just that we walk into the next stage as ourselves, as we are now. No, we're changed.
I know. I get it. But if we're back to that, so this is the thing that makes no sense. So this basically destroys Chris' points as well. So if we pay the price of knowledge, for example, just to go to the price of basically what Adam and Eve had before, because they didn't have as much knowledge, we're going back to that spot of not having as much knowledge, and we're paying the price of Adam and Eve's doing that we didn't do. So it's still pretty unfair.
Well, yes and no, because we're not going back to the initial state of Adam and Eve. That's the thing. God isn't taking us backwards; He's taking us forwards. So when in the new creation, but check this out. This is a very interesting thing that may open up a line of thinking. So in the new creation, right, we ascend to a glorified body, the same type of body that Jesus currently possesses. Right? Now, interestingly enough, Jesus transfigured from dead human to glorified body. His glorified body, right, didn't look like he used to look, right? Because the people didn't even recognize who he was. He also, whether you think this is a miracle or if it's just part of what his body can do, he also passed right through doors, right? Also, he could fly and all kinds of things. But the point I just want to point out is he transfigured into a glorified body. However, there's one thing he kept. Do you know what those are?
Oh.
His wounds. His hands and his side bear the mark of his wounds. For all eternity, he will have these wounds. So anyone who meets him in the next creation, who also has a glorified body with no wounds, will notice that he has wounds. And then they're going to be like, well, why do you have these wounds? Right? So there is going to be some appreciation continuing for eternity for the necessary process that God had to go through to bring us to him.
Oh, interesting.
I'll be right back.
Well, let me ask you this question, friend. Do you think you could ever
would you say
comprehend? Just 1 second. Do you think you could ever comprehend the nature of an entity that is so self-sacrificial without actually experiencing what suffering
I'm not
is?
even going to say probably not. I'm going to say definitely not. I'll say definitely
Exactly. Without you personally having tasted suffering yourself, how could you ever appreciate the sacrifice of someone who suffers for love? I don't think you could. It'd be impossible, in my opinion. All of these things that matter so much to us, nobility, self-sacrifice, love, endurance, faithfulness, like all of these things can only truly have value in contrast of the negative parts. Like without understanding the negative, like how could you really appreciate what you have? I don't think you could.
I mean, yeah, I probably will never be able to understand anything that is supposed to be that powerful. Whether or not it actually exists, but
I know how you could.
Oh.
You have an omniscient God know how to. And then an omnipotent same God to instantiate that. Ta-da!
Or they're all in on it. All the people, all the governments, they're all in on it. So it's not possible. Too many people have to lie to make it.
What is Crit talking about? Yeah.
Just think of if Jesus isn't real. Just think of all the people who have to be in on it.
I don't think anyone doubts that Jesus was a real person.
Now, before we get too off track, we got on this thread to answer the question, why would they lie? The real question is, who are they?
I think they would be mainstream science and all these
The
space
government?
agencies that claim to space.
The model of the government. Yeah, they say that
Every-
God blessed America to go to space.
What if they is actually the second most powerful entity in the history of existence itself that has designs on the power position over the universe and hates what God loves? What if that's who they is?
You would say that's what NASA and governing bodies of these space agencies is?
Dude, look, listen, dude. Have you listened to Cat Williams lately?
I don't know who that is, man.
Well, dude, he's a famous entertainer. I was obviously not famous enough. But he's been exposing a lot of secret society stuff in the entertainment industry, which we already knew. This whole selling your soul and blah 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 to get rich and all this. And we know there's all these evil power players in the world, like George Soros and all these other psychopaths. Okay, and we know the rules. We know the rules of power. Correct. We know game theory. Correct. Okay. The concept is not why would they lie. This is the wrong question. That is the wrong question. The actual question is why would they ever tell the truth?
I would say that the truth is worth telling unless there is a reason why you wouldn't tell that truth. And like, you know what I mean? Like, for example, if someone like says like, if you have a water bottle in your hand, and you have a water bottle in your hand, and you don't need to lie to them about anything. Or like if you like, for example, if someone says that you steal that, it's mine, and you didn't steal what's theirs, that then you don't have any reason to lie. So I would say that there must be sufficient reason to lie about something in order for someone to lie about something. And because this lie must be so large and so common amongst basically every government on planet Earth, that there would be sufficient reason to lie about this. Especially when getting caught would be very badly. That's the other thing about lying. When you're lying, there's a possibility you get caught. And a big lie, you get caught. A lot of people think you're full of shit. A lot of people think a lot of other things you think of, or you do are full of shit. So when you're lying about something for no reason and you get caught, it's fucking worse because then you're kind of weird, right?
Agreed.
There's got to be a sufficient reason.
So tell me about the ice wall.
Google it.
On the globe, they say 99 or 95% of Antarctica is ice walls.
Yeah?
Yeah. So
why did I say that?
Hello.
Yeah, I don't know. Why would they say
That's
that?
the
Why would they
United
lie?
States Geodetic Surveying. They label the ice wall. That's their they did that. Nobody in here labeled that. So yeah,
Facts.
go check it out.
Facts, bro.
So are they lying about that? They're lying about these ice walls?
Wait. I thought they were saying there wasn't ice walls and that there are actually ice walls. Wait,
Yeah,
what?
so do you believe there's ice walls or there's not ice walls?
I'm just curious. I'm asking. I'm curious. Like, why would there be ice walls? Like, how does that make
Ask them.
sense?
Ask them why they claimed ice wall.
Like, why flat earthers claimed ice wall? I mean,
No,
why
globe.
why do
On the
flat?
globe, they claimed ice wall. NASA.
But
NASA
I thought
says
NASA
ice
said
wall.
that. I thought NASA said there was like, the north and south part of the pole. I thought the Earth was a globe, and like, there's like.
Yeah,
It's not
you
an
didn't
ice
look
wall,
into
but
this right here.
there's
Antarctic coastal types: ice shelves,
Oh my God.
44%; ice walls, 38%; ice,
I mean, yeah, like
stream,
there's walls
glacier,
of ice, like
13%.
at the North Pole, like duh.
Yeah,
Like, yes,
these
there's
are
ice wall,
ice
but it doesn't
walls.
like span across like the entire like
This is the best
circumference
part
of
about the
Earth.
globe when people try to debunk the globe because they didn't
Yeah.
know it, and they
Dude,
signed
you're right. You know what,
something.
dude? You're right, bro. My bad. I didn't think about it like that, bro. You're right. My bad, bro.
Yeah, so you come here and say no ice walls. What you did was
No,
you
yeah,
destroyed
okay.
your globe because now
Hey,
You're
you
he
right, bro.
say that they're
conceded.
wrong.
He conceded. Yeah, good. He conceded. Great.
Oh God. Yeah,
That
please
was
educate me.
hilarious.
See, look into your own ideas. Like, why do you think there was ice walls? Why did you not think there was ice walls?
I just said that it wasn't.
Follow the logic. So, like, you came in here, hey, fathers, they're just talking about ice walls, and we did.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you, bro. Educate me more, please. I want to know more about the flat Earth.
This should be your step in stone. Now you do it. You step out and
I
say,
thought
like, hey,
I joined the flat Earth Discord call to learn about the flat Earth. Like, why are you telling me to do it myself? Like, but I thought you were supposed to be telling. Like, aren't you like supposed to be preaching me about how the Earth is flat?
No.
I'm all right.
What
Goodbye.
what do you think it is?
I think you just hang up the internet and just go do something useful with your life.
Yeah, it's not very hard. Look, friends, just chill for a sec. It's not very hard to quote unquote preach the Earth is flat, right? The Earth is covered by 70% water, which is flat. Therefore, it's flat. I mean, what more do you need to know? That's pretty much it. The rest is just, yeah, fair enough, whatever. But the rest after that is just question and answer sessions, right? Of curiosities. The proposition proper is just the Earth's flat. I mean, the proposition proper is not the Earth's flat, therefore ice. The Earth's flat, therefore Uranus is on fire. I mean, none of those other things are part of the proposition, right? It's just the Earth's flat.
Well, I mean, and what's it called? Just argued about the ice wall, which was, I think, a very simple thing to figure out. Yes, there are ice walls in Antarctica, but it's the when we think about ice walls and flat Earth, we think about ice walls that surround the entire Earth perimeter, and they are very like large and stuff like that. Obviously, we're not talking about those ice walls, but yeah, there are ice walls in Antarctica, obviously, right? But, I mean, how that was a discussion.
Yeah. Now, it is interesting that he asked, why would there be ice walls? You know, because that struck me as an interesting question. So I was imagining in my mind when he asked that, well, if you imagine that the area that has heat available to it is small, right, and the rest has less heat available to it, and when you have less heat, and it keeps going down, you get the water turn into ice. It makes sense that at the extent of the heated area, it'd be ice. I mean, it's not unreasonable, right?
Did you ever? I don't know if you ever heard my question or what, because you kind of muted up afterwards. But I was basically giving a good reason on why they would have a reason to lie, because obviously a lie, to be able to tell a lie, you take into the factors of if you get caught, it's probably not going to be great. It's not going to be great for your reputation, so you would not make up something to lie about that's so big for no reason, because then if it gets found out to be a lie, a lot of people are going to call you out on it.
You guys go
It's
through all the
really-
lies, all the different
You
lies
have to
they've
have
said over the
something
years?
to lose.
Like, how about exposing people to radiation in St. Louis? This year would happen. Unethical medical experimentation in South America. Operation Paperclip. Operation MK Ultra. Operation Northwoods. Operation Mockingbird. The Bay of Tulkin. All these things. Straight up lies. And when they got caught, they're like, so? What are you going to do about it?
What was the reason to lie about Operation Paperclip? Or yeah. What was his name again? Von or something like that. Von something. One of the
Von
German
Braun.
guys.
It was just one of many. There was
Von Braun.
NASA at the time was fully staffed by Nazi war criminals, top to bottom.
Not fully staffed, but
Yeah,
basically
fully staffed. There wasn't any Americans working on it. There was all Germans. The only ones were like the CIA handlers were the only people who were working for the American government. Or for American.
The Nazis definitely helped to get us to the moon, dude. There's no doubt about it. They literally snatched all the Nazis and said, "Come over here." They honor the guy. They honor the Arner guy, whatever his name is. They honor him. He was one of the main Nazis that were so helpful in the space program.
Weapons program.
All right, yeah, you gotta mix it up a little bit, but yeah, he was one of the important ones for sure. Very important ones. They love the guy. It's almost
Weapons.
like they were like grabbing him like he was a baby, picking him up and just kissing him on the cheek. They loved him.
Weapons, yeah. They love their weapons.
Nazis were really good with technology, dude.
With weapons.
They were
This is why
weapons, right?
when you
'Cause they
talk
were
about flat Earth, you can really trigger a neo-Nazi because they think that what they hear you say is that their Operation Paperclip, their Operation Apollo, all that stuff they see as proof that their culture was superior. So when you're a flat earther and you tell them they fake that shit, dude, boy, do they get triggered, man. They get sometimes even more triggered than some of these anti-flat earth atheists. It's like that horseshoe effect where you've got the Steve Shives on one end and some skinhead neo-Nazi on the other end saying exactly the same thing. Or Professor, not a Professor Dave, on one end saying the same vitriolic, toxic shit towards flat earthers, and you can't tell the difference between what the neo-Nazis saying. Also, it's out virtually word for word.
This is hilarious stuff, man.
Yeah, it's called the horseshoe effect. The more extreme a person gets to one end or the other, it bends or back around and touches on the other side.
Interesting.
Dude, if you were alive 5,000 years, you wanted to move forward, what you do? Plant a seed of doubt. I said, if you could live for 5,000 years and your goal was to rule the world, what would you do?
If I was to live for 5,000 more years,
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. Just do shit.
Are you like immortal, like invulnerable? Or would you have
Sure,
to like?
why not? Let's say you're immortal.
No,
immortal,
omnipotent.
No, you're limited in scope of power.
If you knew all things, you could see how things would come to pass, are you sure that you wouldn't just be good?
Well, let me ask you this question: the 10,000 year nations, 5,000 year nations, depending on how you look at it, a lot of them have claimed, for example, China. They said they're going to conquer the West without firing a single bullet. How would they plan to do such a thing?
They gotta send their little weather balloons over here to spy on us.
What about a Yuri Bezmenov? Yuri Bezmenov from Russia, and he told us was it the 80s or 90s?
I will bury you.
I'll just send a link. Nobody wants to hear me talk about it.
But the moral of my story that I was going there is that all these agents claimed that they're going to influence the culture and the minds of the people over time and sway them to be subjects to their ideas, to where they take over through ideas, right? They'll conquer an entire nation with an idea. And that nation will then be their subjects without warfare.
I mean, Hitler did that. I mean, he fired shots, but he did that.
Yeah, absolutely. So if human governments can do this intentionally and coordinate themselves to do so, then the idea that other parts of ideas, such as the very nature of where you live, could very easily be part of such a structure of deception, could it not? The answer is, of course it could. So the question when somebody asks why would they lie, I just simply ask them, why do you have such a small imagination?
It's just that, like, just by the standard or by the fundamental aspects of it, dude, it'd have to be very well orchestrated lie. I mean, it's like we got countries fighting each other and all this other shit in the Middle East, all this shit with Ukraine and Russia, but we have everyone agreeing that the Earth is a ball. So it's just like,
Yeah, and guess what else? Guess what else we have everyone agreeing? The majority of people on Earth believe in a religious system known as works, right?
Also, I know they think that the Roman Catholic Church represents Christianity. Also,
There
that's
you go, and they also believe in works. So you have a worldwide religion where people basically believe there's all that everybody just does it this way, and this is the way things should be done, right? They all are kind of have a concerted effort about that, right? And part of that is the philosophical underpinnings of the nature of reality and whether it's created and the nature of that creator's relationship to us, right? So there's all of these interconnected webs that all have to do with a common theme, right? Which are the ultimate metaphysical questions. So the reason why they would lie about a fundamental metaphysical question is to skew your purview of the metaphysical intentionally. It's so obvious on its face why they would lie. Like I said, people who don't understand why they would lie, I just don't think they have much of an imagination or much of a a knowledge base of human experience. It's like, if you don't know why people lie by now, let me sell you a bridge in Brooklyn, bro.
if I'm gonna say this, if this is somehow a lie, the greatest lie known to man, right? The greatest lies known to man. If this was just the greatest lie known to man, a lot of things that we probably think are true are probably bullshit. There's probably a lot of bullshit going on if this is a lie.
Yeah, there is.
A whole lot of bullshit.
Money's a lie,
Dormir un ratito.
right? State citizenship is a lie. And on the list goes. The idea that three people can write on a piece of paper the rules that apply to you and then tell you that if you don't obey them, that they can then punish you, right? Incarcerate you, take away your freedoms and liberties. Think about it. There's all kinds of deceptions.
There's got to be some sort of restrictions. You got to do something to the people that can't cooperate or conduct themselves in society.
Who died made you God.
Well, don't get me wrong, that does make common sense, but there's this overarching structure of the state, right? There's this overarching structure of the state that's established on certain principles that people operate under the assumption that these are truisms, but they're not. They don't understand the fundamental underpinnings of why these things are even valid in the first place, which is the only reason governments actually have legitimate authority, and I mean legitimate, not just authority by the barrel of a gun. The legitimate authority of governments comes from mutual contracts between persons. The unlimited right to have a contract between two agents. That's
Social agreement.
That's the only place. Yeah, exactly. You're a man.
The government
you give your word. You can give me your word of what you'll do for me if I do something for you, and I'm a man and I can do the same, back and forth.
So social contracts establish commonwealths wherein it's supposed to be beneficial to both parties, yeah. But I like how you covered if you can control a man's belief, you can control a man. Because think about it, men live by what they believe. They live by their beliefs. So if you control their beliefs, you control the parameters under which this man lives and procreates.
Hey, you got it, dude. You actually gave me a great idea. You gave me a great idea, brother.
It's psychological warfare, but we already do this,
Yep.
you know.
Yeah, let me tell a story if you don't mind. It's going to be very, very palpable in the light of this. So, black people, right? Antebellum South, right? White people, right? The white people told the black people they were inferior to them. We have the right, the moral right, and the moral duty, the moral obligation to be your masters because you're an inferior class of people to us.
Isn't that
And then,
from the Bible with the black race?
no, not even close, dude. Don't interrupt my story for such nonsense. Thanks.
Well, it's a story.
So, think about it. These white guys were telling these black guys this, right? Now, maybe some of the black guys believed it too. Maybe they said, well, you know, this is my life. It must be because I'm inferior. But maybe the other guy said, you know, maybe they're not actually superior to us. Maybe we're equals. And then the other black guy said to that black guy, but why would the white people lie?
Control. Power. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think slavery is one of the best demonstrations in human history for psychological manipulation, for sure. Especially when you're pouring a bunch of other people into it and shit. So it's just one of the
Yeah, dude.
best
Did you
examples.
ever hear of the phenomenon of the freed blacks either coming from the north to the south or freed blacks in the south that were freed from slavery directly, going about the area freely, and then the black slaves on the plantation would act like you're a slave too. You come here to the plantation, and they would bring them back. It's like they didn't understand that some black people were allowed to be free. They were agents of the system so much. They had bought into the brainwashing of the system that they couldn't even tolerate the idea themselves of a black person being free. It's like Stockholm syndrome.
I mean,
you know?
in just slavery itself, and just the frameworks of slavery, yeah, that's kind of what was going on. It was kind of crazy. Yeah, dynamics were pretty interesting.
Yep. What about Haiti? Do you know the story of Haiti?
Yeah, a little bit. The Haitians freed themselves though by eventually just fighting off the whites, and then they got into the big debt because the
How about
French
that?
ended up coming back, but 70,000 whites were killed during that. So
What was
they
that
kind of fought
video?
back.
The Jones plantation, where they set up the plantation and made these people think they had a vote. They started an economic system, paid them for their work. They thought they were free, but they were told the rest of the slaves in the rest of the world aren't free, so don't leave the plantation, because if you do, they'll bring you back here, you know. But I'm going to free you, and we're going to be partners on the Jones plantation, and you can even vote for whoever leads you. So it broke it down to where governments can be psychological warfare, scams, and lies, just systems of control. If you control the information, then you can control the people through their beliefs or their ability to understand. If they're too dumb to know what's up, then they're easily controlled. But for the ones that aren't, you just brainwash them to where, well, you get your vote, man. This is a democratic system, bro. You elected him, now you got to follow his rules. And this is a guy cracking the whip on you if you ain't working fast enough. Imagine voting, being a
It's
slave.
not funny, but
Yeah, I know. That's
understand.
irony, dude. That imagine being a slave and then you feel like you voted on the whip cracker. Fuck. I couldn't even imagine. But if you
Yeah, I
correlate
mean,
it with our government, you find out that the borders of the USA are just a fence row around the plantation.
okay, that's a little bit a stretch, but I will say this.
It's
I mean,
not
I don't
really.
think
You're an
although
economic slave.
slavery was a great demonstration of the
Listen, you know,
manipulation of the
when
human
we
mind
came
and
to
stuff.
America, you owned land, you
I
bought
just
it.
finished my sentence.
You didn't have to
real quick,
pay
dude.
taxes for it. You are a slave.
That's fine. I'm just saying I don't think that slavery would compare to the modern 21st century that you guys were saying where we're all being lied to because the earth is flat or something. But still, I mean, it's just a decent discussion about like how people can be manipulated in general.
Yeah.
Especially with diversity like that. So
If you left the flat earth out of that, I guarantee I could enlighten you to the fact that you're a slave right now.
how come?
You work for a system. You pay everybody else. You pay taxes for everything you own, and then you get taxed when you spend your money. That's not
fine,
what
I mean-
America. No, we actually went to war for taxation without representation. That's what we started over. The Boston Tea Party, man. Don't we know history? I mean, now we're economic slaves. You're a citizen. You should be a state nationalist, not a citizen. Because then you own the state. We shouldn't be paying taxes. There's way too many laws and way too many superficial laws. Crime isn't up. We just got
If we don't
made
pay
too many
taxes, who's going to pay for the?
superficial laws.
Okay, if we're not paying taxes, who's going to pay for our military budget?
Well, we could all be part of the militia, which is perfectly fine in my state. You'd have
That's going
350,000.
to be a pretty whack
and-
militia.
No,
The problem with the 21st century is things are more modernized. So it's
Listen,
like everything
technology
is
in
more
the military, yeah, we can support that. We can do that as communities. Yes, we can do it for ourselves. We don't have to do it as a federal authority because
So who's
who's
paying
the
it then?
roads don't get fixed. The school curriculum keeps lowering. Healthcare isn't getting any better. So the taxes aren't being used for what they are. Now, don't get me wrong. We got more here in America than everybody else does. But look at the amount of money they give away to other nations before we even take care
They
of
do,
them.
and that's controversial. That's probably why the bill for
You
Ukraine
brought
was
up the
held up for so long.
military, so you're cool with veterans being homeless while we send money to the Ukraine and Russia and all that shit?
Oh, absolutely not. Oh, absolutely not. This is the one thing I'm definitely against is sending money to Ukraine
Yeah,
when we can
well, if
definitely
you and
better
I
use
were
it
in
here.
control of that and the states were sovereign like they were meant to be by the Constitution, each state sovereign, then each state would take care of their own veterans from their own militia, and that's what I mean by we'd maintain militia. Each state had their own militia, and they all became part of the united force.
Yeah, we need to be kind of united. We don't need more diversity. Okay, we don't need any of that diversity. It's the United States, not the divided states. So,
Listen,
I
you're
definitely
not
believe. I definitely
dividing
agree
the
with you. That
states by giving the states
I agree with you.
They're
Listen.
already sovereign. By the Constitution, the states are already sovereign. So you're not dividing anything. By the true law of our land, the states are already sovereign. It's a republic, so a republic can be built of many different states, nations, or countries because it's a conglomerate, of free men. That's the way it's supposed to be. And if you weren't taxed every fucking way you turn, you'd have a hell of a lot more money to pitch in on the military and the roads.
Sure, but then that money would just go to the military anyway, and everything else. So it's like,
Well, you could put it where
again,
you
I get that
wanted
you don't
to.
want to be controlled. I get that you don't want to be controlled. I get that it feels like you're a tax slave. Well, I mean, you have to pay taxes. It's not really
Listen,
an option.
I'm successful.
But
What the
it's
tax
just
collectors are
part
gonna
of a
leave for?
modernized system.
There's no
It's a part of a
economic
modernized
envy
system.
here. I live on $1 million farm. It's just the truth. It's the facts. If you count up all the taxes, you people that don't own businesses are giving away 60% of your income to fucking taxes. You're not even doing business. You don't need highways to transport your goods for sale or your meat for market.
Someone else needs that highway.
Well, good for them. If it's important to their business, let them fucking pay for it.
But so we're gonna have individualized people paying for different stuff and shit that doesn't all cost the same. It's gonna be pretty much a mess. But
Nothing gets paid for right now, dude. You act like people are maintaining the infrastructure of the United States, and they're not. I work on the highways, the
Dude,
bridge
trust me,
inspectors.
there's a bunch of problems. Trust me, dude. I agree with you. There's a bunch of problems.
I'm a highway engineer. The bridge instructors are laughing right now because all our bridges are about to fail. I mean, not the Mackinac Bridge, but the highway overpass bridges and shit. And we're just not. they're not paying for the potholes. How the hell are they going to pay for the bridges? I'm talking about a better routing of our money and less of an economic strain on each individual person.
If you can figure out the way you can do that successfully without
Well,
just
we already
messing us
know.
up a little bit.
You just got to run the U.S. like a business. You cut fat. You quit sending all this fucking money out that you're getting no return
U.S. is already
on.
ran like a business.
Yeah, well, why are we giving out overhead that we're getting no return on? Why are we just giving fucking money away by the billion? That's fucking stupid. Well,
I don't know.
Americans
Some people in our
suffer.
government think. Dude, trust me, I agree with you on a lot of these points. I think that the
We got
government
the best
feels
military
that.
in the world. We don't need their fucking backing. They need ours.
Yeah, that's why they're helping them.
I got a
Yeah,
question. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
No, it's off topic. It's off topic.
It's cool.
Okay,
I'm pretty
okay.
much done anyway. I mean, go
All
ahead.
right. So, so earlier, we answered your question of why they lied about the Big Bang, and the answer was, remember how we talked about idol worship, but I don't see. Well, first of all, before I keep talking, AI, are you still there? Are you still there, AI?
Sort of.
Okay. Can you explain? So you said it.
Oh no.
You said it was God minus one, but the question is why they lied about the Big Bang. So they're worshiping a god, even though they're not hiding. They don't have to hide the creator, so they're hiding a different creator or something, or they're getting everyone to believe in a creator that did something that never happened. Is that what it is?
They're just trying to. What he said basically was that they basically. I'm not trying to talk for him, but I think you're kind of off topic because you're saying something about hiding a different creator, which is just not what he's talking about. He wasn't saying that they're trying to hide God from you, but they were kind of trying to minimize what you thought of him as all powerful in this by showing you celestial objects and showing you how they work and talking about physics and talking about empiricism, how this by itself, without them just saying God doesn't exist, would infer there is no God. I think that's what he was trying to say.
No, not necessarily. I mean, it could be, but it just casts shade on the proposition of who and what God is, and it opens up other possibilities.
That's basically what I said. It's just like a little bit of shade without it being direct. It's not like God doesn't exist. It's kind of like here are these other empirical facts.
Wait. How is it shady? Oh, because it was a lie.
It's
That's why.
putting shade. It's putting shade. That's what he said. It's putting shade. Religion.
Yeah. But I mean,
it's like indirectly attacking you, kind of. It's like you have this way of like the world, right? You have this worldview, right? And have this other worldview that's like very empirical. But I'm not really just casting shade on you, calling your thing dumb, but I'm like, hey, take a look at this. Take a look at all this other stuff. I'm not calling your stuff stupid, but just take a look at this. But this stuff makes your stuff, look a little bit funny. So it's like indirectly making fun of your stuff, basically.
Oh, he's like mocking. So they lied because it was like a mockery of.
Well, let's check this out, homie. Humans have a base psychological condition, it seems, to be predisposed to the supernatural explanation, and specifically supernatural agency explanation. So, in other words, humans generally believe in some type of God or God-type force, right? That is just the standard base of what humans believe, okay? Now, atheists would like to believe that the world is becoming atheist, but no, not even close. Atheists are a pathetic drop in the bucket of the history of the world that will amount to nothing and mean nothing. Okay, so anybody in power understands that they're dealing with a populace that are supernaturally oriented at a base intrinsic level. Now, whether these people in power are human or these people in power are, extra dimensional, supernatural agents, doesn't matter. They understand this is the nature of humans. So to best control humans, you have to allow them to exercise that part of themselves. But you don't want to exercise it the right way. You want them to exercise it in a way that's controlled by you. That's just enough to scratch that itch, but not enough to challenge your power. So you create this muddied down version of allowing people to engage in their theistic pursuits or supernatural pursuits without ever challenging the established status quo. And you'll notice that that's really what happens. Like, most people defer to the scientific paradigm, and they put their religion on the second background, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I hope
Either
hopefully
that
it made sense for you. So
or God caused the Big Bang, right, AI?
Yeah.
whatever it is.
So one of the reasons was for control, and the other one was throwing shade. I still don't see how it's throwing shade though. How does it throw?
So okay, I don't understand how you don't understand still, but basically what it's like, it's indirectly throwing shade. Like, if you have this belief and I have this
Redirecting
empirical
your
belief that's
attention.
not based on supernaturalism, and yours is kind of based on supernaturalism, and mine's based on empirical evidence, I'm throwing shade at you indirectly by showing this worldview. Right?
Because they're saying that the Big Bang was empirical.
AI, you're hot
Yes.
micing quite a bit.
Oh, okay. Empirical facts. Okay, so they're throwing shade
Empirical.
because it's like how could you not accept the truth? Okay, so if it was a lie,
That's what AI is saying.
Okay.
Yeah, let me give you a great example. So in this very room, periodically, a butthurt atheist that believes in evolution will come in and try to get us to agree with evolution while simultaneously saying, well, you do know that evolution doesn't challenge whether God created the initial conditions for life or not. Why wouldn't you agree with evolution?
Okay, I see.
Right? So they want you to agree with this quote unquote validated science, right? But simultaneously say, oh, this isn't gonna
Not evolution,
impact
what was
your belief, right?
I would say that evolution does indeed, there's no doubt about it, contradict the Bible. Absolutely does.
It's
So
not. If it wasn't evolution, what was it?
Creation, probably.
What was what, dude?
Was it? I'm just saying. Was it just the existence of humans that were created on Earth, or was it evolution?
I don't know.
This is gonna be great.
I'm just asking because the thing is, I mean, according to the Bible, I mean, the atheists wouldn't be wrong to say there's nothing that contradicts like evolution. I mean, if you have anything against it, then I'd like to hear.
Well, how do you validate evolution? Like,
well, the main thing. So see, evolution. You got to describe what you mean by that, because there's cosmogenic evolution, there's biological evolution.
Well, they did say it was a genetic mutation that is the reason why evolution happened, right?
Yes, but they
Is that
don't
what they're
just
saying,
say.
right?
Yeah, but they don't say like. They're very, some people would be saying, "Oh, look, we have this primordial ooze which has a bunch of elements, and it gets zapped by lightning, and then boom, you have proteins. And for some reason, these proteins decide to hump each other and make protein babies, and then we get us, a billion years later."
Well, yeah, it actually correlates with how actual evolution works in nature.
Evolution
So,
is indeed
I
logically
mean,
consistent. Because you have to ask yourself the question, AI overlord, what came first, the chicken or the egg? You say the egg came first or the chicken came
No,
first?
the answer is the rooster. The answer is the rooster.
Rooster spawned in.
No, he came. Get it? Oh.
So then you have the Adam and Eve story, which doesn't really correlate to reality because it's like it doesn't really make any sense empirically, at least. Empirically, it doesn't make any sense. Empirically, we have never witnessed
Dude, how could it not empirically make sense?
I mean, historically, it could make actual sense.
wait, but then the question becomes, why did they want to throw shade?
Well, think about it this way. He's already talking about the two biggest characters. Listen. Talking about Adam and Eve as non-specific creations, where Adam wasn't specifically handcrafted by God and Eve specifically handcrafted out of Adam as the proto-humans, right? The archetypal federal head of the human race that fell into sin. If you don't have that initial condition, you've already, quote unquote, cast shade on almost 99% of the doctrines in the Bible, because they're all based on that initial state, which had to be remedied, right? So you already are setting a chain of dominoes that are going to unravel a lot of people's faith in different parts of the scripture, right?
Well, why couldn't that chain of dominoes happen with evolution? Why couldn't there have been? I mean, well, what if
That's not what
sin?
God said in the Bible,
Because
basically.
what if sin existed way before than like humans were like really created, right? Is the concept of sin is that it's committing. I think it's committing like is I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's like a religion like definition. There's like there's another definition. So I mean, I guess it's just committing. I mean, breaking one of God's Ten Commandments or something of it.
It's worse than that.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm just asking. So
Sin in a broad term means missing the mark. So anytime you're not perfect, right, in all things, thought, word, and deed, and loving it at all times, you're missing the mark, right?
Missing the mark.
Yeah. So when you don't love someone, right, the way you're supposed to, then you're committing a moral crime against them, right?
So someone committing a moral crime, if like, and I don't like to use extreme like hypotheticals, but let's just say if this person committed an act of violence against me, so would I if I like hated them, would that be like a sin?
It depends on what you mean by hate.
Well, I'm just using the broad definition of what hate is.
Well, there are just reactions to unjust things that themselves, without the unjust thing, would be unjust in themselves. But because the unjust thing precedents it, then your reaction is justified.
So it's not a sin long as it's justified.
Yeah.
But that's contradictory to the point that a sin is supposed to be.
No, it's not though.
Unless you
gotta understand that if you live in a world that has morally free agents that make decisions, right? That their decisions are going to affect other people, and you have to react to those decisions in an imperfect world. So your decision base is already a couple of imperfect options. So you're going to have to choose one of them. So you have to use your wisdom and moral compass to choose the best of all of the options. To not choose would be to forego your duty, which then would be a sin.
So so is there like an inherent like concept of justification, and can anything be justified?
It depends, dude.
It depends. Well, what do you mean by
Yeah.
that? Because the thing is, I can depend in a lot
Okay,
of ways.
think about it this way: it's wrong to kill somebody unjustly.
Why?
It is just to kill somebody justly. The difference is, what is a just and unjust killing, right?
Yeah, what's the just and unjust killing?
So
Because what if
stabbing someone through the heart with a knife could be just, or it could be unjust. It depends on the situation.
so let's just say I stabbed somebody and I said it was self-defense when it really wasn't. I was directly trying to kill that person.
Well, then you're full of crap, and you clearly did something wrong.
But what if I get away with it because they said that's just?
You only got away with it as far as man's law is concerned. When you find
So if they're not following,
I'm trying to explain what will happen when your time of judgment comes. You will not get away with it.
Or what time of judgment? When's the time of judgment coming? Because the thing is
When
that
you pass, right?
that means
either when you pass or when he returns. And let me share this with you. If you were truly defending yourself and or an innocent person, and you did take another life, and you did get away with it as far as man laws goes, when your time of judgment comes, the creator would understand you did what you needed to do to protect that innocent life and or yourself, and you would not be judged wrongly for it.
So you won't be judged wrongly as long as
If it was justified. I'll give you an example, if I may. A mother with a child at home at night, and an intruder enters her home, and she's willing to defend herself and has a firearm to do so. Even before she grabs that firearm to defend her infant and herself, she's already been forgiven if something happened. And I'm referring to the worst, meaning the intruder's life gets taken.
So that's really broad terms for justification, because the thing is, you're going by terms of like human justification, because the
No,
thing
I'm also going by
is,
terms of
well,
righteous
God,
judgment. When her time
no,
comes,
because there's a
the
lot.
Creator will have already forgiven her because he will have known that intruder was going to enter and she was going to take his life to save her child.
So what if I just like rape somebody and my
I told
justification
you,
is
even if you get away with it as far as man laws are concerned, when you face your
so,
final judgment, you will not.
Yeah, hold on, friend. Hold on a second.
it seems like man laws. It seems like man laws seem to be like the
Yeah, but hold
laws
on a
of
second, dude.
hell.
Hold on a second. Oh, just chill. Why is it that your examples are like doing a bad thing and getting away with it, and the other guy's examples are doing a good thing, and you're trying to say, "Oh, well, what the heck?"
Well, no, I didn't negate his thing. I'm just saying that that's like a broad definition for justification, because I mean, what is justifiable? Because
I'm
I
trying
mean,
to
I
tell.
could easily say
I don't know, dude.
her. I could.
Dude, you seem to lack the moral faculty to understand this simply. Well, he told you a
Moral
woman protecting her
faculty.
child. Listen, a woman protecting her child is justified. You getting away with murder is not justified. Okay,
Yeah. What moral basis are we saying that on? Because the thing is, you're
dude. Listen. I don't need a moral basis. It's
okay. Yes, you
prima
do.
facie. Listen. It is
Where are you
prima
getting your
facie.
morality?
Just pay attention. It's prima facie intuition that a woman protecting her child is entirely justified, and you killing Smeagol because you want his cookies is not.
That's not intuition. That's mostly like subjective terms of
That is
morality.
literally
No, it
intuition,
is.
dude.
It is, because the thing is, there's some countries that actually go against that rule, and the thing is, so would you say
What?
they're like
Yeah,
not
name one,
morally
dude.
justified?
Name one.
Yeah, there's some countries where you can't even use firearms. That's what I'm saying. So the thing is, would you say they're like justified for doing that?
No, they're unjustified.
Okay, they're unjustified then. Then what is
Yeah.
justifiable?
To
Because if
to deprive someone of their natural right to protect themselves is unjustified. Okay,
but they
that's
only
Correct.
did, but they
And
only,
I use
but
excuse me, I use a firearm as an example. She could
okay.
use anything, a hammer, a bat, a butcher knife,
Well, I'm not. Well,
whatever is
your
required to
example.
protect her child and her own life.
Well,
The creator's already forgiven her,
I'm
even if the
saying.
system doesn't.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but it just doesn't make sense, because the thing is, you guys still haven't uh really said what is really justifiable and what is not. You said it's not justifiable to ban guns, even though they're like pretty violent and can be used for a lot of harm, and you
And
said
then
it's
Oh
justifiable.
my goodness, dude.
I
You,
also pointed
Dude,
out to
listen to your listen to your
wait,
ability.
wait. I'm just saying. Listen. No, no. I'm just saying. Listen
Dude.
for a second. Just listen. I'm not even
Dude, you're
like. I'm
wasting
not
my
even.
time, bro.
I'm not even. I'm pro gun. But the thing is, I'm telling you right now, this is not a good argument for like justification, man.
What are you talking about, dude?
No, I'm saying I'm saying
Dude,
you're gonna get
listen,
caught.
dude. It's
Okay.
obviously
It's not obvious, sir, because
no, it no,
you didn't even
dude.
determine what is obvious and what is not.
Dude.
You're losing this battle
It's
because
obvious.
you didn't determine
No, dude.
anything.
No, I'm not losing.
Okay, sure.
Okay. The statement you have the right to defend yourself against an attacker. It's self-evident, dude. Could anybody even question that? Shows they lack mental competence.
People can justify wherever in their head is like defense. You know that, right? What is self-defense? I can say it's self-defense that some guy got on.
You're not okay, but now you're not arguing the point properly.
Well,
You're
no,
arguing the
I
definition of
am.
self-defense.
Yeah, I'm arguing that because the thing is, your definition of self-defense, that self-defense is good in any kind of situation. That's what you're arguing right now. Or if you're being vague, you need to stop being vague.
Listen, dude, I'm not offering self-defense as a numbered term in which stealing cookies from Jeffrey and then smashing him in the skull qualifies as self-defense. Okay, I'm not
You
that
don't.
retarded.
Well, you said okay. If you're not that retarded, then stop saying self-defense should be allowed for everybody because people can justify whatever self-defense is.
No, dude, you are not understanding. Self-defense is justified for everyone. Calling everything under the sun self-defense is not okay. It's not that hard to comprehend.
Yeah. But what is the term? Was the term self-defense created by the Bible?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Yeah, I'm just saying, does this exist in the Bible where self-defense?
I'm going to try to clarify this for you as best as I can. There are plenty of cases where people have claimed self-defense, and the evidence showed otherwise, and it was not self-defense.
And
right?
there's many cases where it was.
Every time somebody claims self-defense does not mean it was self-defense.
Oh, there's many cases where people get away with that. So I mean, it just doesn't. That's just.
I already addressed that. Even
okay,
if
you said, and then you just made did like a statement where you said that was because it's man's law. So
Yes,
God's law doesn't have any influence
if-
on man's law.
Listen, in other words, if the person claimed self-defense and the evidence couldn't prove otherwise, and they did get away with it, according to man's laws, and he really did do something wrong, and it wasn't self-defense, when his time comes, the Creator will know the intent in his heart before the deed was done.
But
so
he
he's
might
already
live a long life.
He will be judged, even if it's not by man.
Okay, sure, but he's just going to live a long life until that happens. So I mean,
that's your
assumption. That's not my assumption. That's what happens. There's been many cases of this. So I'm just saying what you're saying could be an outlier.
Let me help you out here. It's not as
You're not helping me out here. You're just explaining your argument.
Excuse me. What if somebody in that person's family knows they got away with it and decides to set up it was a self-defense thing, and to take care of the problem? Then that guy didn't live a long, happy life. And
Whoa! How many times has that happened? I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, no. I do know. I'm saying that the thing is, most people usually get away with these cases.
Yeah, but who cares, dude?
Okay, who cares? I mean, yeah, who cares if someone gets
them getting away with it isn't part of the argument. Okay?
I mean, it is a part of the argument because we're talking about moral justification. So I'm just saying,
dude, them getting away with it is not part of the moral justification.
No, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. Let me help you out here. So the thing is,
you go ahead, help me out. Please do it before I pass away.
I'm mentally helping you out right here because you're being sped right now.
Yeah,
so
anybody fucking listening knows that you're the fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. You guys are just going to resort to personal.
I'm talking to you. No, I'm talking about you. It's not that's what you're fucking doing. Shut the fuck up. And you're over talking and you're fucking talking. Now it's personal insults. You don't want to fucking just shot it, right?
Yeah,
you're fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid.
You're hurting my ears, Holmes. So I got a question. Hold on, Vlad. I got a question for him. Is what Vlad's doing unjustified or justified?
Well, it can be justified in his mind. I mean,
you're a dumb bitch.
There's not a broad definition for
you're still a dumb bitch. You're not a thinking man. You're a dumb bitch.
Look what he's doing. I mean, I don't know if that would be good for. I don't think God would agree with that because
God agrees with everything I do. You stupid motherfucker.
That's like
and what?
That's confirmation bias because the thing.
And what?
Okay, it's because I don't think God would agree with you being like.
How do you know? How do you know what God thinks, asshole?
Because
does God agree with you? Who the fuck are you?
Hold on, Vlad. What if Vlad gets away with it? Then what?
If he gets away with it, so what? Who cares?
Exactly my point, dude.
This guy's retarded. You didn't understand the whole fucking point, AI. That's how fucking stupid he is.
Yeah. That's why I said that. I mean, you cannot care about.
Yeah, you're clueless to the whole fucking conversation, and you're talking the most. You stupid motherfucker.
Calm down, dude. Hey, I'm trying to explain my
I'm just
point.
telling you how fucking stupid you.
Oh my god! Like fucking calm down, dude. Like a
You fucking
dog.
dumb.
You're like a chihuahua. Calm down.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
dude. That
You like a
guy's,
dumb
pretty
motherfucker.
much
That's what you're
I don't
saying.
know. He's just spitting on me and shit. Like, dude's just
Yeah,
I
screaming.
know,
in real
dude,
life,
but,
I'd spit
the
on you.
problem
Don't
is,
worry.
that I allowed Vlad to do that to you to prove my point in
I mean,
spades.
of course,
You contradicted yourself. You contradicted yourself within the context of that combo
But I
very
haven't been able
quickly.
to talk. I haven't been able to talk like this whole time. So I'm just saying. I never
Shut the
contradicted
fuck up
myself.
the whole time you're yapping. I had to come in to fucking shut you the fuck up. You're so stupid.
You didn't come in to
Yapping
shut
little
me up for
bitch.
anything, dude. You're just
Yapping
like
little bitch.
screaming.
Yeah, I
That's all
need to
you're
because you're
doing.
fucking stupid.
No,
Stupid as
dude.
fuck.
You
And you're
like
over
screaming.
talking me
You're an
again.
idiot.
Listen,
Yeah, can you
listen.
mute your dog?
Two of
He's
you,
acting like
look,
He
little
doesn't
two of
stop.
you.
He doesn't stop. AI, he
Look,
doesn't
we're
stop.
gonna solve this. We're gonna solve this Solomon style. Since the two of you can't compose yourselves, both of you choose which one of you gets permanently muted. Go ahead.
He does.
Well,
Obviously, he's
shit.
getting
If
muted.
I'm
That
just saying,
cocksucker.
if you want me to get muted, then fine. The conversation's not gonna like pick up from
Hey,
this,
man.
man.
Well, look, one of you has to be muted because neither of you are going to stop talking to each other through each other.
Whoa, you hear him
So
screaming?
I want one of you. I want one of you to man up and choose who's going to be muted.
Well, I think he should be muted because I'm the one giving actual arguments,
Oh
and
my
then this
goodness!
guy's just screaming.
You guys do realize that I offered you the olive leaf by saying, just listen. I offered you the olive leaf by saying we're going to solve this Solomon style. So what you should have done is offered yourself to be muted, and then you would have gotten.
I just did. You didn't hear me. I did that. I literally did that. I told you I wanted to get muted.
Man. All right, you win.
Hold on. You guys have any evidence that the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't care.
I got evidence of this guy getting muted. That's what I got, bro.
I'm asking you. Do you have any evidence for the Earth being flat?
Yeah, it's obviously flat. There you go.
Where is the evidence?
Huh.
It's
Open your eyes,
self-evident, dude. There you go.
From space? I want to see a picture from space taken by NASA that shows the Earth being flat.
What?
Just like
I
the
want to
cartoons
see
they
a
show
picture
you?
from space.
The cartoons
of
they show you. The
Earth being
CGI
flat.
cartoons they show you. You're talking about the cartoon CGI they show you, right?
What cartoon CGI are you talking about?
Well, the
Are you
NASA, the one that
referring to
NASA presents
as a
you.
cartoon company? Is that what you're referring?
What are your thoughts on
That's all. That's all they present. That's all they present.
you take, guys? Marcus.
Look,
Anyways,
why would
can
you
you show me a picture?
Why would you think
of the
that
Earth
NASA
being
Yeah, but
flat
cool story.
from space?
No, but you said from NASA too. So are you dropping that caveat?
Yeah, flat earthers don't have your outer space religion. We know that the outer space, as in the vacuum of space, cannot exist because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay, so how do you explain those
I love
pictures
that, Steve. I
from
love it.
space? How do you explain the ISS?
I just told you they're fake.
Okay, fine. They're fake. Okay, granted.
Images,
So how
not
about the ISS?
photos.
How about the hold on, lady, sandwich maker, let me talk.
Damn,
I'm
dude,
a
calm down.
sandwich maker. Thank you.
Let me talk. Let me talk. So what about the ISS constantly filming Earth from space? How do you disprove that?
They are admittedly composites of many images. So they're an image with compositions into
And
your
where's your proof?
fantasy globe. In the data that's written, you can go check it out for yourself in your own
Okay,
data.
where's the proof? Let me see. You're making
Their
the claim. I need
data
to see the
gives you the
proof.
proof that you're appealing to it. You should have all the data to refute us. Thank you.
He's already gone, I think.
He needed to do that for therapy purposes.
Did you ban
Yeah,
him?
well, he doesn't have
He needs
any
to part.
data that he wants us to give him. He doesn't have any. So
Well, he had to
ship
barge.
the burden of proof on us. Like we're the ones claiming that the Earth is a globe. We don't.
He
Thank
just
you.
wanted to barge in here with what he thought was a gotcha, and then run away before he could hear any rebuttals. he's just trying to help himself through it, just trying to help himself through the pain.
Run away before you could
Yeah,
hear the
please
rebuttals, huh?
prove that the Earth is a globe, flat earthers.
Like, oh, those flat earthers had nothing because he ran away before he
is.
listened to anything they said.
This is so funny. It's hilarious in here, man. Yeah, some guys coming in here saying like you got the trolls. The trolls are always hilarious to hear.
Okay, looks like my working theory was all wrong. Miggy just booted him, actually. Well, scrap that then.
Yeah. Ugh.
Dude, let's play a game. Who's stupider? That Glober or the people who drive up behind you on a highway where you're the only two people on the highway and they still have to get right up on your butt before they figure out that they should just have passed you already?
Scott Mackey.
Correct.
I was about to say Scott Mackey too, man. Fuck.
At least
That
he's
was-
allowed
that
to
was-
have a
that was-
license, unlike you guys.
Funny. Rich Evans. Funny.
You're about to have a license? What did you say?
AI is driving you, asshole. Fucking idiot, this guy. He thinks he don't have a license, AI, this asshole.
Oh.
The Globers are stupid, man.
I actually have a driver's license, which is technically called a passenger's license, which is weird. I have a real estate license. I have a teaching license. Any other licenses you want me to go down?
It's a lot of licensing, man.
How do driver's licenses work on a globe?
Interesting. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this story. I went into the DMV, which is the Department of Motor Vehicles, where you're supposed to get your license done up. And I wanted to get a driving license, right? Nope. Switched over from when I was from Georgia all the way up to Massachusetts, and I was like, okay, I'll go here and I'll get my driver's license. And I looked at the list of options of licenses you could get to sign up for, and it didn't say driver's license. It said passenger's license. And I was like, what the heck's a passenger's license? But yeah, so I in some weird way, I technically don't have a driver's license. I have a passenger's license, which allows, quote unquote, to drive a car, sort of. Or to, I guess, to be a passenger that I'm transporting myself. I'm my own passenger or some weird. Because technically, driving is a commercial activity.
Yeah, because you're driving somebody.
And so they have so a driving license is like like a CDL. Driving vans, driving rigs, driving buses, delivery vans, maybe.
Wait, like a bus maybe?
Oh man, I
Like you
just
need a-
struck gold. I don't know. I think it's the full moon. This full moon's insane, boys and girls. It's the full moon coming up right now, and it's crazy. I hope you guys have crypto investments. Because they're about to go ba-boom. It's the item I needed too. It's crazy. Hold on. Energy damage. Wow, guys, I just almost finished this bitch. That's crazy.
Oh man.
So you guys don't understand. Like, I'm playing a game called Genshin Impact here. I'll pop the stream on too. Yeah. So this is a gacha pay to win, right? But I don't pay for games. I did spend a little money on it, but it's just I don't want to talk about it. It's nothing big. It's not like some people. Some people spend thousands of dollars on this stupid fucking game. But I got to the point after many, many years. I think it was 3 years now. To the point where I get I got this one character and she's maxed out. I got the one character and her artifacts are maxed out. I can't believe it. After 3 fucking years. Holy shit. She's the first one. There's many to go. This
Hello?
Hello.
Is it still flat?
It always was.
Damn.
Always. Still no bendy water.
All right. I'll come back next year to see if anything changes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear their arguments by then. Refraction will be gone by then, and who knows what else will be gone.
Facts, bro. Facts.
Just watching some Netflix before I crash out. I'm pulling night shifts now.
Are you Canadian by any chance?
Just got off an hour and a half ago. Absolutely.
You say the word out, like out. Out.
Yeah.
Do you know who do you know who Lauren Southern is?
I don't think so.
Okay, never mind.
Not off the top of my head.
That's the only Canadian person I know, or I allegedly know.
But is there someone of some renown, like someone?
Not really, not really. Just a random. She's just like a random influencer.
Oh yeah,
She's an alt-right Jewish lady painting her hair blonde, right?
Oh yeah, isn't she secretly Jewish? Yeah, that is true. I
Yeah, I
heard
don't
that a while. Yeah, I heard that too.
Pay attention to influencers. I try to do as little as I can to influence myself.
You know, Jesus was a awesome influencer, bro. That guy had so many, bro. He has the most follower. Like, you know, people like to compare who has the most followers. Like, bro, Jesus has got a lot of followers. I guess Satan has a lot of followers too, but Jesus has more followers.
Yeah. At one of my aunt's funerals, thought about JC came across my mind that was sort of out of the box, where, like, you know how like Hollywood likes to promote like Tony Montana and Scarface, or in Heat the bank robbers, or you know what I mean, always the bad guy getting away with the jewelry heist or whatever, and
like Ocean's 11.
Yeah. And then, so at my aunt's funeral, in my head popped into this thought that like JC was like the ultimate badass because he spoke the truth, carried no weapon, and still was hunted down, and you know, like crazy. He was more of a badass than any like.
Wouldn't they?
Or you know.
I thought they tried I thought the reason is because they thought he was what about he was saying that he was
The son of
the creator, God.
So they called him a Pharisee or whatever, right? And that's
Like an
why
idol. Yeah, they basically thought he was like an idol worshiper, you know.
So yeah,
Because
it was good for their narrative, so he had to go.
But was that the actual reason that they wanted him to be gone, or was there like a different reason?
I'll give you a very good description right now. So Jesus resurrected and had over 500 witnesses. There's no way that somebody could hallucinate. 500 people alone hallucinate the same thing. So his resurrection is not something that you can dispute in history. If you want to, that's fine. It's to your own demise. But then the Roman Catholic Church got on board with Jesus Christ, didn't they? So the Romans got on board with Jesus Christ after the fact, which only gives you more credence to his actual existence, and then usurped it and killed a bunch of people with your Crusades, Inquisition, the Reformation, all of that happened under the Roman Catholic papacy.
Is
So
there
if
is what
any
did go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
if you need any other confirmation of his validity, then go look at Islam, who still recognizes his validity. Or these are hostile witnesses that I don't go towards their beliefs or anything. And also the Jewish with their Talmud, who also recognize Jesus's actual validity, but they say horrible things about him. So there you go.
Did they ever recover or I'm assuming he ascended, so there's no corpse or body to recover, like
No,
if you wanted to do an autopsy or something.
tomb is empty.
Damn. Okay. So there is no body to be found. Got it.
And over 500 witnesses of his resurrection and rising above the clouds into the heavens.
That is amazing. Maybe that's why they keep launching rockets, because they want to try to like mimic the ascending. No, I'm just kidding. That's a conspiracy. That is my that's a conspiracy.
Okay, if you believe the Bible, you are a conspiracy theorist because everything is against the Bible these days.
But what if they're all true though?
Oh, okay. Like all the conspiracies, everything that they spout as truth.
It's always an inversion, right? They always try to invert everything, or
Well,
whoever they is.
it's so funny that you should say that because Jesuit of the Roman Catholic Church, the Jesuits are the ones who would propose your beautiful stage for evolution with the Big Bang Theory. And just look back to who are the ones who proposed these things. The globe Earth was so obscure, and no primary documentation of anyone saying that the Earth is a globe. Nowhere in history. It just sprung up out of nowhere. And I would like for somebody to validate the measurements. That's where we always go back to. Where did they measure the Earth being a globe? Because if we just have to believe it, then that's philosophical. That's not actual empirical evidence of anything. So everything that you spout for your globe Earth, because everything is based off the dimensions of the globe Earth, your entire cosmology falls apart because Venus isn't the same size as Earth. The sun is at 93 million miles away via one astronomical unit. All of these things go by the wayside. We don't have to believe your stupid religion.
Facts. Oh yeah. I have another question about something else. So the reason, I know that I asked this before, but so the reason why they threw shade at the idea of a creator uh via or by lying about the Big Bang, because if there was no Big Bang and they lied about it, and they're trying to the reason they made it was to throw shade or control the mind, then in that case there has to be like um they have to be motivated to throw shade. Like what do they gain by throwing shade
Okay,
is my
you're talking
question.
about
The
talking
control of
about
man's mind.
yeah, you're
Okay.
talking the Jesuit priest that even introduced the Big Bang. So,
Yeah.
what would the Jesuit Catholic priest want you to do? He wants you to look at the bread and say it is our Messiah's flesh. He
Yeah,
wants,
but
but the people in the Reformation, the reason why they were all killed, all those Christians were killed because they wouldn't look at the bread and the wine as the flesh and blood of Jesus Christ, because they don't want him to be crucified over and
That's
over
a
and over
yeah,
again.
that's a good answer for that specific religion. But if you're looking at it as a whole, it's to control a narrative, and if you control a narrative, then you're the arbiter of knowledge. So they have to come to you for the knowledge. It's as simple as that, because we're talking about everything that consists of this narrative, right? And George Lemaitre is just one piece of the puzzle. He's one part in being a Catholic priest.
Yeah,
He's not
but
the whole picture. The whole picture is all of the paradigm in which people think that their Earth is a globe comes from like these arbiters of knowledge, right? These guys who arbitrate whether what knowledge you receive from an expert, right? From an expert standpoint, this is given to you via this larger agenda, this larger knowledge, right? That the Earth is a globe in the spinning vacuum of space.
but
So
you have to include that you have to go to them for knowledge, and you have to go to the Pope for forgiveness of sins.
yeah, I mean, like I said, that may be the case for that specific area, but it doesn't cover everything. When we talk about the whole kit and caboodle, I think that's what Zodiac's question is like, well, why would he even come up with this narrative of the Earth being in a vacuum of space and a globe? George Lemaitre was only talking about a Big Bang idea from what everything began. So he's just one piece of the puzzle. He's not all of it. And so that might be true in a very specific sense. But in the overall view, it's there's more players in the game.
Yeah. The reason why I talked about the Big Bang was because I'm sorry, the alleged Big Bang was because the reason I think or sorry, a really good reason why someone would lie about the Earth being a globe was to make the logical connection between something exploding, right? Like the Big Bang in space. So you have this idea of the globe in space, like a rock in space, as a way to make it seem plausible that the Big Bang would have resulted in this cosmology. So then the question I was asking was, okay, so in that case, what was the reason why they relied about the Big Bang? And then that question came up with, obviously there's control, and then, but there was also like a bunch of other reasons I can't
Yeah, but
remember.
I just outlined they become arbiters of the
Yeah.
knowledge, Zodiac. So they
Yeah.
are the ones you have to come to. So just like a Catholic priest was in those days, someone that you'd have to go to for the scriptures. You'd have to, ask them what it really means, because you as a layman couldn't understand. So
Oh, I see.
just the same is the same that these arbiters of like scientism, you can't understand the cosmos. The experts can, so you have to go to them and appeal to them in order for you to get knowledge from them. So
Mm.
otherwise, just do you hear the people when they come in here? This theme is throughout all the Globers that come in here. I'm not smart enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm just a normal person. I'm not a
Right.
scientist. Do you hear that? They're castrating themselves. Like that. This is what they do already. Like right now. So you
That's
can
true.
see, yeah, you can see this is the outcome of that machine working the way it is. The system
Yeah.
that's working right now, that's exactly what it's doing. So George Lemaitre is a small player in the grand scheme of like all the information, where you have to appeal to one of these guys who arbitrate knowledge to you. So
And then
otherwise, yeah. So
yeah.
so it's a
And then
controlled system. That's what it is. Controlled.
and then okay, so yeah, I agree. So in that case, the arbiter of knowledge needs they need that status, and
Yes.
they need that control because they want something from they either need you to do something, or they need you
Yes.
to not do something.
You got it, Chico. That's exactly what it. And so when somebody understands the difference and they're able to have
Okay.
discernment, they know now that they don't have to be underneath that control, that system, because they
Yeah.
know that it can be proven. It's all smoke and mirrors, right? When it comes right down to it, when we ask these Globers, come on, show us some evidence directly. well, we have a preponderance of evidence. We can't show you directly. See, all of that, what that is them saying they don't have the answer to the question we're asking them. So, and then of course they appeal to the scientists because they're not one, right? But yet they're in this argument like they know something. But when it turns out that once we back them up against the wall, what do? They appeal to a scientist easily because they don't know.
Yeah, to
And
avoid accountability, I guess.
right. And so because that's how the system like has the people. The people have to defer because they don't have the answer. And so a lot of the times we get frustrated because they're not giving us the answer, but it's no fault to them because that's how the system has curated them to the things to say. It's like a script. The only thing they can say is once they're backed into a wall where they don't understand stuff, all they can say is, well, I'm not a scientist. I'm just not my field. So I can just tell you what I know, but ultimately you'd have to hear it from an expert. And
Well,
so
we ask those questions so that they can at least identify the questions that can't be answered by anyone. So we're not just being buttholes over here. We're trying to ask the questions that can't be answered in their own paradigm that they believe in.
that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. And so what we're having here is they think that we're the enemy. They don't see the forest through the trees, right? So they think that we're the bad guy. And what happens is they're not really focusing on where they're getting their information. But once we focus their attention on, wait a minute, how do you know what you know? Where did you hear this from? Who told you? And once they start realizing, well, it came from my professor or it came from my teacher, and then you were like analyzing, how did they know? Well, they heard it just the same. So it became like a tradition. So it's not like some in a kind of a way. I mean, yeah, it is a grand conspiracy, but it's not one in the sense of like they're not out to deceive. Like your teacher in third grade wasn't out to deceive you. She's just telling you
Yeah.
exactly what she learned. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, we don't
Yeah.
think you're our enemy, man. Sorry.
So that's all it is. It's just people telling other people what they think is true, and it's no fault to them. They're not the one at fault. They didn't originate this information. They're just telling you what they know, and based on that, the psychological damage that happens because they just blindly believe. It's like a faith-based religion. They only have confidence in the person that's telling them these things because why would they not have confidence? These people are experts in their field and they know what they're saying because they studied, you know, uh, how to build rockets and engineering and all these things. So working with technology kind of puts that extra compounding factor that they're going to say, oh, well, they worked on rockets. Therefore, those rockets, they go to space. So they're connecting the dots in their mind. But that's it. They don't know if it's possible or not because they've never actually either been in one or actually seen one all go to the vacuum of space. So like all of these things, they appeal to these quote unquote experts. And so it's like I
Yeah.
said, it's no fault of theirs. They're just those experts become arbiters of knowledge, and the ones who are listening to them are under the control of that knowledge. So that knowledge controls them, and they can't escape. The only thing they can do is appeal. So what we do in here is what we're making them realize. Wait a minute, how do you know what you know? Because you're just saying words. You haven't verified any of this information, but to them, it's okay. Just like any faith-based religion, you don't have to know any of this stuff because you just appeal to a higher source, right? And so that's okay. At some point, you're just like, all right, then I guess you're just going to believe a scientist. And they're happy. They're like, yeah, sure. I'll be happy. I'll believe a scientist because you guys aren't one. You know what I mean? And that's, see, you
All the
see
while,
the
they don't
vicious
even know what
cycle?
science is. They don't even know what science is to appeal to a scientist.
Mm.
They
I wonder
would
if
need
it's
to
just
know
for
what
money.
actual science is.
Exactly. So what happens is they're told this dogma about what science is. Well, science doesn't prove anything. There is no absolutes in science. So when they hear this, they're just like they play it, they recall it and play it back to you because they're like, oh well, at the end of the day, we can't know anything that's true because that's not how science works. They're just repeating this dogma, but they don't know anything. They're just saying what they've been told. And so that's their obfuscation out of the, like responsibility or held accountable for answering anything that we're asking them.
And
You see?
it's dogma because they don't accept any scrutiny from us at all. So
Oh, and
this,
yeah,
sorry.
I just
Wrong.
and also to add to that, the dogma continues because they will say the earth cannot be flat. And you're just like, wait a minute, didn't you just contradict yourself in saying that science has no absolutes and you just gave me one? That's weird, right? And you just gave me an absolute where you said science doesn't work that way. I'm thinking on that now. You know what I'm saying? Like, isn't that crazy? They, on the very same breath that they say science doesn't work like that without absolutes, and then they say the earth cannot be flat. That is
But
strange.
isn't that a geometry question though?
Yeah, but do you
It
understand
is.
that when you're in a
I know what you're
science,
saying, but I'm just trying to be, devil's
yeah,
advocate here.
you could say anything you want, but the problem is when it comes from their mouth, they're actually implicating themselves when they say that's not how science works. Science makes no absolutes, and they make an absolute statement right after that. The earth cannot be flat.
Yeah, it's a contradiction. Yep.
Exactly.
He's right though. It is a geometry question. It's definitely not a scientific question. But guess what? All these globetards will tell you that it is scientifically
Okay.
proved to be a globe.
So you're saying it within the framework of assuming that it's a science question, even though it's not.
Right.
Because the reason,
Okay.
but the reason they say it, the reason they bring up science is because they always accuse flat earthers of being science deniers. That's why we always bring it up and point out to them, guess what? It's actually not even a scientific question. So
Yeah, it's really hard. I would say when you speak to these guys who are really dug in, the staunch glober, the anti-flat earther, you kind of feel bad because you know what position they're in. They're in a vicious cycle. They can't escape, and the only way for them to do that is to break free. It's almost, to me, I think it's spiritual, right? You have to get away from the spell that you're under in order for that to happen. But if you see them like they struggle, it's almost like they castrate themselves. Well, I'm not the smart guy. The expert over there, he's the smartest guy in the room. That may be in the case of what he might know, but they're demeaning what their intellect prowess can be because they're saying I can't know what that guy knows because he probably has spent all his life doing this one thing, and I'm just I just go to work at a factory. You know what I mean? So it's crazy, man. But this is the kind of thing that we're dealing with. So it's more of it is kind of a psychological issue, but I think more than that, it's like a cognitive issue, because they can't reconcile the fact that they couldn't understand that they're under this belief system, So
Well, I would say that it's more like where does the information come from? If you can't like define where the information comes from, then you have no way to substantiate the information. Like we need something to verify what you're saying, and you can't even like dredge up some sort of anything to tell us where it came from. Where
and
did the information come from
yeah,
first?
and that's so important. But see, we never we never drill down to the root bases in a debate, like especially in here, because there's so much that there's so many layers that we have to like take away before we get to that point. Flatsy. Most of the things that we're dealing with is the hardened
A mindset.
at
Yeah.
these attitudes that when they come in here, they're just like, oh, you're so stupid, and you have to peel back that layer first before you get to the next layer of what they know, and it's like on and on. Like every single layer that we take away, like there's another one that's after that, and so they've built up.
It's a mindset. You have already taken that mindset and torn it apart, Alpha. So, I mean, I have a lot of appreciation to you and your method because you can expose them, and they don't even know. They don't even know that they're exposing themselves.
But you see, Flatsy, that comes from the biblical verse in John 1 when it was speaking of the light shines in the darkness and the darkness cannot comprehend it. That speaks to that because
Yeah.
when you're speaking of truthful things, they don't understand. It doesn't register. They're like, how? Why? I don't get it. What do you mean? Like you could hear this. There doesn't in their
They're
worldview.
dumb and they don't understand what you're talking about, and we
Right.
all, yeah.
And that's the thing. Truth resonates with truth. So when you're around somebody that's speaking it, you're like, yeah, he's pretty on point with this. But to them, they're lost in the sauce. They couldn't even get like past the fact that you just said something that totally contradicts their paradigm. And so it's difficult, right? That is the job that's incumbent upon anyone who actually shoulders this responsibility to be an ambassador for truth. So if you so choose that, you know what you're dealing with. So I don't know. It's fascinating to me because I wish there was a one for all answer to kind of undo this, but everybody's different. You have to like see that nobody's actually gonna. It's like imagine if you were. I'm gonna use this analogy. Imagine if you're a firefighter running in a burning building and you're trying to get everybody out of there before the building collapses. And some people will lend you their hand, others will be cowering in the corner and like shaking their heads like they don't want to take your hand. At some point, you got to just shrug your shoulders and keep going because there's a lot of people that need more, their attention.
Well,
So
just
you
as
can't, yeah.
well,
That's
just
the way.
as the way of thinking of many men are also the ways that they will reconcile other thoughts in their mind, like ideas that are pushed on them, like the idea of outer space and all of the globe and whatnot. They've all kind of done their own uh, reconciliation in their own minds of how that works because it's such a I mean, think about the idea of all of that. It's kind of obscure. They don't give you anything definite except that there's this and there's that. You have to kind of reconcile everything else in your own mind. So
Right.
as the different ways of how men think, they will also reconcile those ideas in their mind with those differences. That's why
I'm
it's
gonna,
always
I'm gonna go back to listening mode because I'm at work, but I was on my break. However, you guys, yeah, keep up the discussion. I think it's refreshing for them to actually listen to a perspective where it's almost like, man, if we could actually turn that light switch on and off of their mind where they can actually think for themselves, like we do it, but we can't do that. We can only show them the door. They have to walk through it.
so true. I get what you're saying, man.
Yeah, catch you on the flat side.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Oh man, imagine wanting to be the arbiter of knowledge. There's
That's not.
gotta.
I don't want to
Yeah,
be that.
that's not something anybody does though. That's just something Miggy just made up.
Oh,
His
okay.
own
So you
paranoid
don't think
delusions of
you're
the
some
world.
arbiter?
It's not. It
You don't
doesn't
think
exist.
so? You don't think you're some arbiter of your own knowledge, Scott Mackey?
I'm the arbiter of my own knowledge. Yes, of
No,
course.
but I think the reason Mickey was mentioning it is because whenever there's a glober that says, "I don't know, I'm not a scientist," they have to appeal to something. But there's got to be a reason
You're
why.
asking.
I was asking initially. I was asking, okay, so the reason they lied about the Big Bang, or not lied, but you know what I mean, like the reason the initial person came up with it was because of controlling the narrative. There's like a whole bunch of reasons, but I'm trying to like decipher which one I like or which one I'm gonna go with.
Have you ever considered the possibility they just thought it was true?
That's true too. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
mean that's an easier one, right? I mean, it requires less conspiracy.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
that's true
hard
too.
to think that when a Jesuit's oath is to only go with the general's orders, even if it's against the Pope's orders, which is what they would normally, go back to. The Jesuits are of the Roman Catholic Church. So if the Pope says something and they go against it, like he says contraceptives are bad, but then Jesuit priest will hand out contraceptives, that's against the Pope's orders, right? They do that. That's what they do. They go against his orders, but they also fall under the order of the Pope. So you're talking about some Jesuit priest that told you about the Big Bang, and then you just think that they thought it was true?
Well, that's not where I
Sorry,
got my. That's not where I
there's
got my.
your logic there.
That's not where I got my information about the Big Bang from, though.
That's where the idea of it came from.
Wait,
Is a
Jesuits?
Doesn't matter where it came from.
It does matter where it came
Why?
from.
Why does it matter?
As an oath, if he's a Jesuit, if he's a pronounced Jesuit, he had an oath to adhere to. Did you read his oath? Do you care
No,
about the oath that he took, or did you read
not
it?
one bit. Not one bit.
Oh, so
Yeah, I
you
don't
don't
care.
care that he took an oath
Wait,
before he said all
the
that
guy,
stuff?
the guy
Why
who
would
came
I?
up with the Big Bang was a Jesuit priest?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He
And
was
do
the
you know
first
what a
one to
priest
think of
is?
it.
You know what a priest is? It's different than a preacher.
Right, okay.
You know why it's different? Because a priest does a sacrificial offering for you. What is their sacrificial offering?
I guess they wanted everyone to believe that.
Bread, the bread being the flesh,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
the wine being the blood. That's their sacrificial offering.
Damn, that sounds creepy, man. I don't know why.
Tell me about it. This is what I'm. Listen, you guys, the Glopers believe in their Jesuit priests. They are more religious than anyone.
No, we don't. That's not what we believe. You really should stop making up
You
what
don't
we
even know.
believe.
You don't know what you believe. How are
No,
you
I
going
do
to?
know. I know what I believe much more than you know what I believe. I guarantee you that.
Well, then go read their oath. The
I
Jesuit
don't need
oath.
to. That's not why I
Oh,
believe what I believe.
the guy that told you what your paradigm is. You
No,
should believe him just on whatever he says.
no, that's just not true.
So, what is the actual evidence of what he said?
I have no idea what he said. I know what the people who looked into it and figured out what's going on say.
So, the blind leading the blind. It's so
No,
true.
it's not the blind. It's the people. It's the people looking in deep space and using
No, it's the
complicated,
papacy that rules you, buddy, and you just don't know it.
Oh,
You're so fucking arrogant. It's just ridiculous sometimes, you people.
Wait,
I'm telling you
God.
wait, I'm
You
confused.
arrogant mother.
I'm arrogant. I'm telling you where it came from. You can go and
You're
prove me
telling
wrong.
me what I believe?
I'm telling
You
you where
not
it
hear
came
yourself?
from. I'm
Do
telling
you
you where it
not
came
hear
from.
yourself?
No, I'm telling you where it came from.
I don't know. You didn't know. You don't
Yeah,
know
it's
where what
a
I
Jesuit
believe came
priest.
from.
It
You know
came
what
from
you've been told about what I believe. You
so
have
it came
no idea what I believe.
so a Jesuit priest told you that the Big Bang.
No, a Jesuit priest, one last time, a Jesuit priest told me nothing.
That's true.
Nothing.
Depends. He may have, but I'm
Nothing.
saying that the Jesuit priest definitely included his own
God. Sometimes you people,
insertion into
it's
your paradigm,
insane.
buddy.
Again with this, you people. You're talking over her as well.
Who's you people, Scott?
Some of you flat earthers
So not
who
you.
tell us what we believe and why we believe it.
I'm just letting you know where your information comes from, buddy.
No, you're not. You have no idea where my information comes from.
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I
Wait,
did.
where does the Big Bang Theory come from originally, Scott?
I don't care.
A Jesuit priest.
Is it a guy from the 1931 who came up with the
The,
theory?
the original theory doesn't matter. The original conception doesn't matter. It's what they found since then, and the tons of information, tons of data they have to back up the idea.
Did you
So
did you
she
read the
did say
Jesuit?
where the information originated from, right?
Yeah,
No,
did
she didn't.
you read the
It didn't
Jesuit
come.
oath?
It didn't come from this priest.
Where did it
Did
come
you
from?
That
read
priest.
the oath?
That priest did no research. He had no data.
Oh, did he
What?
not? Okay, so what did he present when he said the Big Bang was
He may have
true?
looked at the stars and he came up with this idea.
Okay, so tell me what his oath
He didn't
was.
know. He didn't know about cosmic background radiation.
What was his oath? Yeah, I do. I know how to debunk it too. But also, like, where was his oath when he said that?
I have no idea, nor do I care. Why do we got to keep on this thing?
That's a problem.
No, it's not.
Don't
Not
you
for me.
Okay, here. Don't you want people like as in military and cops to adhere to the Constitution? Don't you want that to be their oath, right? Before they defend you as a citizen?
What you don't understand is I just don't see the
Right?
world like
Don't
you
you?
see it as these oath
No, no,
things.
no, no. Answer my question, Scott Mackey. Don't you want them to adhere to the Constitution before they defend your rights?
I want them to understand why the Constitution has the stuff they have in it, so
So
they
they
just
take an
think
oath.
it's a good idea.
So they
No, I
take
don't.
an
I don't want. I know. I don't want anybody to blindly follow an oath. That's stupid. That leads
But
to
what if they do?
dictatorships. That leads to
But
death.
what if they do?
What's that?
What if they do? What if they
If they blindly follow an oath, we're in trouble.
or they distribute information or maybe distribute some sort of force to protect you?
I don't know why you ask. I don't know why you ask questions when you don't listen to the answers. You don't even care about the answer, do you?
You're not listening to the question.
You asked me, do I want someone to follow an oath? What was my answer?
You don't want somebody to blindly follow an oath, but
Exactly.
do you actually want somebody to adhere to anything when they're maybe protecting you?
Yo, Scott, I have a question. What if
I want
the
them. I want them to consider their moral intuitions and follow them. Yeah. That's the
okay,
only hope we
listen.
have
Those
of leading
morals
good
come
lives.
from, Scott. Where do those morals come from, though?
Scott, I have one question.
Each one of us. Each one of us.
Oh, okay. So
We
it's
make
just
morals.
subjective.
Yes.
So it's subjective.
It is. Yes.
So it's
Hey, yo.
not absolute.
Yes. Yes. And the only shot we have of having good lives is when we share those morals.
So what if somebody takes an oath to something that goes against what you consider morals?
Why are we talking about oaths? I just told you what I think about oaths. Why you got to bring up an oath again?
Okay, yo, Scott, I have a
Because
question
that's
for
what
you
the
about
Jesuits
oath.
do. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not telling you a
I
lie.
don't care what Jesuits do.
You can go look at their oath.
Don't
It's there for you
care.
if you want to look for it.
I know. And I told you once again, I don't care about the
Okay,
Jesuit
my turn.
oath.
My turn. I want
Ignorance
to.
Yeah, let him go. You just let. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I have a question. I have a
especially
question.
willing
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
What if the oath is I will not? I take the oath to not blindly follow oaths.
Oh,
What the
jeez.
Well, that would be nice. I would like to
People
see
who
that.
think they're clever.
That's hilarious.
I wish people wouldn't follow
Oh
oath
my
at
god.
all.
Yo, I have a serious question about
That actually.
land. Hmm?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to know, like, if you're traveling like westward, right? Like true west
Yeah.
on a flat plane, will it circumnavigate or will I hit Antarctica at some point?
A circle around
If
Polaris is
if
still a circle. It's a
if you're
circle.
are you using a compass? Because if
Yeah,
you're
I'm using a
using a
compass. I'm using a magnetic compass. It's
yeah.
pointing towards
Same
magnetic
thing
north.
happens on both models.
Yeah,
It's a
it's
bad
not something
question. It's a bad analogy.
or
Yeah,
paradigm.
if you're not, yeah, see, the thing is, if you're using a compass and you're see the only issue is you need to, in order to do this test, you need to verify that you're actually going in a straight line. That's really the key to actually do this test.
All right,
Right.
so
Well,
seafaring
I want to say
cultures.
this:
Yeah.
East and West are directions respective to north, which is a point.
Using a
So it
compass.
is,
Yeah.
yeah, using a compass. So north being a point and east and west being in respect to that would be a circle.
Yeah,
And
because
here's
the
the thing:
compass follows
even on a globe, anywhere in the northern hemisphere, if you're keeping a west heading, you're constantly turning right. Anywhere in the southern hemisphere, to keep a western hemisphere, you're constantly turning left. The only time you don't have to constantly turn to maintain a western heading is if you're on the equator.
Okay,
So it's a
so
really bad analogy.
okay,
Damn, Scott defending the flat Earth. Nice.
okay, so check this out. Check this out. Right, all seafaring cultures, right? Chinese, Phoenician, Greek, Arabian, Portuguese, and Spanish, like the famous seafaring cultures, right? They had these instruments. They had these instruments that measured. I forget what they're
Elevation of
called.
Polaris.
Sextant.
It could have been sextant. Yeah, it
Yeah.
could have been sextants, but like it measured like the position of the stars. They only navigated at nighttime.
Yeah, celestial navigation. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
called
So
yes.
Lights in the sky.
Yeah. So using celestial navigation, you wouldn't be able to figure out if you're traveling in a straight line.
No.
To use circles of equal altitude with a fixed
I
point.
wouldn't use lights in the sky, but anyway, I don't mean to digress. Go ahead.
No, I would say I'm saying that those people use circles of equal elevation, which require a flat plane that they're navigating upon. And the only way that you can use celestial navigation, which we still use, which is what our latitude and longitude lines are derived from, is celestial navigation. And the degrees away from Polaris as a single point, that requires a flat Earth because they use a flat plane to navigate upon.
That's just not true.
Okay, well then refute it, Scott, and give me
It
the
does. It doesn't
I
work on
will
a flat Earth.
I will show you the verification right now that it is.
Okay. Show me how every degree of latitude is 69 miles. Then.
You show your hand first. I called you first, didn't I?
Yeah, sure. 60 degrees zenith from Polaris cannot be the same height of Polaris as 30 degrees. At the 30th parallel, 30 degrees zenith, 30th parallel, 60.
Elevation. So what circles of equal elevation then, Scott?
Yeah, that's in circles equal elevation is the GP is forming a line from the start of the ground position, right, perpendicular to the Earth. And the observer's sight to the same star is parallel to that line. And so there are no triangles involved in celestial navigation, just parallel lines. And you get the angles because the Earth is curved. That's how you get an angle when you have two parallel lines.
What's an elevation angle?
It's a circle. It's a circle on the sphere that shares the same angle to the star.
Not an elevation angle. What are you talking about?
That's exactly what you don't understand what it is. You need to take a celestial navigate. You need to take a course. You need to take a course, and then you'll understand it.
No, I know what an elevation angle is.
No, you don't. You
Yes,
have no
I do.
idea what it is. What is it? Tell me what it is.
It's an angle to a position, a star, from your position, and the flat plane being the flat baseline of the triangle that you would resolve for the GP of the star. So the ground position of the star.
There's no triangles in celestial navigation.
It would be a right angle triangle.
There are no right angle triangles in celestial navigation. You're just wrong.
That is an elevation angle, is a right angle triangle. That is
No, it's not. You're wrong.
Okay, then citation, please.
Just look at any celestial navigation course.
Citation, please.
I'm not going to do your work for you.
I can do the work for you, but I'm asking
No,
you
you can't.
for once.
You cannot find me a celestial navigation documentation that talks about right triangles.
You've not given us any kind of validation for your
I don't
claims.
need to.
Saying we don't understand and nuh-uh.
Look up any celestial navigation course. Anyone, anywhere. Find a celestial navigation course. No, you haven't.
I have.
Then you don't understand what you read. Show me it. Show me the celestial navigation course you looked at that talks about right triangles.
Scott, I have a question for you, man. Like, you sound like you know some things, okay? What I'm trying to figure out is, like, why did the Phoenicians fear traveling westward, and why did the Vikings fear traveling westward, okay? Like, there's something about traveling westward that the ancient seafaring cultures were
no idea.
Like,
no idea.
No idea? No idea?
Yeah. I don't know the history stuff of this stuff. I just know how the things are done now.
Okay, all right. Like, let's just say I'm on a boat and I wanna navigate and find new land on this plain Earth. How do I do that? Using the stars.
Here, I'll show you. There, I just posted a course on celestial navigation. He explains it with visuals and everything. It's so much easier than me trying to explain it without being able to show you anything.
Okay,
and
so
if you guys
Scott,
actually want, if you want to learn, just look at that.
Okay,
it's better
so
than
Scott,
I can do.
I just want to know: is there more land on this plane?
We're not on a plane; we're on a sphere.
Well, we conceptualize it as a sphere, right?
No, it's a sphere. We're capable of understanding where we live. Yeah. We have progressed that far in our intellectual abilities. Yes. There was a time,
We experience it as a flat plane.
I've never experienced it as a flat plane, and neither of you.
Okay, show us
you're
where
delusional. You're
you
delusional.
Where have you ever
Even when
experienced
you go
flatness?
outside? Oh,
I never.
bumpiness. Gotcha.
I have mountains all the way around me.
Okay, so it's
I'm
bumpy.
in a
Got it.
valley.
Got it.
Where have you ever
Topography or
experienced
terrain.
flat? Where have you ever experienced flat?
On a calm day at the beach, right? When you look out at the ocean.
I've been at calm days on the beach, and I see a horizon, which you
where do
can't have on a flat Earth.
flat though?
Why?
Well, okay, tell me how a horizon forms. A very distinct horizon line, a very, very clear line between the end of the ocean and when the sky. Okay, I explain that.
Because
It's just where the sky appears to meet the
so
earth.
flat.
I don't get
How does
why
it
it
work?
would be.
Listen,
Jesus loves you guys.
What do you mean? What causes it?
Oh gosh.
How do you get a crisp line?
Because
Jesus
the
loves you.
the
How do you
terrain
get
is
a
flat.
crisp line?
So
What?
when you can I say what I'm
What
going
do
to
you?
say?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the
Everybody wants
terrain is
peace.
so flat that you resolve it as what? Flat. It's pretty simple.
It's
Your
not flat though.
optical, yeah, but your optical resolution will resolve the ground, the terrain, the surface as whatever it is, and it is
That's just
flat, which is
that's
where
just
you
gibberish.
derive.
You just said nothing.
No, I'm
You
going to go
said
ahead and tell
words that have no meaning.
Shut up, Scott. You're going to
Okay.
derive your horizontal. You're going to derive your horizontal lines from the horizon, which is at 0 degrees, and horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon, which means that they never deviate or intersect the horizon.
That's just gibberish.
Wait,
You said
okay.
nothing.
It's gibberish, guys. I'm
You
Okay,
said
wait.
nothing.
That was just gobbledygook.
What do you think?
Right?
What do you think you said?
Gobbledygook.
I'm going to give you a citation.
Okay.
What
Yeah, I got a
was the
really nice shot.
argument? Sorry, go ahead.
Here's a horizon line that is absolutely not straight.
And
Okay,
you. Okay, got it.
Should be coming up soon. Loading. There it is. It's like 4 seconds long. That line makes a 180-degree curve all the way around me. I was just there Saturday at Santa Cruz. Extremely beautiful. See how crisp that horizon line is? You can very clearly see how the ocean.
Degrees. There's my citation, by the way.
Does everybody see how that line makes 180 degrees all the way around me?
Yeah, it's
Let me
just
take a
a
look.
circle of vision around you.
Okay, but it is a circle, right? It's not straight.
Sure.
We all agree it's not straight. Nobody has ever seen in their entire lives a straight horizon. Nobody has ever seen one.
It doesn't mean that the surface is curving, but it's just a circle. Yeah.
No, it's just
But
straight.
do we agree that nobody has ever seen a straight horizon?
It is a straight horizon. It always is. That's why horizontal lines are derived
But
from it.
I just showed you a video of a non-straight horizon.
Circle around a straight line doesn't make it a circle.
See, that's more a circle. Let's just. I'll quote you: a circle around a straight line doesn't make it a circle.
You making a circle around a straight line doesn't make it a circle. That's
I didn't make a circle.
Yeah, I just watched you, dude.
I filmed the horizon line curving around me.
It's not curving at all.
Then how does it get from in front of me to behind me?
Because that's your resolution limit at every single angle that you shoot the horizon in your circle
And does
that you
that
made.
not make a circle?
Not that it made. It didn't make a
Does
circle. You did.
Yeah, does the words make sense when they come out of your mouth? Because they don't
Yeah.
make any sense by the time they get to my ears.
Is there a circle around him, Flatsy?
He made the circle. The horizon stayed
How do
straight.
I make a circle?
When you turned around.
When you say the horizon's curving, I'm thinking that you're talking about it curving downwards.
No. He's
No,
talking about
it's a circle.
it being a circle around you.
Yeah, that's like it's. You can have like a coin that's flat and round.
You could.
Yeah. He's
You
just
could.
all he's doing is he's saying, okay, flat earthers say the horizon is straight. He's saying no, that's not true. The horizon
I
is
see what you mean.
circle. Does that make sense?
I see what you mean. Not
Yeah.
curving when.
He's not saying
That's
that it's
actually
necessarily
hilarious.
proving the curve.
Well,
He's
if
just
it's
saying
circle,
flat
it's a
earthers are
curve.
wrong.
No, I get
Definition
it.
of a
I get
circle.
But
it.
every point of
Now
reference
we can agree it's a flat circle. It appears
every
as a flat circle, right?
yeah, but you're talking
Yeah.
about every point of reference in a circle that you make. You turn around the 360 degrees, not the earth. So you're the one turning. It
I
is
didn't
staying
say.
straight as far as your eyes can see at every single point of perception.
Is that
And
not
then
obvious to
you're the
everybody
one saying
listening?
that it's a circle. You're the one saying it's a circle around you, when in actuality, without your perception, it's a straight line.
Okay, does that make sense to anybody?
It makes perfect sense.
If you
That's
don't
the way
turn
it's
Explain it to me
around,
then. Explain it to me.
if you don't turn around, I think it makes sense. Like if you're
No,
just looking straight.
if I look straight, I can't grab it in the picture, but I guarantee you, our eyes are much wider of field of vision than the camera is, and you can see it curving without turning your head one bit.
Okay,
I guarantee you, I can take every last one of you to the coast where I was, and you will see it curving without moving your head at all.
in your peripheral.
Really?
Hold on.
No, not in your peripheral. It's
Yeah, in your
within like.
peripheral. Hold on. Listen, Scott.
Okay.
On
Yep.
the ends, on the left and right, okay, the way you are looking, no different than if you're looking out the window of a plane. On the left and right of that window, because your eyes, the way your lens is, it's going to take anything that's flat and put a tiny little curve on the ends.
We're
So
not talking
if
about
you
a
were
plane.
if you were to put like blind, if you were to
But
get
it
like
doesn't.
if you were to get like two, let's say like two mountains or something, and you put it in the ocean, you're not going to see that curving no more, because a mountain on each side, or the island, or whatever you want to put, so if you put something that will mess up that curving, if you will, on the edges, then you won't be able to see that. But when you go out into the deep ocean and you look at nothing but water around you, when you
I'll be
look
right
to
back.
when you look to one direction, it's going to be like straight, but on the tips of it, it looks round. But then you look a little bit more to the right, and that where you saw it being curved is now straight. And that's because it's your lens of your eye that's creating that circle around you, that hula hoop effect, if you will. Like, what don't you get about that?
Because I don't have to get it. It's not true. Because I can take
Oh,
a
okay. So
dowel.
your reality
I
isn't
can
true.
take.
Got it.
Let me finish, dickhead. I can
Got
take a
it.
doweling rod. I can take a doweling rod that is perfectly straight, that is wider than my field of vision, and that does not curve on the ends. God,
Okay. So then your eyes are retarded, because everyone's eyes would do that. Now you may not
it
notice it,
does not
because
curve like
hold
the
on.
ocean
You may not.
curves.
How far is this rod, by the way, from your eyes? How far is it, by the way?
What difference does it make?
Because if you're looking at something
It's
up close,
filling
you
my
might
field
not
of
see it.
vision.
If you're okay, if it's not taking up your entire left to right field of vision,
It is.
then okay, so you're putting it right up to your eyes?
No, doesn't have to be. It's 8 foot long.
Okay, so when you look at it, okay, thank you, exactly. When you're looking at something that's 8 foot long and you're like right there in your room, or in your shop or outside, well, you still have the world around you that's going to take away from that rod being curved. You're a fucking moron, dude. You can't grasp this. You're an idiot, dude. When you're looking at something,
That's because you're wrong. And you don't
you keep
understand that
saying
you're
that,
wrong.
you keep saying that, but you are
That's
wrong, bro.
because you are wrong.
Okay, if that helps you sleep
I
at
will
night,
say
then
it
go
for as
ahead.
long as you're wrong.
If that helps you believe in
You're
your
just making
curved
shit
ball,
up.
go ahead, bro.
You're
Yeah.
making stuff
Don't
up.
try to discredit anybody. You're a little bitch. Stop trying to discredit people.
Apocryphon, do you
You're wrong.
mind giving a diagram or something, the illustration of what you're talking about?
Do you really need a fucking illustration to realize that when
Thank
you
you.
go out to the ocean and when you see left to right, like the way your eyes are seeing the entirety of it, it's very, very slight. But what happens if you see it like curving on the edges, all you do is just turn your head a little bit, and where you saw it curved is now straight, because the way your eyes are focusing on what's in front of you, it's going to make that straight, because it's straight, because it's flat and horizontal. Now, and he's talking about something that's 8 foot and then takes a step away from it. He's like, I don't see it curving. He's a fucking moron. You're not gonna be see it. It has to do with your vision overall when you're looking out and there's nothing but water. That's why I said if you put like 2 islands or 2 mountains in the far distance, that's gonna take away that little curve, because you won't see that curve, quote unquote, in the mountains. But you'll see it if it was a straight horizontal line or the over the horizon.
There's no curve ever been measured, mate.
All right, Apocryphon. Just explain how the line wraps all the way around me. When I look right, it's perpendicular. When I look left, it's perpendicular. How does that happen?
That's just your eyes, mate. But no curvature has ever
Okay, how
been
does that
measured on
work?
the Earth.
Okay, it's my eyes. How do my eyes do that?
I'm not bothered about eyes. No curvature has ever been measured on the Earth. It's all measured flat and horizontal. So
I
you
just got
can't
a
see
video of curvature.
You can't see curvature because it's measured horizontally.
I have a question for Scott. Scott, how do you know that this so-called curvature that you're witnessing is not just a optical effect of your glasses?
Well, it's definitely not Earth curve.
glasses.
It's definitely not Earth curve because Earth is measured flat and horizontally. So he's mistaken somewhere.
I'm kind of curious why you guys find it so hard to accept that the horizon forms a circle around us.
No one
I mean,
says
that's
it
an
doesn't
easy one.
form
Okay.
No one says it doesn't form a circle around us from our perspective.
trying
when
to
we
say
turn
that.
around. That's not what I don't think anybody's saying here. It's an optical effect of our perception.
Explain
It's
that
that
optical effect then.
360-degree view, bro. It's that 360-degree
Yeah.
view. It's that like, what aren't you
Explain the
getting about
optical
that?
effect.
They've been explaining it this entire time. My question to you is, when you look out in one direction and you see a curve left to right, how do you know it's not just your glasses or your eyes that are just so bad that it's forming this bump?
Well, because I don't wear glasses. Wait,
You don't wear
there's no bump there. I know what you. No.
You're,
There's no bump
you're
there.
saying you see a curve left to right.
No,
I'm calling it a
saying I
bump.
see it
Whatever.
forming a circle. No, but it's
Okay.
important to get it right. There's no bump.
Okay, so because you see a circle when you turn 360 degrees, you're saying that's a curve, up and down. Let's say
That's what a circle is. It's a curve.
a curve on one plane or in
Yes. It's
down
a
plane.
circle is by definition on a plane. Yes.
Okay, no one's arguing that. That's effectively from our perspective. That's from our perception. But the argument.
Hold on for a sec. Let me finish. Can you get everybody to agree to that first? Get everybody to agree to that. All right.
I don't think anybody
I think
was
they
disagreeing.
were.
Okay, well then I must have misheard.
The contention here is the horizon straight or is it forming a circle around you?
So and with that being said, the horizon itself is straight, but our eyes create a 360-degree around us as you turn, as you spin in the middle. If you were to go in a boat and there you see nothing but water, when you look out to the east, you're gonna see it's like completely straight and flat across, right? Well, there might be waves, whatever. But let's say there's no wind on a lake that's big enough to where all you see is water and you see nothing else. Okay, that's all you have is water and sky. Let's just say, and there's no wind in this imaginary world. Now, when you look out to the left, you're gonna see a straight line, and then as you turn, because on the edges of your eyes, the way our lenses, the way we see it's gonna be very, very slight in our peripherals. You may not even notice. Maybe you're blind in that spot. I don't know. So, but then when you look to the right, what was once curving, because your lens is curving the edges, is now going to be straight, because once you're focused straight on it, you're looking at the straight line again. So it's like looking at a hula hoop, but you know that hula hoop, like the top of it, is actually flat and straight if you were to look at it from a different angle and not see it curving around you in your 360 field of vision, if you'll call that. Like, I don't know why Globers don't get this. They can't grasp this. This is very simple.
Because we know the difference between flat and straight. They're not the same thing.
Oh, you know what's the difference between flat and straight? Yeah, you say
Yes.
straight is curved. You guys are retarded. You say level's curved.
What's the difference between
Level's
flat and
flat. Look,
straight?
listen. Level's flat, right? And then you guys say, oh well, level's curved because flat is curved. You guys are retarded, bro.
Oh God! What's the difference between
You don't-
flat and straight?
Let me put something into perspective, Scott. What
Okay.
you're what I think you're describing. Okay, if I were to create a 3D video game where the ground is perfectly flat and there's no obstacles in my game, and I sit down, or I stand up in the middle of the game and I draw like a checkerboard on the ground or whatever, and I spin around 360 degrees, I will see what you're describing.
Not really.
Right?
No,
Yeah,
not
pretty
always.
much. Pretty
No.
much.
What would happen? Where would the horizon be in your video game? At what level?
The middle of the screen ish.
Yeah, it'd be eye level, wouldn't it?
Pretty
If it goes
much.
out to infinity, right, you're going to see to eye level, right? If you
Pretty
go on
much.
100, if you go on 100-foot hill, the hill I was on right there, the cliff that I was on was probably 40 feet off the water. The water does not rise to eye level. And if you go on a 1,000-foot hill, which they do have some next to oceans, the water won't even come close to rising to eye level. It just won't.
I don't know about that. I thought I've seen it, and I think a lot of people can attest to it. The camera footage of what was that, 120,000 feet or something like that. The dog cam. Anyone else know that? Anyone else be able to cite that? Looks
Yeah, the Red
perfectly.
Bull jump.
Not the Red Bull jump. The other one. It was more of a. I think it was an independent guy.
Oh yeah. I understand. The one there where they caught the sunspot.
The sunspot, and it was pretty much level with the camera.
See, but these are just
camera lens view. It looked pretty much eye level to me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But
this is what's ridiculous.
These are just indisputable facts. It does not rise to eye level.
This is what's ridiculous, though. Look at this was ridiculous. Look at this. Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish this. The point that I was trying to make here is not about the eye level height aspect of things. I was just drawing a attention to the circular kind of illusion, if you want to call it, that we would get from this type of setup, which maps more or less perfectly. Of course, not perfectly because it's a video game. From the video game onto what we see.
But see, the specifics matter, or they should matter at least, right?
Yeah, and it's pretty.
If your video game, it rises to eye level by definition, right? Because your angle of view to infinity is essentially zero, right? And so those things would come up to eye level. Whereas our angle of view to the horizon is not zero, or it's not infinity, so it doesn't make it to eye level.
Well,
and the higher you go, the more it drops.
I'll let the evidence speak for itself on that one. I don't have it. I think someone else does.
You know how we know that we have it, and we can guarantee and we can prove that everybody else agrees. You ever heard of dip angle correction in celestial navigation? Yeah, dip angle is built on the knowledge that the horizon does not rise to eye level.
How retarded is that, dude? How retarded is that? He uses that as an example, yet that's actually to where they're taking their curved ground away from them back up to a baseline to make a straight fucking path. Yeah, this guy's a retard.
But that's not what celestial navigation
Yeah, but that's
does.
that's not what it is.
Your
It's a lie.
version of it.
That's a lie. Yeah, that's not
your
true.
version of
Dude,
it.
you're stuck in your fucking lies, bro. You're stuck in falsehoods. And you come in here
take a
every day
course.
and share them. It's crazy.
Take a course. Learn something in this world. Learn something.
Take a course of the lies that which you believe in, so that way you can also stick with the lies. God,
I'm just taking you take a course by someone who knows how to do celestial navigation.
Did you take a course?
Right.
I looked at online.
Oh, get out of here, online university. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
No, I guarantee I can pass their tests.
Oh yeah, no.
I understand their theory.
Guess what? I guarantee
you think
Scott,
their tests are bullshit.
Okay, Scott,
you
I
don't
guarantee
think their tests are good.
Okay, Scott, I guarantee you that you can learn bullshit and recite it because you do that every fucking day. So I
Well,
guarantee you can do that too. You're right. I agree.
it's the bullshit. It's the bullshit that the people who do celestial navigation are propagating. So
No, no,
either
no, no,
they're
no.
wrong
No,
or
no.
you're
So
wrong.
here's what's funny. So
Who's
they
wrong, them or you?
themselves. Okay, here's what's funny. So they themselves are going to tell you curve, 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 but before you get to your answer, make a straight line. You're
No, they
fucking
won't.
funny, bro. You're
No, they
funny.
won't. No, they
Really?
won't.
Dip
Yes,
correction
really.
is creating a straight line. Is it not? Yes or no?
To the horizon.
Wait. Hold on. Okay, so let's say I look over 100-yard football field, right? And I'm going to put something above that 100, above that mark, 100 yards away from me. Now, if I say, oh, but I am, standing on a platform here and I'm at 10 feet above the field. The second that I raise the ground of that football field up to my eye level, guess what I did there, Scott? I created a straight baseline. I created 10 feet from me and 10 feet from him. And now that point 100 yards away from me, as well as myself, we are now parallel to the ground. But you know what we did? We created a baseline, Scott. A flat fucking line, bro.
Except you have no idea what you're doing. What do you do with that afterwards?
Scott. You're a waste
What do
of
you do with
fucking
that
time.
afterwards? I know, I bother
You're a
you.
waste of time, bro. You're a waste of time. Have a good one.
But this right here, the dip angle, this is the graphics used in any celestial navigation course you'll ever take. Just like this, and that HOT line, if you can see in the side chat, is the dip angle. And that is the degree to which the horizon does not rise to your eye level.
Curve, make a straight line. Got it. Yeah. Hey, guys, make a baseline. That way you can do your math, and then you can make an angle, and then you could have a straight. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Good.
If you got a better system than theirs, let's hear it. How does your system work? How does your system work?
Scott. You know why that's the system, Scott?
It's not the system they teach.
Want to know why that's the system, Scott? Because that system works. Because they know that when you raise from your position from the horizon, because obviously you're not laying on the ground, Scott, right? Like, let's think about it here, buddy. Obviously your eyes are not the scope, or where you're getting your angle from is obviously not on the ground, Scott. So what are you doing? You know that you are higher than the point in the horizon, because the horizons represent the ground, fucking buddy boy. Like, dude, you're so stupid. It's fucking frustrating how dumb you are. And you come here every day, bro.
What's the dip angle if you're 30 feet above the ocean?
Dip angle correction. Literally, they are literally telling Globers who believe it's curving away from you, but they are literally, I don't know, it's like they're pissing on you and saying it's raining, and you're fucking dancing in the rain, Scott. And what you're doing is they're fucking telling you dip angle correction on the curve.
Flat earthers, bro. NASA's not real, bro. NASA ain't real, guys.
Stop already. Okay, so
dip angle correction is they're literally
what is the dip angle correction at 30 feet?
Literally,
30 feet?
They literally created a baseline, a straight line.
Okay.
And then once you do that, Scott, once you do that,
30 feet?
Scott, once you do that, then you created a baseline. So you could do what? A triangle. What is a triangle? 3 straight lines? Because you're creating 3 angles, right?
Except
Yeah.
nobody
Come on,
does that.
Scott. You gotta be better.
Nobody does that.
Hey, do better, be better, bro. Do better, be better. Get out of here with your bullshit.
Show everybody here how smart you are, and tell us all what the dip angle for 30 feet above.
It doesn't matter. It's fucking a unicorn and a leprechaun.
So you don't know,
it doesn't matter.
You?
No, Scott,
you
it doesn't matter, Scott.
You?
It doesn't matter, Scott, because no matter what you say, you're still not gonna fucking take away from the fact
do you think
that
you're
you
fooling
believe
anybody?
it's curved, yet you're making a straight line. It's fucking hilarious. It's comical at this point, and it's fucking retarded.
Do you think anybody here thinks you know what you're talking about?
It's almost like you're saying the cookies are gone, Mom, so Santa Claus is real because I put him here last night.
Yeah,
that's what you're doing right now, bro.
But do you think anybody here thinks you know what you're talking about at this point?
I don't care if they do. I don't care.
Dip correction is just high to eye correction from the surface.
Okay. And so what is dip correction at 30 feet?
It would be 30 feet from the surface. So you would correct to the surface and then use the horizon to establish a horizontal baseline so that you can figure out.
What's the number?
To your angle that you're taking an elevation angle to
17.
celestial object.
I'm not asking you for the theory. I'm asking you for the number that you would use as your dip correction when you're 30 feet off the water.
Okay, so you would convert
17.
your 30 feet above the horizon to an angle measurement. Is that what you're trying to
Okay.
do?
Yes. That's what dip correction is, right?
And
It's an angle measurement.
what it does without even having to do the math. All you're
But,
having to
the
do
math's the important
is
part.
convert it to an angle measurement to the surface.
Okay, and how do you do
0
that?
degree baseline.
And how do you do that?
You convert the height above the surface, which is what you have to take the height above the surface before you even leave port.
Okay.
This is why he's an idiot. This is why he's a dumbass.
And then you have 30 feet as one side of your equations. What do you do to convert that to an angle?
Algorithm.
Yeah, I know. What is the algorithm? Does it convert it to an angle?
It's a formula.
How do you compute 30 feet? You get 30 feet, you do some operation on it, you put it through a function machine, pumps on the other side, and it comes out with an angle. What is that function?
Okay, can I take a guess? Can I take a guess with my, I'm like a bag in the wind here. If you want a number below 30, I would say 9.
Hey, I'll give you guys a hint. I'll show you how they
just tell
do
us
the
the answer, man. We
calculations.
don't want this bullshit. You're trying to prolongate the whole situation. Just tell us the answer.
And here's the funny part. It does. I don't even fucking care about the answer. It's the point.
I know,
of
exactly.
The point is
it's a good answer. It's a good answer, but at the same time, who gives a shit?
So you still need a flat baseline.
exactly.
No, you don't.
The point is no matter how he's coming up. The point is that no matter how he's coming up with that fucking answer, is they created a baseline to come up with the fucking answer, and this fucking retarded.
They didn't. No one came up with it. It is what it is.
They use the known radius of the Earth. They did.
So 3.6. 3.6. Tell us the answer. I'm so curious.
Hey,
now.
and then the funny part is, if you talk to Bacon and McToon and Craig and all them, they'll tell you, well, they're using the curve of the Earth in their calculation, but then it's like, oh, well, then that makes sense why they're never perfect and why they're always off, because they're fucking using something that doesn't exist, so they're fucking up themselves. It's funny.
So you take the square root of the height in meters, you multiply it by 0.0293, and you get an angle. It's really not that complicated of a function.
Oh yeah, it's not complicated at all. But you know what? And the funny thing is,
But
you
its derivation is a little
establish a
bit complex.
baseline first. You establish a
derivation is a little
baseline.
bit complex.
It's around 3. What is it? 2 point something? Just give us the answer.
Well,
I
don't
need to know the answer.
is. You can punch in a calculator.
I told you.
2.6. I say
That's the formula
2.6.
right there. 30
So
feet
we're all
roughly 10
guessing here.
meters, right? So square root of 10, which is was it 2.5?
Not the radius. That's the range.
Yeah, close.
Radius. What are you even talking about, Scott?
Hmm?
Okay, go tell me
Here's
where
how they derive it.
is and not the range.
Once again,
There's no range. What range are you talking about? There's no range involved in this. Just an angle.
If you're going to give some sort of elevation angle height and then derive that height into an angle, you're going to need some sort of range.
No, you don't need a range. You just
Yeah,
need
you
these
do.
numbers right here. No, you need the height and 0.029. That's all you
But-
need.
Okay.
Dip correction right there.
That's your radius.
No, the radius is built into that the coefficient there, the 0.0293.
yeah, that's why they're always off.
Where'd you get the radius from?
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're off.
But they had to know that in order to come up with the dip correction.
Okay, so yeah, so where did they get that from? If you think it's the radius, where did they get that from, Scott?
Oh, they can get that by doing calculations on land where they can measure
Where's
things and
the
they can
actual
precisely
of it,
and they
though?
can precisely measure distances
No,
between places and precisely measure angles of elevation to things like Polaris and other stars.
Measuring, if they're calculating, where's the actual measurement of the Earth being globe curvature?
Yeah, most of the world decided long ago that is accurate measurement of taking elevations
So
stars.
that's
Yeah.
equal to consensus. So why don't you give us the actual measurements of the curvature?
It was done by people who want to do things in this world and they want to understand where we live and they want to understand so they can do other things after they get these numbers.
Incredulity? Are you going to just keep?
It's not incredulity. You're the one doing the incredulity. I'm telling you how they did it.
Tell me where the
And you're saying you don't believe them.
Why can't you just tell me where the measurements are, Scott?
A measurement to a star, an elevation to the Polaris is a measurement.
Can you please give me the measurement of the curvature of the globe Earth? Thank you.
Yes, it curves 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles or 69 miles.
Can you please give me the measurement of the curvature of the Earth?
That's how we talk about curve in the world. I don't know how you talk about curve, but that's how we talk about curve.
Not this, that's not that, isn't the answer for the actual measurements. Can
1
you please
degree
measurement
for every 69 miles
of the curvature, Scott? Can you please give me that? Give me the method that they use to measure it, because you need some sort of reference for it to actually be a measurement. So can you please give me a measurement of the curvature of the Earth, Scott?
Yes, they measured to Polaris.
That's not elevation. The measurement that I'm asking for, Scott, of the Earth actually curving is what I'm asking for, Scott.
I'm sorry if you don't understand how that
I do
can
understand.
measure the Earth's curve.
You're wrong, and you need to give me the actual measurements of the curvature.
Well, you not understanding is not the same as me being wrong.
You not understanding is not the same, is not the answer to the measurements of the curvature, Scott.
I think we should really stop this. It's going to get boring really quickly.
I think that you should stop this. This is going to get boring is not the answer to the measurements of the curvature, Scott.
Yeah, I'll run. The reason I came on tonight, it's along these lines.
Is not the answer to where are the measurements of the curvature, Scott.
I told you how they did it. If you don't accept it, fine. I don't do about that.
Tell me how they did it. You just said blah blah blah. This is it, and it's not. So give me the.
That's not all what I said. I told you they took angles of elevation to Polaris.
They took angles is not a measurement of curvature because angles require straight lines, Scott.
I agree.
Okay, Scott. Then where are the measurements of the actual curvature of the Earth, Scott?
Yeah, the zenith angles, right?
Angles are straight lines, not a measurement of curvature, Scott.
Here's what's funny.
I don't know where to go with this. This is like talking with a child. I don't know what to do.
Here's what's interesting though, right? So like it's funny.
Like very obstinate child at that. I can teach you how to do this stuff if you wanted to learn, but you don't want to learn.
Your online class is going to teach us. Your online class is going to teach us. No, you can leave. We're going to learn from online. We don't need you. Your online university. Is it Phoenix, Arizona Online University? Is that what it is?
There's people who pay to go to college to learn stuff because they want to learn, and then there's people like you who go online and reject everything for some reason.
Of the Earth, Scott.
Yeah. So here's what's kind of funny. So
measurement of the curvature of the Earth, Scott.
Here's what's kind of funny, right? So they're saying like they don't even need the ground or the Earth to even come up with this calculation, right? They could just go off.
What the hell happened? Did I drop?
No. He get muted, I think. I don't know why.
He did? This sucks.
Still no answer to the measurement of the curvature of the Earth, Scott. I appreciate that.
What measurement would you accept?
Non-answers are answer enough for me. Thank you.
What measurement would you accept?
What measurement would I accept is not the answer to the measurement of the Earth being curving, Scott.
Well, I told you how we did it. Why do you reject it?
You didn't actually tell me anything. You just kept saying not the curvature of the Earth, Scott. So can you please give me the measurements of the curvature of the Earth, Scott?
Yes, 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, 1 degree per every 69 nautical miles is
No,
not
60.
curve, Scott.
That is a curve. Yes, that's how we
No,
talk about
that's
curves.
not measurement of curvature, Scott. Direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, please, Scott. You have not given me an answer. You've only given me non-answers. So can you please give me an actual answer?
I gave you the best one I have. If you don't like it, I mean, that's
Your
I can't do anything
non-answer is
about
the
it.
best answer that you have. So thank you
I
for your
guess
non.
so. I guess
appreciate
so. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
okay. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
And it's possible other people understood it, but and maybe you
Okay.
don't.
How about
I mean,
this?
I can show you this. I can show this to the average high school kid, and the average high school kid will understand it.
Oh, okay. So it's possible that other people understood your non-answer. I appreciate that, Scott.
Well, I'm just telling you what they do.
Yeah, your non-answer is good enough for you as an answer. I appreciate that, Scott.
Wow. But anyways, I have a different question for you all. It kind of got Battle Mod stumped this afternoon. San Francisco and what is this place? Ah, shit! I just had it open. Is it Virginia Beach? I mean, hold on. It's not Virginia Beach. It's Richmond, Virginia. San Francisco and Richmond, Virginia are pretty much on the same latitude. And I assume you guys all know what azimuth angles are, right? So if we took the azimuth angle from Richmond, Virginia and San Francisco to Polaris, we would get 0, right?
I would say that your non-answer to the curvature of
Is
the Earth
everybody nodding their head? Yeah, we're done with that.
would
We're moving
be
on. We're moving on. So
a
if
no
for
curvature. End of
yeah,
discussion. Thank you. Welcome to Flat
sure. No curvature in discussion. You win. Congratulations. Here's your trophy.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
All right. Now, okay. Thank you. I feel very welcomed here. Now let's move on to the next topic. So if we take azimuth from Richmond, Virginia to Polaris, we're going to get 0, right? And if we take an azimuth angle from San Francisco to Polaris, we're going to get 0, right? And since Richmond, Virginia and San Francisco are on the same latitude, if we were to find a star above San Francisco's GP, and we were to point our telescope at it, we would get a 270 azimuth, right? And then if we're going to do the same thing towards Richmond, Virginia, from San Francisco, find its GP star, the one sitting right over it. Anybody in Virginia could look straight up and say, oh, yeah, that's the star we're looking at. And they can call the person there and say, yeah. And then you point your telescope at Richmond, Virginia star, you're going to get 90 degrees azimuth. Everybody following so far?
that your non-answer for
And
curvature
so
is the end
and
of
so
the
if we were to draw on any map, right, and you guys think it's a triangle, and so we were to draw Richmond as one point, San Francisco is the point, and the North Pole is the third point. So we have a triangle going from Richmond to San Francisco to the North Pole and back to Richmond. Make sense to everybody? But right now we have two angles. The angle from Richmond from Polaris, which is 0, to San Francisco is 270. That's 90 degrees, that angle right there. And the angle at San Francisco from Polaris to Richmond, which is 0 and 90, is 90 degrees also. So now we have a triangle already with two angles equaling 180 degrees. We haven't even considered the angle from the North Pole to Richmond and San Francisco. How does that work on a flat Earth? Go for it.
Oh yeah, your non-answer for the direct measurement of curvature of the Earth is.
We moved on. You won. I already gave you the. I gave you the gold medal.
Then
I gave you the
everything
gold
that you
medal.
said for that is just subjected to that. Thank you. We
I
appreciate
gave you the gold medal. Move on. Okay.
for
So
the
now, does anybody think they can deal with this one?
Thank you, Scott, for talking through me. But still, your non-answer is my answer.
Okay, fine. How about anybody else? Does anybody else want to try this one? This one's Stump Battle Mod because he does azimuths and he knows that. Yeah, you can get an azimuth because he has a telescope too, and he says you can get an azimuth to Polaris, and you can get an azimuth to GPs, or stars above GPs, and he's like, yeah, I don't know what to do with that one. Does anybody think they know what to do with it?
Yeah, I do. You want me to tell you my answer again?
Yeah, someday you can tell me what you get out of this.
Answer your
Maybe,
non.
Classy. Maybe someday you and I can have a conversation. You can tell me what you're getting out of this right now. How is this giving
Yeah,
you
I'm
joy
getting
in
your
your life?
non-answer for the
How is this giving
actual
you joy?
measure of the curvature of the Earth. I appreciate that. I do
Okay,
get a lot of because
how is this
nobody can
fulfilling
answer
your
it.
life? How is this fulfilling your life right now?
Because
What
nobody
battle
can
do you think
answer
you're
it,
winning?
buddy, and neither can you.
What battle do you think you're winning?
It's the nana boo boo stick your head in doo doo battle.
What battle do you think you're winning? Seriously.
I just
And
told you.
and why do you think why do you think I'm battling you?
Why are you
Because I'm
battling me?
not. Because I'm not.
Because
No,
you're
I'm
you're a
not. I can
psychologist,
promise
Scott.
you I'm
That's why.
not. I'm not battling you.
You gave me a
We are not at
non-answer,
war.
and you won't shut up when I'm pointing out that you gave me a non-answer to the question of where's the direct measurement of the curvature of your globe Earth.
And how many times you need to point that out before you're done?
Many times because you keep asking questions that would allude to maybe there's curvature or not, and you didn't give me the curvature measurements to begin with. So everything you say after that, the conversation's over.
Okay. Now you're deciding when the conversation's over here. Interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty arrogant of you.
No, you could have
Does
given me an
anybody else
answer. You gave
does
me a
anybody else want
non.
to try it?
No. You could have given me an answer, but you gave me a non-answer. You did not answer the question directly, and you kept giving me a non-answer instead of saying, "I don't know." That was my answer.
All right. So does anybody want to try to solve this one?
What's the point?
I told,
There's no
I told,
answer for the curvature, direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. So, what's the point in answering any more of your questions? You just completely voided yourself out of the conversation, buddy.
I told you, Scott. The answer is refraction. That's why. Because it always is, right? It's refraction. That's all.
Thank you for ever muted him. I'd prefer silence over Scott Mackey.
Welcome back, Scott.
Oh, am I unmuted?
Yep.
All right. What do you think, Waz? You think you can figure out this triangle thing?
No, I would have to get a diagram and look into it. I can't visualize it.
Because, on a flat Earth, it has to be a triangle, right?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, to be honest.
Okay, fair enough.
But because I'm still like looking into this whole celestial navigation thing. I thought it interesting when I searched azimuth angle and I went to images, it's only showing me like a flat horizontal plane as a reference. Why is it doing that if the Earth is a sphere?
Well, because the azimuth angle is just one of two angles you can take with a position measuring device. There's the azimuth and the zenith, and the azimuth is always set horizontal to your position. And you can find any place along that azimuth by rotating along the zenith.
But is there horizontal on a sphere?
Yes, there's horizontal on a sphere. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. And you get vertical with the plumb bob or any other, on a level, for example, the little bubble level, that uses verticality, not horizontal, because the bubble floats to the top of that little glass tube.
It seems like it's easier for them to just treat the Earth as flat when they do these angles and stuff, because it's a little bit easier, right?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Okay, I can post an image here.
Well, here's the point. Like, this is a really exaggerated idea that all the way to the North Pole and then from San Francisco to, Richmond, Virginia, because that really gives you a sense that the triangle can be greater than 180 degrees when the azimuth horizontal, because the horizon at San Francisco is not the same as the horizon or the horizontal at Richmond, and which is not the same as the horizontal at the North Pole. They all have their own horizontals. And that's the reason the angles add up to more than 180. And that happens even at smaller angles. I mean, surveyors have this problem all the time. It's called it's called spherical excess, in which you take the angles between any 3 points, even if they're 20 miles apart, or even, depending how precise your instrument is and how good your measurement are, you're always going to get greater 180 degrees azimuth. It's because the verticals are diverging from each other. And surveyors correct for this all the time. They have to correct for this, otherwise their points don't line up.
Yeah, it says here the azimuth is the angle between the north vector and the stars vector on the horizontal plane.
Yeah,
So is
and
there
what they mean by that,
okay, go on.
the horizontal plane is the tangent from the observer's position.
Okay, so it's like a line that just extends.
Yeah, but it does not hit. It does not hit the GP. It goes off into space.
Right, but that's kind of like a begging the question type thing, right?
Well, it's the only way the math works.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this idea that people here are trying to tell everybody that you form a right triangle from the observer's position to the GP to the star it just doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense because, for example, if you're on the 45th parallel and you're sighting Polaris, you are 45 times 60, so it's 2,400 miles, 24,000. Was it 2,400 miles? Can't do math. 45 times 60, what is that? Is that 2,400?
24 times 60?
Yeah. No, it's way off. That's what.
1440.
Yeah, but anyways, that's how far you are from the North Pole, and if that's one leg of your triangle, if that's the distance from the observer's position to the ground position, which is the North Pole, and that leg is whatever we just said it was, 60 times 45. Then the height of Polaris is 60 times 45. You got a 45-45 triangle there. And we know Polaris is not that high. It's much, much, much higher than that.
How high is it?
And so it's light years away.
Oh, okay.
And so the only way it works is if we consider that the light from Polaris hitting the North Pole is parallel to the light from Polaris hitting the observer's position. And the thing that determines our zenith angle from our observer's position, because the zenith angle from the North Pole is 90 degrees, 0, right? Because it's directly above it. And the only way we can get a zenith angle is if the vertical is diverging from the North Pole's vertical. And that means the ground is curving.
Not necessarily.
Show it another way.
Why can't you just do that on a flat plane?
Try it. It's a good question.
I haven't done
Try it.
celestial navigation, so I wouldn't know,
Yeah.
but
Well,
based on what I understand.
Well, the reason, because it doesn't work, because at every time, because if you're doing it on a flat plane, you're getting the angle because the star is actually close. It's a local star, right? Otherwise, if the vertical at the North Pole is parallel to the vertical at 45 degrees parallel.
I mean, if you have a zenith at North Pole and you just move away, you're just gonna change the angle, right, on a flat plane.
Only if the sun is local. Only if the sun is local.
Well, do we know if it's local or if it's infinitely far away?
Yeah, we can prove that by taking 3 measurements.
Man, that conversation was so bad I'd rather be here. Anyways.
Okay.
Hello.
No, you can do this by yourself, right? I mean, if the idea that you can have an angle, let's just use the 45th parallel because it's a good one, because it's halfway there. But we can also use 30 and 60 or any other version. But the triangles that would be created from 30 times 60 nautical miles to the star, and the triangle that would be created from, people have posted graphics, so this is much better if someone could post it real quick because I don't have them. They don't point to the same star. They don't point to the same location in the sky.
Talking about Orion's belt with the pyramids.
So if you're at 30 degrees latitude, your zenith angle to Polaris is going to be 30 degrees, and your elevation angle is going to be 60. And if you're at 45 degrees latitude, your zenith and your elevation is going to be 45. And same if you're at 60 degrees latitude, your zenith is going to be 60 and your elevation is going to be 30. And if you were to form 3 triangles, all pointing to the same star, and using the distances as the bottom leg is what they keep telling you it is, they don't point to the same place. That's just simple geometry.
This is going to be a little bit of a red herring, but you know how the Minoans thousands of years ago did celestial navigation, right? And they thought Earth was flat?
They didn't do modern celestial navigation, which is what we're talking about.
They did celestial navigation. They navigated the seas.
They didn't do modern. They didn't do modern celestial navigation, which is all we're talking about. I don't think they had any way to get their longitude. I don't think they had any conception of longitude.
Look, I'll find you this. I'll give you some proof here.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure all they did was kept the angle of elevation to Polaris constant. That was their goal. And then they could tell whether they're traveling directly east or directly west. Which is odd because they went further than they needed to if that's what they were doing. It really doesn't matter. Because it's not modern celestial navigation. I don't think they were trilateralating, whatever the verb of that trilateralization is.
It just proves that you can do celestial navigation even if you don't think Earth is a globe or a sphere.
But you can't. It hasn't proven anything. I mean, because the Phoenicians went across the Aegean Sea or whatever, they did. It's not the same as getting across the Pacific Ocean. It's not getting from Spain to South America. It's not getting from San Francisco to Australia. It's just a completely different beast.
I linked you some evidence you can read if you want later.
I've seen this. Yeah, but this just comes down to attitude again, right? When I looked into navigation, I wanted to learn it. So I listened to what the people who understood it said, and I learned it. Everything they said made perfect sense to me. Their explanations of how it worked made sense. Everything works. Now, it feels to me like a lot of people here are coming into this discussion or coming into this question of thinking, I don't want to know this. I don't want to understand it. I'm going to find everything I can not to accept it. And that just seems like a strange way of approaching this world. I mean, I paid to go to school because I thought people had some knowledge that I wanted, and they taught me stuff and they explained it when they taught it to me. And if, they explained it well enough, I understood what they were doing. I understood the process they used to get to the conclusions they did. That's part of the tests usually, right? Explain your math, show your math, show your work. It wasn't just get the right answer. And then I run into all kinds of people here who seem to think I'm going to just reject everything that everybody says because I really, really, really want the Earth to be flat.
What's
I really
to
would like to
reject?
understand that. Who was that? Was that Heretic? Who just asked me?
I'm about to do something. Never mind. Listen only mode right now.
Fair
If I
enough.
get caught up, then my activities are going to take me 2 more hours to finish, and I got to go to bed.
Good man. Get your sleep. Don't have your health, you don't have anything.
Yep, it's all over
That
at
is
that
true.
point.
That is true, Scott. So you can say something that's true. I'm just kidding. Health is wealth, eh?
So as you show me glimmers of hope sometimes, do you want to understand the world we live in? Sounds like you do
I do.
sometimes.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Do you?
Oh. Yes. That's why I spent so much time looking into it, studying things. Yeah.
That's great.
I think it's led to a pretty good life. And I'm an old guy, so,
It's not over, bro.
I know.
You're just
I
getting
still got a lot more to learn. Yeah. And I hear some young guys here thinking, God, I hope you don't waste too much time on this stuff because there's a lot of life to enjoy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And this is not a good way to enjoy life. Thinking everybody's out to get you.
Yeah, just have kids, do what you want to do, love your family.
Yeah.
That's life.
I highly recommend it. Yeah, it's
Discord is
been very good to me.
secondary.
But now my kids are going off to college. My youngest is going off this year. I mean, empty nester.
You said empty nester?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, once upon a time, families used to live together their whole life. Not anymore.
Yeah, well, for one, glad I didn't have to live with my parents for my whole life. I mean, I didn't get along so well. My mom and I were fine, but I just didn't see eye to eye much of anything.
Was he a flat earther?
No, he was not.
Must have been.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a thing. There was a whole world before 2015 that went on, where people did math. That's the thing, I keep coming back to, right? I remember learning how to get angles between curves in mathematics courses. I think we did in calculus. I'm not sure where I did, but I know I did in a course. Way back when I was in high school, which would be 1982. And I know I did in college, which would be 83 and 84 when I was still taking math courses. And so when I come here and I hear people tell me that you can't get an angle between two curves, I just, what are you talking about? Unless, they were predicting the flat earth battle, all these math professors that I had, the math teachers, and showing me how to get angles between curves, predicting that I would be in 40 years in this fight with flat earthers who were going to tell me I couldn't get angles between curves. Like, wow. I just keep thinking, you guys must have think the world started in 2015. We were doing math long before then. We were doing geometry long before then. We're getting tangents to spheres and figuring out the slope of the plane and all this stuff long before flat earthers came along.
I do find it interesting that nobody was talking about flat Earth before 2014. Okay, maybe a few people, but almost nobody.
I know.
That's something I thought about.
I think that's a lot to do with the rise of social media.
Yeah, but still, I don't know.
Hey, Scott.
Yes.
Is it that people are saying you can't take angles to a curve? Are people actually saying that?
Oh, yeah. Of course they are.
Because technically you can't without taking a tangent, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
But no. I take it back. There is something in mathematics called an instantaneous slope.
Yeah.
To a function. Yeah, and now you don't need a tangent. It's the point. There is a slope to a point on a curve.
Yeah. But by doing that, you effectively derive a tangent.
Yeah. The slope of that point is the slope of the tangent. Yes, this is true.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I just haven't. Maybe I just missed it, or I don't. But I don't think I've really heard anybody contest that point.
Okay. They have, and they do every day.
Have they, or have they just been contesting the source of the information that tells us we have to take a tangent to a supposed sphere in the first place? That's what I've understood them to be arguing.
No, they say we cannot get an angle of elevation off a sphere
without taking a tangent. Is my
understanding. They say we can't take a tangent. They say tangents don't exist, and
okay, that I haven't heard. I've only heard the former, right?
All right. Well, yeah. Hang around a bit.
Which then just opens the conversation to asking where the information comes from that tells us we have a certain the supposed radius and all these things to begin with. Right? I think that's what that line of questioning is trying to lead down. Right.
Sure.
Okay.
But we can explain to them how they got this stuff, and they proceed to just reject it. Because I've said it several times here already. I didn't know any of this stuff. I knew nothing about spherical excess with regard to the Earth and the problem that it was. But I did do lots of math 40 years ago. And so when a surveyor explained to me the concept of spherical excess, I understood it within like 2-3 minutes because, spherical triangle, of course you would have greater than 180 degrees, And then when they explained the concept of reciprocal zenith angles, and I went back to 9th grade or 10th grade geometry, and parallel lines, the corresponding interior angles of parallel lines must be 180 degrees in order for the line to be parallel. And the corollary to that, if they're not parallel, if they're not 180 degrees, they're not parallel. And so when someone showed me that they measure greater than 180 degrees, they go, okay, they're not parallel.
Right.
QED, proven.
I understand that math.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think anybody with a modicum of basic high school geometry would contest that kind of mathematics. Right. I think what the question here is, when taking these concepts to reality, right, with all sorts of different variables at play, right, saying that one or the other variable is what's causing said phenomena is what's in question, right? Because if you let's go back to the reciprocal zenith angle thing, right?
Yeah.
How was that measured, right? You said you take two theodolites, you put them at a distance, and then you take your measurement and all that, right?
Yep.
Well, how do we know that the theodolites are being used properly, which we've asked you for many times before, and you seem to refuse to get those specs to allow us to actually scrutinize. But that aside, right, aren't there other elements at play, like, I don't know, refraction to take into account?
Well, the
I'm just
refraction,
putting it out there, like, these things, they don't seem to be talked about in this discussion.
See, if we include refraction, it works in the flat earther's favor, because refraction could wipe out that greater 180 degrees, because refraction is always curved in our atmosphere, right? Given the density gradient is denser at lower, and so the refraction is always curving the light down, and so what you get is like a little McDonald's arch of light path.
But what is the refractive index at the site of these experiments?
Well,
are we it doesn't matter and taking an average, or are we actually probing at the points across the plane and actually calculating, given the temperatures, the humidity, and all these different things?
But see, you missed the key point. Let's say there is refraction.
Yeah.
It would make the reciprocal zenith angles less than they'd otherwise be. And so the fact that with refraction we're still getting greater 180 degrees, it's definitely curved.
But to what degree, right?
It's curved. The verticals are not parallel.
Okay.
Which is the key point, right?
My point, this is only one variable. The rest of them I can't contest. I can't speak to. I was just pointing out that these types of parts of the discussion I don't hear talked about very often. I'm not here to talk about them per se. I'm just bringing up, there's a lot to it, and in these discussions, things seem to be honed down to one or two things. Like, for example, people arguing over the geometric aspect of things. It's like, no one contests you can take tangent to something.
Oh, but they do.
Perfect.
They do all the time.
I don't hear that point. I think it's the few times that I have heard some of it, what I hear is argumentation over, yeah, you can't take, like, without taking a tangent, you can't take an angle, which is true. You have to take a tangent or an instantaneous slope, blah blah blah.
But you don't. Right? No, that's not true.
How not?
You can get zenith angles.
No, I'm talking about geometrically.
Geometrically zenith angles.
Oh, like taking the. Okay, well, I do that.
Is that a troll or is that me?
Step up. The hell, man.
Okay, but yeah, if you take a zenith angle, you don't need the tangent to anything.
Well, okay, so what's the zenith angle? Just the straight line rate.
It's the angle off vertical.
It's the vertical, right?
It's the angle off vertical. It's the degrees away from vertical. So you don't need the tangent to anything. Just need the zenith.
Right. But then when you get the perpendicular line to it, it's effectively the tangent.
We don't need a perpendicular line in this.
Okay.
In this measurement.
Okay, so you have a zenith angle, and then you take an angle from that. So now you have two straight lines.
That is the angle. The zenith angle is the angle.
So explain that to me. Let's say I'm 10 years old.
Okay, the zenith is your vertical, and then you take a line from your, and then the second line is your sighting of the thing, the other theodolite on the other side of the mountain, or across the valley. And those two lines are your angle, and that's called a zenith angle. The zenith and the sighted line.
So I'm standing on top of a circle. There's a line going from my feet to my head.
Okay. Yeah.
There's my azimuth, right?
Well, you don't care about the azimuth.
Okay.
The azimuth is the side to side one. And that one is your horizontal, but we don't care about the azimuth and zenith angles.
And that's where you're wrong 1000%.
Okay.
Because it's the azimuth. It's the azimuth that's going to give you your 90. Because it's the ground. The azimuth in this, the little thing here you're talking about, the azimuth is then the ground of which you're going to create your angle, because you're getting from your zenith, right? You standing there, you're going to have your vertical, but it's based upon the angle from that line to that point in the sky, but it's still based off of the 90 you created with the baseline horizontally across, or the azimuth. Like, dude, you just spit lies in here, bro. It's frustrating to listen to.
So what I was saying before.
Tell me where the azimuth comes into it.
When you created a zenith, that zenith was from the azimuth, because you are establishing that 90 degree to get that angle, to get the angle of that thing in the sky. Okay, it's going to be somewhere between. Listen. It's going to be somewhere between 0 and 90. Okay, now if you're going to make the zenith the 0, right? It's still going to have to the horizon. That's going to be your 90. So when you're saying, oh, that light in the sky is, let's say, 45 degrees up. Well, okay, you took 45 from your zenith, but that was the 45 came from the zenith and the azimuth, giving you a 90, and you were able to. Dude, I can't stand you, bro. You sit here and misguide people all the fucking time. You're wrong, Scott.
Except you just everything you said was gibberish.
You're right. Oh, yeah, it's gibberish. Yeah, because you didn't get it, so it's gibberish.
No, because
it's
it made no sense.
It doesn't make no sense.
You just need a zenith.
You need to be banned, bro. You need to be banned. You're a waste of time and space. You need to be banned.
Yeah, no, I bother you because I point out to the world how stupid you are. I'm sorry.
That's why you need to be banned, because you're trying to discredit the people that are speaking the truth. So you're telling me That
You don't speak the truth,
so
bro.
you're hold on. So let's run through this real quick. You're telling me that the zenith and the azimuth isn't creating that 90 degree for you to then get the angle of the thing in the sky?
I don't have a 90 degree. There's no 90 degree.
You don't have a 90 degree?
Nope.
Okay, so the angle that's taken from the zenith, that number, where's the 90 at? On
There's no
that,
90.
if you were to draw it out, if you were to map it out, where's the 90?
There's no 90.
The 90 is
There's
the
no
ground,
90.
right? The 90 is
no
the
90.
ground, right? Yes,
There's no
it's called
90.
the azimuth. The azimuth
no
makes
90.
the fucking 90. You're
Yeah,
you're a liar.
There's no 90. There's no 90 in my zenith angle.
You're a liar, bro.
The
You're a
zenith
liar.
angle is whatever angle it is.
The way you're you're a liar, bro. You're just flat out lying, and you are trying to make it seem like like we're the liars here, and you're just misguiding people, bro. You're just straight up lying to people.
Okay,
and it's
what's
sad.
a zenith angle? What's a zenith angle?
I already explained it to you. You take your
No, you
vertical. You take your vertical, and when you have an object in the sky, so you're gonna make that your vertical is the zero now, right? Your zero, as
There's
opposed
no
to
object in the sky. What are you talking about?
sorry?
What object in the sky?
Anything, bro. Forget whatever is in between your vertical and the ground. Anything between there that you're gonna point at can create an angle. Would you agree to that? Yes or no, Scott?
Wait, what I need? What is? How do I find my zenith?
Dude, you're oh my god. Where are you standing? Where are you at?
On the ground.
Okay, so where would your zenith be? If you're standing on the ground, where's your zenith at, Scott?
Vertical.
Okay, so then how do you find that, Scott?
Plumb bob.
Oh, okay,
Or something a little more sophisticated,
great,
some kind of electronic measuring device that finds vertical.
Awesome. Okay, awesome. So now, Scott, with that being said, you established a zero, yes or no?
Zero straight up, yes.
Okay,
Based on vertical.
So let's go into a huge warehouse, Scott. Okay, and then you walk in the front door, right? Are you the zenith? Yes or no?
Going to here, walking. What?
Okay, you walk into the front door of a warehouse. Are you the zenith? Yes or no?
That doesn't make any sense. I can't even answer the question.
This is how I know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. This is how I know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Are you the zenith in this diagram? Because remember, zenith.
What diagram? What diagram?
That you were creating in your head. Okay, when you're trying to get an angle, your zenith angle that you're talking about, it's from the perspective, right, of the position that you're trying to draw an angle from. Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
I don't even know what you're saying.
Okay, it checks out. You're stupid, bro. You're dumb. It makes sense.
How do we?
When you're standing straight up, when you're standing straight up, and you're looking at something in the sky, right? You are that.
I have a theodolite or some, right? We're starting with that, correct?
Okay, so the theodolite is now going to create the zenith, right?
The theodolite will, figure out the zenith based on some kind of sophisticated electronic.
No. It just when you put it on the ground, Scott. When you put it on the ground, right, and you level it, okay, that is your established zenith. Because when you leveled it, you created a what? Or horizontal line, an azimuth, right? Because when you create that azimuth, hold on. When you create that azimuth, then you can use it as a point, as a position, okay? Because now you've established a zero because you have an azimuth created, a horizontal created, because you leveled it, Scott. Once you level it, you create a horizontal, Scott. Then what you can do is then you can take your measuring tape and you go from the ground to the top to the eyesight, to the middle of the eyepiece, and you're going to say, okay, this is my elevation, okay? And then when you have that elevation, and then you're going to be able to say, okay, see that thing up in the sky? Let me get an angle to that. Then you could go ahead and you can find that angle, but your angle is based upon the equipment that's on the ground because you've established it by making it level and by making it plumb, right? Vertically. Once you do that, Scott, then you could come up with your angles. But You're like, azimuth doesn't matter. Dude, azimuth is what establishes the vertical. This is why I can't stand you, Scott. You just, and then you're gonna say I'm lying and I'm just speaking gibberish. Dude, you don't know what you're talking about, bro. You don't. You're way in over
What do you
your
need to
head,
get an
Scott.
angle? What is the fundamental mathematical requirement to have an angle?
2 straight lines.
Exactly. So if one straight line is pointing straight up and one straight line is pointing towards the star, that's an angle.
Correct.
No 90-degree required.
No. See, no, hold on. You're not getting it, bro. That vertical that you made.
We're both not getting it, apparently.
No, look at that vertical you made, that straight line you made. The only way you're getting an accurate angle of that thing in the sky is by creating that vertical to begin with. But that vertical is based upon it being, I guess, making the 90 from the azimuth to the zenith. Okay, so you're going to create a 90 degree. So imagine you're making a box, like a little, like 2 lines up and down, or I'm sorry, up and sideways. And then that thing in the sky is where you're going to get those. And then you're going to be like, oh, okay, I could draw any straight line to my position of where I'm looking out at. And that's what's going to make that angle. Because those 2 straight lines, the vertical and any line, I agree, you go anywhere from the 0 to 90. Because to the 90 would be the horizon. Then you're just looking, that's just at the ground, right? Now let me ask you this. Here's even a better question. Can you go beyond the 90? Can you go like, can it have an angle of 95?
Yes.
Can you do that? Right. Yeah. Like for instance, if you were building in the valley, right? If you're building in the valley, you know that the elevation is actually below sea level. So what that means is when you're building something and you're actually looking at it and it's lower because of where you're standing is higher, then yeah, you can go lower than that 90. You can go beyond the 90. And then you'd be like 92, 93, 94, 95, even greater. It depends what you're building. But it's still consistent of a vertical and a horizontal, a zenith and an azimuth. So it's asinine to say, oh, we don't need an azimuth to get a zenith angle. Dude, that's fucking retarded. It's taken from you establishing an azimuth to begin with. I can't with these guys, bro. You're just so stupid, bro. You're so
How does a
stupid.
plumb bob establish an azimuth?
It establishes a vertical. But only when you are making sure that you are level, which is establishing the azimuth. So
Bob is
if
self-leveling.
what was that?
Plumb bob is self-leveling. You don't need to establish a level.
which is where you will derive that horizontal from. So like, let's say you're on a slope, right? And you build like you put a stick in the ground, just like pointing up, right? Like at an angle, okay? And you're on a slope. And then you're like, well, how are we going to know what's vertical on this slope? Well, easy. Just put a fucking plumb bob, because that plumb bob is going to establish a vertical that's going to be creating your azimuth. It's obviously, you could just, what you do is okay, that's there, and you go ahead and take a little right angle to it. Boom. Now I know how to build horizontal on a slope. Wow, fucking geniuses. How did we ever figure this out? So then that way, it doesn't matter if you're building like the topography completely, because you can always establish a vertical and an azimuth or yeah. Like that's
You can absolutely use
then,
a plumb bob to make vertical, and then take 90 degrees to that to get the horizontal.
Exactly.
You do not need to take 90 degrees from the vertical to make a measurement from it and get an angle.
To get an angle, you are literally getting it from that, whether you like it or not, or whether you believe it or not. When you're taking that angle, that line to a position above the ground and away from your vertical, and you're like, let me get an angle to that, right? Let me get an angle to the top of that building. You are basing it upon the azimuth, which is the horizon or the horizontal, which was established by the vertical. Because once you put the vertical, then you created your baseline, that which is going to make a 90 from that position. And then you go, okay, yeah. So that thing right there that I got an angle to, it's going to be, let's say, 39. right? From my position, it's 39 degrees of an angle. Okay, what was that based off of? Well, that was based off of because we know that there's an azimuth that from where that building's GP or the bottom of that building where it is, let's say it's 200 yards away from you or whatever it has to be to make that 39, and then where you're standing, you are establishing that if I was to go across a straight line and then measure back to my position, my angle will be this, whatever that is, because I've created the 90 from my side, and it will be a 90 from that side. So it will be derived from your vertical, but it's based upon the azimuth and vertical together, because that's where you're getting the angle from. That's where you can draw a straight line, no matter what it is, 37 or or 54, whatever. But you're always going to have it within a box, within within two lines that are up and across. Like, dude, come on, dude. This is basic. But it's globers that are like, oh no, you don't need an azimuth. What a fucking moron, dude. People say shit like that, and I just fucking cringe. Like, dude, come on. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And then say I'm gibberish and lying and don't know what I'm talking about. Like, dude, that was just so disingenuous, bro. Like, I'm telling you, he just needs to be banned. He's telling people, oh, if you're young here, you shouldn't be spending time here. Don't waste your time here. Like, dude, he's literally trying to like derail things and like keep people away from us telling the truth about the bullshit that he's trying to shovel every day into this fucking room. It's ridiculous.
You do know level's curved, right?
Would that be like an Agent Smith or?
Right. Yeah. That's why he's a fucking. Everyone assumes he's fucking getting paid to this. How unless he just got a pathetic life. I mean, other than that, I don't know.
No, it's not hard. It's not difficult at all. I mean, I could do this. I could come in as a glober and talk as. It's easy. It's so simple. It's so simple to talk fucking nonsense.
Yeah, you're right. And
knowing that the evidence that's being presented to you and demonstrated is true, and then just totally just say, well, I'm not going to believe that. I'm just going to talk a load of nonsense over it and say level is curved, horizontal isn't horizontal, the horizon isn't used to establish horizontal, an angle isn't necessarily two straight lines. I mean, I can do that. Dead easy.
Exactly.
All day long.
And then you have the entire system behind you backing you up, saying, yeah. Tell them to go to Google and search for it. We'll show them. We'll tell them that it's curved. That level is flat, and flat is curved. Like, dude, come on. The whole point of us like talking to people every day, we're trying to get the truth out. Like, dude, they're lying to you. And you have people like Scott, like, no. I don't know why these flat earthers are so stupid. We know. We did hundreds, thousands of years. We've known this to be. It's like, dude, that we're trying to get people out of the bullshit, not fucking bury them deeper in it.
If these guys want to believe that they live on the globe, then let them. I mean, we can only talk about how things are done in reality, as travel, engineering, navigation, flight.
All done on globes. Yeah, all
none
done
of
on
this
globes.
requires. Yeah, correct. None of it needs a globe because we don't live on one, and there's no.
All done on globes.
Oh well, please tell us how.
Yeah, tell me how to get from San Francisco to Australia on anything other than a globe.
Well, you need to prove you live on a globe first. You need to prove you live on a globe. How it's measured globally.
Okay, so what's my heading? What heading do I take from San Francisco?
We already know that he doesn't believe in the globe. Flatsy destroyed him earlier. You missed it.
Yeah, whatever. You guys keep saying that everything is done on a flat plane in navigation. No, it's not. You're just wrong. Navigational computers on airlines have a globe model in them, and if you punch in the heading from San Francisco to Sydney, Australia, it's going to use that globe model to calculate your distance and your.
I'll send us some pitch data then. Send us some pitch data of the plane. Send us the pitch data.
What do they need pitch data for?
Well, obviously the plane is dipping and moving and going
Yeah,
around
how
the globe.
much?
There must be some.
How much?
Well, so let's have a look at the pitch data and we'll
How
have a
much?
look at it.
How much?
I can't find the pitch data.
Try to answer the question.
I don't know, but I can't find the pitch
I
data.
know.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah, you're
I've
not
been
going to
looking
find it.
for
No
it
one cares. Why would they have pitch data in there?
because it would explain the plane flying around the globe.
Why?
Because you'd have to have pitch data to account for that.
Why?
Because you live on a globe, don't you?
But if they hadn't, wouldn't you say it was fake, just like photos?
Well, the plane's flying around the globe. They'll have to have pitch data for the plane doing that. Can you
Yeah,
supply
so
for
say Boeing published some pitch data and it said, you know, the plane's pitching down all the time. Would you believe it?
That's a tough one.
Yeah, I have a feeling they would just say, "Nuh-uh."
No. But is there
Well-
actually anyone who does that though?
I guarantee, the computers in the airlines, in those commercial aircraft, have a globe model.
Yeah, they all have like globe inside in the cockpit. Too.
Well, they have a globe model in the computer.
No,
You can do these
actually,
things mathematically.
I work as a mechatronics engineer, and actually we do all
Newton,
calculations of flat planes. So
Yeah, I don't believe you. Sorry.
Scott, you guarantee that?
yeah, I actually don't care.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you have like a warranty or something, or
Yeah, full money back guarantee. Yes.
money back guarantee? Wow.
Yes.
Or your argument back.
Yeah. Argument back. Yes.
What's your annual salary, Scott, for being in Flat Earth Discord servers?
NASA pays me like
right.
$5,000 or
From NASA.
$6,000 a month.
From NASA.
It's funny. There's people actually believe we do get paid. I know you're saying that tongue in cheek, but there are people here who think we literally get paid to do this.
Some of you do.
See?
Tongue in
Somebody-
cheek? No, that's how I pay my rent, dude.
I wouldn't say everyone does, but some of them do for sure.
I get paid.
How are
for
you so sure?
I place products in the Flat Earth.
Well, they post videos on YouTube, and that's a form of payment. They're getting ad revenue, so they're definitely getting paid. But there's also political agendas that people want to push with that as well.
Hate to break this to you, but you're not that important.
I never said I was. What?
Well, the movement is. The movement's not that important. It's not going to do anything.
Dude, what do you mean?
It's
Flat Earth
poisoning
is
the
groundbreaking,
It's
Scott.
poisoning the minds of children, though. You're
flat
giving
earthers?
them a false. Yeah, you're giving them a false view model.
Wait, which is the false model?
The flat one.
Oh, okay.
I think the kids are too smart to get into Flat Earth.
They're not though. They're very young and impressionable, and they don't know. They're dumb. They're kids,
Yeah, they'll be okay.
I mean, they have a
Scott,
filter. Kids have a filter nowadays for internet bullshit.
Yeah,
Would you
but
say-
with the flat Earth thing, I get it. When you send a balloon up and you don't see any curvature, they're either lying about the shape of the Earth or they're lying about the size. They're lying about something. So,
Or maybe you don't understand what they're doing.
I understand. I understand when they have a fisheye lens on and try to say curvature, and then when they don't have fisheye lens on and there's none. I understand that.
Mm-hmm. And do you have any other expectations from those views?
Well, I expect to see at least 8 miles curvature. Yes.
How far do you expect to see on a flat Earth?
Yo, guys, what's up?
Until the horizon.
Yeah, no, but what would cause the horizon if you're up? Whatever that. What was that skydiver dude? The guy who went up in a little capsule and jumped. How high was he?
I don't know. I think it's like 30,000 feet or something. But
He was no, airplanes are 30,000 feet. This dude was in space.
no, he was actually
He was in the
like right in
darkness.
the stratosphere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he was way more high. He was way higher than 30,000, wasn't he?
I've got no clue.
Who knows? This Felix Baumgarten or something? Is that his name?
Felix, yeah. Hold on, let me see how high he was. That's a good point, actually.
But the thing is, the human eye can only see so far
Why?
because there's no zoom. We don't.
What limits how far a photon can come from to reach our eyes?
A lot of
Wait,
things.
no, no. Your eye is limited by how far it can see, not how far the light can like come from. Like that's dumb.
But you know that's all seeing is light hitting your eye, right?
Well,
Your eyes
He was
your eyes don't reach out and grab
hold on. He
things.
was 127,000 feet, guys. 128,000.
You're saying that. You're saying that, but if I were to take a telescope, my horizon would be much farther, right? Right.
Your horizon would be further? I don't understand what that means.
Oh, well, yes, my view horizon would be a lot further because I would be able to see further, it'd be zoomed in.
Well, but I can see stars that are light years away, so I'm not sure what you're saying.
No. You don't even know if they're there or not. Like light just travels at a certain speed.
But anyways, back when he was 120-some thousand feet. And so, how far do you expect to see? How far would you expect to see on a flat? Yeah, how much of the Earth would you expect to see on a flat Earth at 127,000 feet?
I think you definitely see the curvature.
No, how far?
You should see curvature, but you didn't.
I'm not asking about curvature. I'm asking how far you'd expect to see on a flat Earth at 127,000 feet.
Yeah, but at 127,000 feet, I didn't expect to see at least 11 miles of curvature, but I didn't see any.
See, this is the problem with all you guys. You don't have expectations of your own model.
They zoom in, but they don't zoom out. That's the problem.
How far would you expect to see on a flat Earth?
If you zoom out, you'll see the curvature.
Doesn't matter if you zoom out or zoom in to see the curvature. How far would you expect to see on a flat Earth
You
at
take these photos
127,000
and you
feet?
zoom in on the planet.
Somebody needs to do the maths, right? You just do the math and figure out how far the camera would look.
Dude, on
Would
a
see at
flat
any
or
given time
curved
in that
Earth, I expect to see about 15 feet on either Earth because that's about the range of the human eye. I mean, not 15 feet, 15 miles. 15 miles, sorry. 15 miles.
How wide is the Earth?
15 miles.
Well,
15 miles? No way, bro. What? That's nothing.
How
If the Earth
wide
was
is
curved,
the
the
Earth?
horizon could be no more than
Your
1.2
maths is way off, bro.
meters, 8 feet.
No, if you're standing on like a hill or something, you can see for 15 miles for sure.
No, but at 127,000 feet.
Слава кокаине.
I see a mountain 55 miles from me every day. I go to work.
Yeah,
How
15. What?
If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to see the ground, right? Because the ground is further than 50 miles away.
No, that's because it's it's elevated. That's because it's elevated. It's higher than Earth.
They will
Oh
never.
my God, just
You guys just don't understand how.
They were 120 something feet up in the sky. That's more than 50 miles away. So they wouldn't-
120,000, bro. It's crazy.
So flat earthers, tell me how wide the Earth is.
Yeah.
Good, we got some replacement.
Yeah, tell me.
What is wide?
They'll be like, "What are you talking about? What does that mean?" What does that
What is
mean?
the breadth of Earth? Length and
Wait. Do you
breadth.
mean like the radius of the Earth, or like
No,
the
how
circumference?
wide?
Like which
You say
one?
it's flat, right?
Okay,
How
so
long
you mean
is
like
it?
the radius? So you mean like
How
the
long
radius?
is it? No, how long is it?
That's what she said.
Bro,
You said it's
I can give you an
flat.
answer.
the Earth is not a square, so like it's not. There's no length. There's no
Okay,
length or width.
What's the
You're talking
radius,
about
dude?
radius
Okay, give us
and
the radius
circumference,
then.
bro.
From
Aren't
east
you
to
don't
west.
work at NASA and you don't know what that is? Come on, bro.
Okay, from east to west, how long is it?
This guy does not work at NASA.
Oh, they don't understand that.
I can give you an answer.
They
Vince. You
understand. They
ready?
just don't want to give you the answer because they
Yeah,
don't.
they don't because they don't have the answer.
Yeah,
I'll give you an
exactly.
answer. The radius is unknown.
No,
That's
it's
kind of
not.
convenient, isn't it?
Yeah,
What
they'll-
radius?
they'll tell you
What
exactly
radius are you talking?
what's the sides of the Earth, and it'll tell you how long they are.
Unknown.
Or wide. No, it's not unknown.
I gave you an answer. Unknown.
Okay, do you know how long and wide the a continent is?
Which continent?
Any of them?
Unknown.
Oh,
Do I
you
know
no,
that?
no.
I
A
can believe
continent?
it.
The continent?
don't know.
North America is North America is. You don't know how wide it is?
No.
Really?
Nope.
Bro.
Oh, so you're
The
telling me
radius of the Earth
if
is
you
4,000 miles.
add up all the continents on the flat Earth, you can't tell me how long they are.
You
Why?
could. Yeah. You could measure the continents probably.
Bro,
I mean, it's
why
difficult.
Our
do you
planet is
think
6,000
That would be
kilometers.
one unusual looking planet, wouldn't it?
But how are you going to measure the distance?
Oh my God, miles?
actually
Maybe?
it'd be a lot more unusual if the planets were stretched to fit around a globe? That
What's
would
your
be a lot
what's
more
your methodology
because
for measuring the distance?
the continents would be fucking huge if they were stretched to fit around a globe.
Yeah.
Yo, is the moon flat as well,
It
guys?
would be more than 7,000 miles, wouldn't it?
It'd be
Yo, is
way
the
too
moon
big.
flat?
It'd be
Guys, is the
way
moon flat as
too
well?
big to
Yeah,
stretch around a
it'd
We
be
need a
more
mod
than
in
what it
here.
says on how wide the Earth is, wouldn't it?
Yo, flat earthers, can you tell me if the moon is also flat?
It doesn't look
No,
flat.
actually, the moon is a projection. Actually, the moon
Yeah,
That
and the
wasn't the
sun are
question.
projections.
The
it's like,
question
okay,
was,
if the moon is a projection, where's the projection coming from?
Dude, it's like a little orb that like flies around.
oh, it's orb. It's an orb. Interesting.
Yeah, it's like an
Interesting.
orb of
Yo, I
light.
think I'm about to debunk flat Earth.
They're actually only 30 miles up. Like the moon
My
and the
question
sun are both only 30 miles up.
Boring.
Oh, is the sun flat
Boring.
as
Yeah,
well?
boring. See, if you take reality
Yo,
away from them, they have nothing in their lives.
yo, bro,
Yo, what
like
are you
see, this
talking
is
about?
this is what happens. So he said the moon was an orb, and is the sun also a flat, or is it like an orb, or what is it?
Like a ball.
Did you say Obama? What?
You take their,
Yeah. It's a ball.
you remove their false reality, and they have nothing in their lives.
Yo, bro, this is just like
Absolutely nothing.
I have nothing in my life except for my
You don't.
degree in mechatronics engineering. You know, I have nothing
Hey,
in my
tell
life
me
other
how
than my
wide
job
the Earth
at Lockheed
is.
Martin. Other than my job at Lockheed Martin, I have nothing in my life. Other than my 3 kids
And
and
you
my wife,
believe,
I have
okay,
nothing in
wait,
my
hold
life.
on.
your
So the moon is an orb, and the sun also appears to be an orb. Is that what you said or
Bro,
something?
I work at Lockheed Martin.
Nobody gives a shit where
Marine.
you work at, dude. Can you answer the question?
No.
Who gives a shit if
I
you work
work.
for NASA or Lockheed Martin? For
I
real,
work for
who gives a shit?
one of the biggest like aerospace engineering companies in the world, and I believe
So
in
what?
flat Earth. That should tell you something.
No,
That
it
tells me
doesn't.
that you're full
You're
of
an
shit.
idiot.
You don't work in the
It
aerospace
tells me
industry,
you're an
dude.
idiot. You go
Yeah,
tell
for
your
sure.
boss that the Earth is flat. I'll see how long
No,
you
he
be
doesn't. He
listening.
doesn't.
Actually, my
He's
boss is the one that told me.
What's your position? What's your position there?
I'm a
he's lying, bro. He
mechatronics
doesn't work
engineer.
for Lockheed.
He's a janitor.
I'm an engineer. I'm a mechatronics engineer.
Bro.
You must take a shit.
Anyways, so let's go back to the sun. Okay, is the sun an orb, or what is it? Is it a
Why you
flat
want to
disk?
go to the sun, my friend? Why you want to go to the sun, my friend? Show me the curvature on the
Because
Earth.
that's a good question. Thank you for asking me an
Can
actually
you show
coherent
me the
question.
curvature of the
I
Earth?
wanna.
Can you show me
Hold on,
that?
dude. I'm talking here. 1 second, dude. So I want to go to the sun because we have
Hey,
different
good luck, my
opinions
friend.
about.
Good luck.
I'm
Good
answering
luck.
your
Bon
question.
voyage.
Listen to me.
Bon
Listen.
voyage. Go. God with you.
Okay, God be with me
Show me
too
the
as well.
Go
curvature.
ahead, Icarus.
So I'm
Go
answering your
ahead,
question. You
Icarus.
need to be patient and listen
Talking
to my
about flat
answer,
Earth.
okay?
Talking
Otherwise,
about
it's just
flat
a
Earth.
shouting match.
We are
So,
talking about flat Earth.
Yes, Habibi. Go ahead, Habibi.
okay, so Habibi, the thing is, you and I have a different opinion about what Earth is like. We say it's round, you say it's flat. Brilliant. You and I don't have a different opinion about what the sun or the moon is like because both of us can see it, right?
We're talking
So we
about
would
the
have some
ground.
sort of uniformity about what it's like. That's why I'm
We're
asking
talking
about
about
the
the
sun.
ground.
What do you guys
Mm-hmm.
think the sun is like? Go ahead, tell me.
Who gives a shit?
Well,
It's beautiful thing. Every morning it comes up. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
What?
Who gives a shit?
well, the
The Earth
thing
is
is,
What?
the
You see how
thing,
they dodge? You see how they
the
dodge,
thing,
man?
the
No,
thing
I'll see how
is,
you do.
What I
Look,
touch, my
look,
friend? We are talking about.
guys,
Habibi, we're talking about.
listen, just
How
listen.
wide is the Earth?
Just listen, guys.
Don't know.
Venus is closer to us than the sun,
What is
and is
this, man? It's
bigger,
like talking to
and is
in
bigger
about
than us.
monkeys.
In your heliocentric model, Venus is bigger than us, and is closer to us than the sun. However, whenever you can see Venus in the night sky, there's a tiny little orange dot. But the sun is millions of miles away, and
Take control, please. Please.
it's the biggest thing in the sky. It's the biggest thing in the sky. But it's
No, but that wasn't
27
the
million miles.
question.
That doesn't make sense to me. How
That
does that
wasn't
make
the
sense?
question.
Please, mods, please.
No, but I'm
That
just
wasn't the
saying,
question,
like,
though.
I do not care. I was saying.
They're crying right now.
Yeah, you're like
Haywood,
literally
that
crying.
wasn't the question. Why are
I
you
do
asking
not
a question
care,
nobody
nigga.
asked?
I do not care. I do not
Shut
care
them
if you
up!
ask.
Shut them up! Please shut them up! They're taking my life away from me. I believe in a flat earth. Oh, take them away! Mods, please, please! You pussies.
What? What?
Damn,
This guy
Vince.
is insane.
Are you
Vince,
okay?
you took that one level too far, man.
Are we
Yo,
getting any
what do you
water?
think about like the
White people,
SpaceX
bro,
launches
take everything
and the
too
footage
far.
from the Falcon 9 rockets and the freaking, where we see the rocket launch and then it goes up and you literally can see the Earth as like a circle from the footage. What do you think of those?
Oh yeah, what do I think about the rocket launches when they
I
go
think
up into the
what I
sky
think is
and
like
then they go to like the left and just keep going? They never go out of the Earth. Yeah, that's what I
And
think about it.
you can
I
see
think
Earth
that they're
from the
taking them.
rockets. You can
No,
see the
they're
Earth from the rockets, and it appears to be a ball. What do you think about that?
it never appears to be a ball. It
It
appears to be a
always
flat
appears to be a
plane every
ball.
single time.
It
And
always, every
no,
single time, it's a ball, dude.
no,
What are you talking about?
only when they use fisheye lenses is it a ball. Only.
I cannot see it, my friend. If it's a ball, so why I cannot see it? Why I
It's
cannot see
not.
it?
Why do I always see the ball when they launch, and you
Where do
don't?
you see the ball?
Why do they
Where do
always
you see the
show
ball?
it so
On
zoomed
your
in?
computer or
Oh,
on
you
your
YouTube,
phone,
only
man?
can see.
on their
You
YouTube
can.
channel, you can look it up.
You can only see it on the computer or on the TV or on your phone.
What kind of
Yeah.
idiotic like response is that, dude? Like
No, 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 no,
That's the
no.
only
It's not
we
an
can,
idiotic response.
you and I are only talking on the computer right now.
It's not
So
an
Yes.
idiotic response
because that's
because
the
we have
tool we use
space
to
elevators.
communicate.
We literally
How
have
does that make
space
your point valid?
elevators, but we don't allow people to take them. We don't allow people to take the space elevators, but we have them. So why do we have them
We
if we
don't
don't
have
allow
a
people
space
to take
elevator.
them?
What are you talking
Yes,
about,
we
dude? We don't
fucking
have a
do.
space.
You're
Where is it?
If you
Who has a
it's
space
see
elevator?
a computer, where
Which
else are you gonna
country
see
has it?
it?
there's one in Dubai and there's three in the US.
Have you ever been to Dubai?
No, I have not, but I know
Yeah,
there's a
that's what I
space
thought.
elevator
Yeah,
there
there is no
because
space elevator in Dubai, bro.
I have a secret security clearance. I know a lot more than you do, buddy.
No, no,
All
but
right, so
you just don't know any facts. There is no space elevator in Dubai.
all right, I'm here, guys. Relax. Everyone, relax and calm down. AV is here. I will take your questions. I'm
Alright,
on the flatter side. Go ahead, ask your questions one by
That's
one.
what we're
Let's
doing. Just
go.
follow the conversation, bro. We're already like asking questions. So there is no
Yeah,
flat like
I'm
space
the guy.
elevator
I'm
in
the
Dubai.
man, dude. By the way, if you didn't know that, I'm the man. So go ahead and ask me the questions.
I mean, that's like just a self declaration,
Okay,
Yeah, that's
okay,
fine.
on
declaration
your
of being a
Ask me a
man.
question.
okay, I got a
Ask
question
me
for
Okay,
you,
okay.
a
Nick.
Let me.
question.
Okay, AV. Let me ask you. Let me
No,
ask you. Okay,
nigga,
AV.
no, nigga. I said I
If
had a question
Nah, you're
first.
gonna
Fuck
wait.
you.
D-man, you're gonna wait. Go ahead.
All right. So the thing is, like, on your flat Earth model, you believe that gravity isn't a real thing. So, like, why do balls fall when I drop them?
Did you say gravity isn't a real thing? No, that's not
That's
the
what most
case.
flat Earthers believe. That's what most
Okay,
flat
so let's
Earthers believe.
identify what. I got 15 minutes. So let's identify what gravity is. Do you know what gravity is, sir?
Yeah. So it's a force that compels things to fall down to the Earth or to
Okay.
whatever body they're on.
Do we say that gravity is an effect or a cause or both?
Both?
All right, so if you say gravity is a cause and effect, what's the effect?
The effect is it falling.
Okay, what's the cause?
The cause is the fucking iron nickel core of the Earth spinning around so fast that it's pulling everything around it to the center.
Okay, what
But
is
that's
the
only
process?
on the heliocentric model. I'm trying to figure out how that works on the flat Earth model instead of the
Yeah, so
heliocentric model. Because I just gave you the
let's look at
heliocentric explanation. So
yeah, that's fine. Let's look at what that means. So how do we extrapolate knowledge from that? How do we know that's true? What is a scientific experiment that was done to solidify that point?
I've got no
That
clue.
you just Okay. Well, the answer is I don't know, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a fair point. So if you say you don't know, and we would say the cause is unknown, then we're both in agreement. However, we would also agree with you in saying that the effect can be quantified. So if we drop something in the medium of air, we both can understand that it falls at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. That's something known, and it's useful in applications and so
But
forth. You can,
is that
yes?
gravity or is that gravity or is that the object being denser than the air around it?
Right. Well, it's called specific gravity, which is colloquially termed as relative density.
What is?
Mm-hmm.
Why is
So,
that the
so
higher up you get?
let's just pinpoint where we're at. So we would say that we understand gravity being the effect, and it's not the cause that we speak of because the cause is unknown. Both of us agree because on your side you have an explanation. However, it's not verified scientifically, so we don't know that. It's like a best guess. Let's put it that way. However, flat Earth doesn't make a best guess because we don't make a claim.
So
So
it's being
therefore,
measured. It's being measured, right? That the higher you get, the less you weigh. So how does that
all right.
work with?
So when we talk about things that are applications or that can be done with gravity, we're talking about the effect branch. Simply the effect,
Right.
not the
So the
cause.
effect of
Which is
the
what I'm explaining to the
I'm not
gentleman
talking
right
about
now.
the cause. I'm talking about the effect of gravity changes depending on how high up you are.
Yeah, but I just gave
Is
you
that
a cause. The cause is the fact that the falling
cause will
object
stay the
is
same?
denser than the air around it,
Hold on,
so it
Branch. Let me
falls to
answer
the
this guy
ground.
because he seems to be wanting to interrupt. All right. So no, you didn't give me the cause. You gave me the effect. The cause you told me was a nickel iron core that spins in the center of the Earth. Isn't that what you said?
Well, no, that's the heliocentric cause. The flat Earth cause would be that the object that's falling is denser than the air around it, so it falls to the
Yeah,
ground.
I just said relative density, but that's only the effect. We can quantify the effect, and we can say that it is an object and medium relationship. However, the cause that gives things the propensity to move up and down in a vector of up or down is unknown. So
Outside
the
outside of the
causation.
cause, though. So Alpha, outside of the cause, do you agree that the higher you get, the effect of gravity changes?
No, I think that what happens is because you have a longer distance to travel, there's something called terminal velocity, and if you achieve that because you're falling through the medium of air,
Okay, so
then
let's
that
not talk about
happens.
falling. We're not talking about falling. We're just talking about the effect of gravity. Like, let's say you get some regular bathroom scales and use them down at the bottom of the Himalayas, and then use the same bathroom scales at the top of the Himalayas. Your weight's going to be different. Why is that? You're going to weigh less
Well,
the higher up you get.
yeah. So, first of all, you have to show that study because we can say that there's different
Oh,
types of
that
ways
study's
to.
out there, dude. There's so many of those.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is specifically, Branch, if you want to talk about a point that you're making, make sure that you
Well,
come
how do you
loaded with
find one?
a
But there's
citation or
so
a source.
many. There's so
I know,
many
but
sources out there.
can you see that? Well, what I'm saying is for the audience, the issue. Haywood, you need to mute your mic when you're on, bro. You're coughing and it's disrupting.
Yeah, I understand your point too. That
Haywood,
if
are
I'm
you
going to
there?
say
Hold on,
something,
Branch. Branch. Haywood, can you mute your mic, please?
Nigga, you're crying. You're actually crying.
No, I'm the mod. I can just mute it for you. I just asked you out of courtesy. Go ahead, Branch.
yeah, I was just saying I can post. I can probably just Google. I can just probably just YouTube search and just say weight on a mountain compared to on Earth, and
Yeah. But what
find 20
all I'm
hits.
saying, Branch, all I'm saying is that when you propose something like a claim, make sure that you come with the information to back it up so we can talk about it.
You
That's
don't
all I'm saying.
always have. I mean, I can Google it right now if you really want me to and find you one. Do you really want me to?
No, not really. But what I'm saying is that for the next time, I don't really care if you do now.
I'm not going to Google
because it's
something
gonna.
before I even speak. That's a little bit ridiculous.
Well, here's the thing. When you start saying things, people are gonna say you're bullshitting, right?
It's
And
not
in order for you to say, I know that branch, but in order for you to prove that, you have to say, look, this is what I'm talking about, and show them the source or the material that you're looking at, so that everybody can know what page you're on. Because really, you're talking to everybody randomly on the internet. Nobody knows you. They don't know where you're coming from, and so that's giving everybody the same idea that you are with the information you have. That's all.
But let's say I posted a YouTube video and then started speaking. It's not like everybody in the room's gonna watch the YouTube video by the
Oh
time.
my God, Branch. I know, bro, but at least you have something to back up what you're saying. Just agree with me on that. Like, it's just backing up the shit
Let
you're
me just
talking
ask
about.
you then, without asking the need for papers and stuff. Do you understand? Just you, not the rest of the room, but do you understand that your weight changes?
Yeah,
based on how-
it's also geolocational specific too. So wherever you are on the earth, it
the
changes as well.
Himalayas, just at the bottom of the
No, I'm not
Himalayas.
talking about the Himalayas, dude. I'm talking about geographically, not just in altitude, or excuse me, not just in elevation, but also in a different location. It changes.
Okay, well, let's just say any old mountain, because you don't need to be as high up as the Himalayas to see this effect.
I understand, Branch, but did you hear what I said?
I know, but I'm just wondering, do you personally?
I told you yes. I said yes.
You're not
But
listening,
it's also
If
geolocation
it
specific,
does,
bro.
if it does change, the only thing I'm really interested in is why does it change on a
Because
flat
it's right. So it's relative density, and that also changes with the specific type of environment that you have. So everything affects that specific test, or as you would call it, weight. So that there's variances in different geolocations, man. That's something that maybe you may or may not know, but I would say do a study into it.
I'm
You'll start
talking
to.
about like being basically pretty close, because yeah, you're totally right. There are pockets of
Yeah,
high gravity and
absolutely.
low gravity.
Absolutely.
On Earth,
And no,
right?
it's something that we don't disagree with, I think, and that's you're bringing a point up. But the Glober still thinks it's a constant, so you're speaking like 10 miles ahead
You
of them
don't.
already. Like you have to wait till. Yeah, they do, man.
No, I mean they.
You're not
they
you're not like
understand that
that.
there's
You're
pockets
not
of
the
gravity.
ambassador for the Globe Earth branch. The people that come in here will say that it's a constant. Like you do know that, right?
There's no globe that's going to come in and say that the gravitational field across the whole of Earth is constant.
Dude, you want to make a bet on that? How much you want to make a bet?
I'll
Like,
if
we're
they
not
do,
supposed to
I'll
bet,
sort
but I'm
it
just
out.
saying I will bet
Yeah,
you
I
that
mean, I
somebody
can't
will
say
call it a
there
constant.
there are some idiots out there that will say that.
Anyway, the point was, the gentlemen that were in here were asking questions, but as soon as they start getting straightforward answers, they want to leave. That's fine. However, I'm gonna hand it off here shortly to someone else because I'm gonna have to be getting out of here pretty quick. So,
Got it. No bad.
but no, I never disagree with that. There's information that will lead that
I'm just
your
interested
understanding
in
to
what the explanation for those. Just really just the height thing. So if you go up with height, not necessarily moving laterally in any direction. If you just go up with height, why does gravity change? That's the only thing I really want to get an explanation for on the flat
right.
Earth.
Well, you don't need an explanation because it happens, and the effect is the only thing we speak of. The causation is unknown, Branch. Nobody knows the cause.
It'd be interesting to try to figure out.
Well, think about it like this: do you know the cause of that effect? I'll just
On Earth?
ask you.
Yeah, I do. Like on a globe Earth, I understand.
Yeah. What's the cause, Branch?
It's because the distance is different.
No.
The distances of the center of masses is different.
What's causing gravity? What's
The
causing
distance
gravity?
between, the cause of gravity. I don't like to play these games, but I would go with there's
No,
different.
I'm not playing a game, dude. I'm asking you because you're
I
saying you know.
I mean, I would say it's the bending of space time.
Okay. Is that scientifically proven?
Yes.
Who proved it?
Einstein.
Really? Einstein proved it.
Yes.
So how can we verify? Let's do the method to verify that.
There's loads of
How do
stuff
we
you
how
can
do we
do.
bend in Branch? How do we bend and warp space time? Tell me the method.
Mass can, light can.
Yeah, I know. What's
you
the
can.
method to show that we can bend it? I want to see the method to see if we can bend it.
See, that's kind of a weird question. How do you want me to show it to you?
Because you can't. That's the problem. It's an
Right, we're talking
unanswerable
about,
question, Branch.
yeah, I would say it's pretty hard for me to show you space time.
No. I meant like not even just show me space time, but bend it. Because space time is an abstract, Branch. It's an abstract. It's not real. You can't bend something that's an abstract. It's like saying that you're bending time. How do you bend time? You can't bend time or space.
Yeah, you can though. That's the whole
No,
reason for gravity.
Branch, you cannot bend that
You
thing, man.
gotta be versed in what.
Can I
Einstein.
listen? It's the same thing if I was to tell you, can you bend your dreams? Can you bend those? Bend
It's
your
not
dreams.
at all though, right?
Can you
Because one's
bend? Can you
mathematically
bend love?
calculable.
Okay, bend love then. Bend
One is
love.
mathematically calculable and can be
These
demonstrated.
these are conventions, Branch. They're conventions that people talk about. They're not anything that is real. They're abstracts, dude.
Okay, I'm just saying though, like the whole, I can show you a whole YouTube video about how why Einstein proposed that gravity is caused through the bending of space time. But
I
again,
know what they say, Branch. Everybody knows what they're talking about, but they're talking about ideas. They're not actually saying they're going to the physical world and changing things by bending something. Because they're telling us the physical Earth is bending space and time. Really?
yeah,
How? Yeah. How does something
everything does.
physical bend? Listen,
Even you
brother.
bend space and time.
Branch. How does something physical bend an abstract? That's not physical.
Everything bends space and time. Like even you yourself, the little bit of mass that you
Dude,
have,
oh my God, bro.
it bends
You
space and
really
time.
sunk into you really sunk your teeth into this globe, huh? You really
It's
just
not
went all the way in.
into it. It's just that
Bro,
not making no sense
you're all
right now.
about globe right now. It's like
It's
I
what
can't
makes
get it.
no sense right now. It's simply
You
what it
used
is.
to you know what, Branch, you used to defend at least a little bit of cognitive like abilities. You were able to like get in there and like talk about flat earth a little bit.
Today I'm not in the mood to. I do sometimes though, but like I don't know
Well,
why.
that's what I'm talking about.
I got to sometimes next time that one dude's on what's his name? I forget his name now, but next time he's
Scott
on,
Mackey.
I'm just gonna become a flat earther in here and just talk flat earth stuff.
Do it to Scott Mackey when he's in here. You'll
Yeah,
irritate
that's
him to
what I'm
no
talking
end.
about. Scott Mackey. Next time Scott Mackey's in here, I'm just gonna become a flat earther and just fuck with him.
Yeah, dude, he'll start crying, dude. Like not really, but he'll just be moaning.
Oh no, I
Why do
get.
I have to answer your question?
I have a go at him about shit in Gem Panda's server, but it's usually about other stuff, not about flat earth.
I don't think does Scott go in there? I don't think he does. Does
He
he?
used to. He used to. He still does.
Yeah, he likes his big brother Larry. His big brother Larry's always like he's always talking about him. And Larry this and Larry that, and it's irritating, bro. I'm like, well, just get Larry in here, man, so we can talk to him. Larry knows all about land surveying, and he tells us about reciprocal zenith angles. And I'm like, bro, you don't even know what you. Have you done anything, Scott? He's like, I don't need to do it. I don't need to do it.
He knows his science, right? As far as like as much science as you need to know to discuss flat Earth stuff, right? He knows that much at least. But
Dude,
he just
he's an armchair warrior, bro.
no,
He's like sitting in his lazy boy, trying to like conquer the world. Like that ain't happening, bro.
I don't like the attitude that he talks to people with. Like he talks down to people.
Oh yeah. Well, partly the reason why you should come in as a flat earther and shellac him. But anyways, I gotta get going, man. Like, I don't know. Maybe AJ's here. Who else is here? ITR. ITR. He's a astrophysicist. Dude, what are you doing? It's so late, ITR. You should be get ready to do some like.
Dude, I know, bro. I'm
Work.
working, just hanging out while I'm working.
You're.
I got a proposal due, so I'm staying up late.
Yeah. Well, hopefully all goes well. You know.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Anyway, I gotta get going because, you know, bills don't pay themselves.
All right, man. Good
Later,
talk.
guys.
Later.
Now the problem is the people that he muted have already left, so there's no one left to talk.
Well, no, one of them was actually banned, so he didn't do it. I did.
Why did he get banned?
And nothing of value was lost.
Because if you'd like to have a look in the side chat at 8 minutes past the hour.
I see. He posted some shit in there.
And was speaking the same thing.
It would be fun though, getting an argument with Scott Mackey. It's just the problem is he knows me so well now. I'm gonna have to use a sock account and come in with like just not even pretending to be me. I haven't like done the whole flat Earth thing for a while though. It's fun though.
You're all retarded. Дождь какой-то.
Ain't get enough of your sugar crisp.